before, haven't you?
Morning, morning. Morning.
To protect the natural rights of the people in that society. Meaning, instead of assaulting my freedom, my life, my liberty, and my property, protect it. That's what we have a government for. And a government that believes in natural rights will limit itself to those behaviors. We need to understand the force of darkness among us. And that force of darkness is the very government we have elected and empowered to oppose the darkness upon us. The better we understand it,
Yeah, Rand.
What's up?
Can't hear you.
Uh,
Can you hear me?
yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you, D-Way.
Right. Yo, yo.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear
On Coinbase Pro.
me? Huh?
It's, I've been watching this sucker, playing a little bit at it.
What you been looking at? You can hear me though, Darrell, can't you? All right. Me either. They got him. He probably muted himself or something. I don't know. Thought he had the nitro. Just use the basic Discord. Just go in and out. And just try and get some money. Yeah. What was it? A number like what, $10 or something like that? But yeah, don't seem like long, but shit, we've been around there now almost a whole year. Yeah, yeah. Uh, you can get all that stuff for free. Yeah, might not be the same, but something similar. Yeah, right, right. So that's the reason why I was like, man, is this supposed to be like something like a private Discord? Like it's another way to finesse people to get some money. All right. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's probably for somebody to make the Discord like Tame, and then can advertise it and be like, you can go and pay for the Nitro or whatever like that. The best their product like Canada, and then offer him advertising on his YouTube or anything. Be like, Discord, yeah, hyping it up. I gave you another update. No, I'm talking about that's why your settings probably be rechanging because it automatically updates and stuff like that.
Morning, morning, morning.
Enjoy being says animals don't do freaky perverted shit either, and I can only think like you have not been to bestiality.com yet, okay?
Some do.
Here's what he's trying to say. Animals don't do like the pedophilia shit. Animals don't do the, you know, when somebody's dead, you're gonna fuck them type of thing. They don't do things like that. You know, that's what he's getting at.
My cat, Nike.
No, they just do the incest thing.
Well, never mind. Jesus, Key Rimini.
And then we say that we are the highest form of animals. Right?
I love
It's what my science teacher taught us before. Highest form of animals, but then we, as the most intelligent, blah blah blah, are living in our environment.
We are the cruelest of all the animals.
We're certainly one of the deadliest.
I want to show you just a little piece of this.
Mary says, okay.
I want to show you a little piece of this clip of this dog. This dog is so precious, so cute, and so faithful to his owner. Now, look at this. This is a great channel, by the way. Foresty Forest is the channel I'm speaking of. But check out this dog.
Okay, Mary, I'll help you with that later.
Oh my god.
1, 2, 1, 2.
What happened to my Zoom? It disappeared. How come I don't see it?
Did he just get on?
He goes on all the hikes with him, every single hike. That's his hiking partner.
Knowing him, he'd probably hit some button. You there, D-Wave?
Oh, that's a little beagle, ain't it?
No, that's not a bee.
The Jack Russell.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I could only see like partial of his face.
He's fine.
That's cool.
If you could hear D-Wave, type in general.
He has a pouch that he can put him in when he has to actually go.
Where's
to
this at?
Oh yeah, there he is. No, I see him.
So cute.
Yeah, I had one dog I used to just go everywhere with. Or he'd go everywhere with me.
Hey, D-Wave, if you could hear me, type in general.
That's the dog. That is so precious. It really is.
I like that bite.
Because it's not too big, you know, it's too small, and Jack Russell are really intelligent.
Fucking rain, man.
But they can be very
Shit better go
hyper,
away.
like ED hyper.
I
Yeah.
Very. Oh my god.
Boxers are
understand that kind of
fucking
language.
hyper. Ooh. There's nothing as hyper as fucking him, okay? Let's just state the fact.
Let me tell you what happened to me and my neighbor across the street who owns a Jack Russell, okay? So she said, I'm going to be going to the grocery mart. Can you just watch my dog for a little bit? And I said, no problem. So I went in the cage with Jack Russell. Now it's one of those 6 feet
For all
tall,
your hotel
okay,
booking
it has a
needs,
door that you go in and
kayak.com.
out, right? It's like a 6x4. So I get in there and I'm playing with the Jack, and I get tired. It's like,
Hotels or
"Fuck, man,
flights
I'm
or
outta
some
here."
shit.
It would not let me out of that cage to save my life.
Really?
I was stuck in that fucking cage because every time I opened the door, he would get in front of the door to not let me out. It's like, what the fuck?
You ain't fucking leaving.
In that cage for an hour and a half until she come back home. And then I was finally able to get out of the damn cage.
I kept it hostage in here the whole time.
Seriously, I was for an hour and a half.
I had a German Shepherd that he's the one that like everywhere I went he wanted to go with me, and every day I'd leave for school, and sometimes I'd even forget to shut the gate.
An expensive microchipped passport identification and check in with the immigration office every 3 months to fill out some paperwork and give them more money. Every 6 months to a year, I'm required to cross the arbitrary borders of the fictional construct known as Thailand into a neighboring tax farm's embassy, where I must fill out more paperwork and give them yet more money for temporary visa stamps in my passport. To work abroad, governments require us slaves to submit work permits and pay annually for the privilege. The taxes and headaches never end. Thanks to being American, I'm actually lucky that I can live abroad at all and should be happy. Many people from less fortunate tax farms are completely restricted from traveling to or working in other more fortunate tax farms. Another one is land rights. How can you honestly claim to be a landowner when you have to pay property taxes every year for as long as you own it? If you own it, why do you still have to pay annual rental fees? The government holds the allodial titles and just issues you a slave deed. They maintain eminent domain and can plow over your home to build a highway anytime they please. Name one thing that governments provide that people couldn't do better, easier, and more efficiently privately at the community level. Name one reason why we have to run this never-ending hamster wheel of government mandate and taxation. There is nowhere on Earth you can go that isn't controlled by a statist government. Every piece of land has been divided up and claimed by 196 nations, all of which are controlled by some form of forced governance. There is nowhere left on Earth that sovereign, freedom-loving individuals can go live freely without a mafioso government forcing them to pay taxes and obey
Swear to
law.
God, if this fucking rain don't
No
stop,
matter
I'm
whether
gonna
you
be
live
pissed.
under a monarchy, an oligarchy, or a republic, whether it's called democracy, communism, socialism,
Said if
or
this rain
fascism,
doesn't stop, I'm
all
gonna be
current
pissed.
forms of government initiate and mandate violence and slavery upon their populations. We are all slaves to our governments because every nation forces under threat of violence and kidnapping that we must pay them a percentage of our income. In some countries, like Thailand, it's around 30%. America, 40 to 50%. France is around 60%. Not to mention hundreds of other smaller mandatory taxes which raise these figures even higher. So if the definition of slavery is forcefully taking 100% of someone's income, what is it called when governments forcefully take 60% of someone's income? Is that not slavery? What if they only take 30%? Is that still
Yeah,
slavery?
so I guess
We are taught for
kayak.com
centuries
does
that
have
slavery
everything.
ended long
Package
ago,
deals,
and it is
flights,
universally
stays,
understood that slavery is
cars.
immoral. But if governments still are forcibly taking even 1% of their population's income, that is still slavery.
I never
And
knew
even
it either.
1%
Shit.
slavery is immoral. The very definition of the word government is mind control. And the vast majority of people worldwide, public and private sector alike, are absolutely mind controlled by their governments, medias, and education systems to believe that their statist government is a moral and altruistic institution that exists for the benefit of the people. The reality is, of course, the opposite. The reality is to choose their occupation, giving the illusion of freedom, then swooping in on payday to steal the fruits of your labor. This is why all governments are criminal and immoral, and why the only system of just governance is anarchism, agorism, or voluntarism. There is no political solution to the problem of government. Voting for a new ceremonial figurehead every 4 years has never, will never, and could never create any significant, lasting, positive change because governments cannot be improved or made moral from within. There are too many vested interests, and no statist system, be it monarchy, oligarchy, communism, democracy, republic, or dictatorship, none of them respect the right of the individual to opt out of being governed. When the mafia comes around to your business, they always befriend and promise to protect you, providing you pay and obey them. If you refuse to comply, however, the mafia burns your business to the ground. Similarly, all statist governments promise to help and protect their populations as long as we pay and obey. But if we don't, then they seize our asses and our assets and throw us in prison. The whole problem is giving one privileged class the legal right and obligation to commit violence and coercion against the rest of the population. All governments around the world initiate the use of violence in the form of police and coercion in the form of taxes against their populations, and this is absolutely immoral and unacceptable. Consensual sex is moral because it is voluntary, whereas rape is immoral because it's forced. Similarly, things like charity donations and the free market are moral because they are voluntary, whereas theft and taxation are immoral because they are forced. The root problem festering within all governments around the world is not the rife internal corruption or criminality, those are merely symptoms and side effects of statism. The paramount problem with government is that its mandates are mandatory, its compulsions are compulsory. For governments to be moral institutions, all taxes and interactions must be made voluntary. If governments are honestly in existence for our benefit, then they must be voluntary and never initiate the use of force against their populations. That kind of authoritarian violence and coercion is not allowed or acceptable in any other facet of our lives. We wouldn't put up with it. So why do we sheepishly line up to vote for a new puppet president every 4 years, thinking they are somehow going to make the mafia moral? Simply working for the government, whether you're a soldier, policeman, politician, or otherwise, your salary comes from the taxes the population are forced to pay, making you a criminal by proxy. Thus, working for statist governments, like working for the mafia, is immoral and criminal because your paycheck comes from stolen money. In other words, all governments, everyone working for them and benefiting from their social programs, are like getaway drivers in a robbery. They may not have personally stolen your money, but your money is right there in their pockets, so who is responsible if not them? I'm not a fan of isms, but the second you express a sound idea, the establishment is quick to rebrand your revolution and assimilate your inspiration into an ism they can control. For instance, anarchy, a once respectable term simply meaning without rulers, advocating society without government, has long been rebranded hand in hand with chaos, wearing bandana face masks, throwing Molotov cocktails. The actual idea of non-violent sovereign societies, enlightened and capable beyond the need for statist governments, however, is certainly ideal and not chaos. The terms agorism and voluntarism are similar ideas advocating only voluntary interactions between people and the state. Call it what you will, anarchism, agorism, voluntarism, or just keep it simple and call it freedom. It is the missing ingredient in all governments and the root of all state corruption and criminality. If people want to have a bureaucracy of diplomats creating a bunch of social programs for their benefit, what governments claim to be, then that's fine. But just because some guy in a suit wrote something on a piece of paper doesn't make it mandatory, and just because the mafia says you'd better pay up doesn't mean you should. Our current so-called justice system is such an unenlightened, corrupt farce that the entire edifice should be relegated to the history books. Humanity desperately needs to reconsider the idea that justice is somehow served by systematically fining, caging, or killing criminals, the idea that we should pay and empower unaffected parties to deliver standardized punishments, and the idea that police are anything but violent and coercive policy enforcers of our statist mafia governments. Today, there are literally millions of laws and legislations on record in the United States alone, and under the current official edict, ignorance of these laws is no excuse for disobeying. Therefore, all citizens are legally bound, under threat of theft, kidnapping, and imprisonment, to read, remember, understand, and obey millions of ever-increasing laws, or else. Millions of nitpicking restrictions our nagging nanny state has decided us children must completely refrain from under any circumstance, or else receive severe punishment. Ridiculous things with no ill-affected party, such as the consumption of cannabis, a naturally growing plant that governments all over the world have deemed evil enough to cage you in prison for decades should you dare allow the weed's demon seed to take root in your soil. Such laws are nothing but anti-freedoms written by people so far above the law that they can write the laws. But surely we need some form of law and order, court system, and police protection, everyone cries out in knee-jerk unison. Here is all we need. Common law courts which settle lawful disputes between two affected parties regarding matters of injury, theft, or breach of contract. That is all. No state agents, district attorneys, or police enforcing statutes and codes, no maritime admiralty or other kangaroo courts. The only disputes which require the kind of mediation provided by courts and judges are those between two affected parties in the case of harm to one's person or property, theft, or breach of contract, the holy trinity of common law. Everything which requires court mediation falls within these three simple categories, and anything beyond or outside these categories are victimless crimes involving no injured party and have no business being called law. By eliminating these millions of laws and leaving only 3 would so drastically reduce the amount of court cases per district per year that they could be run very cheaply in a voluntarist society. Eliminating these millions of laws would also reduce the amount of people in prison by over 90%. America currently houses 25% of the world's prisoners, yet Americans themselves account for only 5% of the world population. Over 2 million in a population of 300 million, meaning almost 1% of the entire US population is currently living in cages, and over 90% of these for victimless crimes. The insane way these people are being treated is disgusting, and society has turned a collective blind eye to their plight. Meanwhile, the injustice system also goes to great lengths protecting truly evil people from receiving what they deserve. Recently in Thailand, a man shot and killed his wife point blank for ignoring him and chatting on Line Messenger too often. He then proceeded to kill his mother-in-law, and when his son came to investigate, he shot him too. He then fired another round in all of them to make sure they were dead. When his daughter came home, he contemplated killing her, but after much begging and pleading decided to spare her life and instead just stole her gold necklace to help finance his escape. When police finally caught him, they forced him to do a reenactment of the entire murder at the scene of the crime, as they always do here in Thailand, and 200 angry neighbors stormed in to try to hang him to death. It took 50 police officers to stop the 200 villagers from doing what all of them deemed just and necessary, which is banding together to end the life of this heartless psychopath who killed 3 members of their village. Had these 50 police state agents not been there to protect this murderer of innocent women and children from his enraged community, this spontaneously formed jury of 200 of his peers surely would have hung him or beat him to death. In a natural tribal society, that is certainly what would have happened. His community would have collectively decided his fate based on each member's willingness to forgive or to engage in some act or form of retribution. Now, instead, he will be taken through the modern criminal justice system, which means rather than being hung or stomped to death by his legitimately livid peers, he is protected and caged by government mafia thugs, while all affected parties are dragged through years of appeals, draining everyone's savings, waiting for the final judgment of some Freemason in a white powder wig and black dress, banging a wooden hammer, yammering on about order and honor. The entire thing is a corrupt farce, as for example, in the case of 8 and 9-year-old satanic ritual abuse victims Gabrielle and Alyssa Dearman. They are being raped and kidnapped by the very state police and social service workers who are supposed to be protecting them and pursuing justice. How can justice ever be served when the courts, lawyers, judges, and police are more corrupt than the average street criminals on trial? As I wrote in my book Asbestos, laws leave crime victims powerless to right their own wrongs the way they see fit, and instead pay and empower unaffected people to enforce standardized punishments. If someone lies to, steals from, cheats, kidnaps, rapes, or murders someone I know, then me, my friends, and my family deserve to deliver the punishment. Not only that, but in these intense situations, me, my friends, and my family do not want to sit still and wait for cops to do the best they can with what the law provides. We're going to do the best we can with what God provides and use our God-given freedom to enforce our own ethics, whether it's retribution or forgiveness. Justice should be whatever just us decide. Suppose I watch you kill my daughter. The law says for me to leave you be, call the police, collect evidence, consult a lawyer, then testify to a box of peers who will hopefully lock you away through years of appeals until finally you get the death penalty or die of old age. If instead I do the natural thing in such a situation and kill you myself, then it's your daughter's turn to collect evidence, consult the lawyer, testify to a box of peers, who'll keep me in and out of appeals, each one feeding the system, paying police and judicial employee paychecks, greasing those greedy wheels of statist justice with years of our grief, just for doing the just thing. Furthermore, suppose I watch you kill my daughter, and instead of wishing you dead, instead of pursuing retribution of some sort, suppose I wish to take the highest moral ground and end the cycle of suffering, to stop the continuation of evil with my unconditional forgiveness. Suppose I wish to pardon you from all punishment. I wish you no harm, and that your family need not grieve the way ours does. If after all this I actually wish for your forgiveness, We'll find it's against the law. I have to destroy evidence, consult a lawyer, then testify to a box of peers that it's all insanity. Forgive those umpteen sardines and send them home. We love everybody and we're so sorry. Please love us and leave us alone. Stop locking us up in courtrooms and let us determine our own misdemeanors, or at least give us forgiveness as an option. It is important to note, governments, just like countries, borders, laws, and other abstract concepts, do not actually exist. It sure seems like governments exist since they have the power to murder, steal from, or imprison their populations for whatever whims tickle their fancy, but in actual fact, they do not exist. Only people exist. People in fitted uniforms exist. Police, soldiers, politicians, prison guards, public school teachers, and welfare recipients exist. The people who work for and benefit from the system are the system. Without people willing to murder, steal from, or imprison their fellow brothers and sisters in the name of government, there is no government. What government would we have if no one showed up on election day? Who would shake us down if no one paid up on tax day? Who would brainwash our children if no one sent them to public schools? Who would fight foreign wars if no one would be a soldier? If people stopped working for the government would cease.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. First of all, I just wanted to say welcome. Thank you for coming. And this isn't a show. This is actually a workshop through New Earth University, part of our really amazing life-enhancing curriculum, in my opinion. And so greetings. Welcome into BB's digital classroom here. It's so nice to see, look at all these awesome, beautiful faces from around the world. I'm just going to briefly say that we have folks here from the UK, Australia, Canada, Slovenia, Jordan, France, Germany, United States, et cetera, all around the world. So how wonderful to be here for this amazing workshop. We're getting some feedback, yeah? So if you could mute your line, that would be lovely. And we are recording this workshop. So if you're not comfortable being on the screen the way I am right now, please feel free to just turn your video off, yeah? Okay. Okay. And also, all right. And Santi, we are recording at this time, correct? I think we are. Yes. Very good. Wonderful. Wonderful. So this is your UCC workshop with BB Bacchus, who's presently in the United Kingdom. And it's really about how to own your straw man. And I just want to say a few brief words, and then we're going to turn it over to BB. I've had the great pleasure to get to know BB in the last few months. I met her through Sasha, my dear friend and the founder of the New Earth Project and Humanitad. And I will say that BB is an extraordinary woman, soul of integrity and kindness and beauty to help people. She has been through a nightmare, in my opinion. And BB was incarcerated for a crime she did not commit. She was completely innocent, sentenced to 8 years. And every day, she wound up being there 7 years, 2 months. Every day in jail, she vowed that she would help people. She studied natural law. She studied the UCC in depth every single day. And then, of course, even once she got out, just barely 10 years ago, she has helped people, devoted her life to helping people to take back, quote, what is ours, which is our pure sovereignty. We are souls here to express what we've come here to do, yeah? So BB has been teaching this for a number of years on site, and she has agreed to bring her curriculum here to the New Earth University, so we're honored. She's in our faculty now of natural law, and she is our senior advisor, doing programs like this, 5-week immersion courses, etc., and offering mentoring as well to folks around the world. So I'm just gonna say this because I mean I happen to have a few doctoral degrees and it's all like, yeah, that's, you know, it's hard work, but I'm gonna say BB has a PhD in UCC. And what I mean by that is after studying over 7 years every single day, night and day about this, in my book, that's worth truly a PhD, whatever that is worth to you. I mean, it's an astounding amount of knowledge and wisdom that she has applied to helping others. So without further ado, I want to welcome BB Bacchus to our program today, this amazing workshop. It's going to be about 3 hours. Later on, BB will have a question and answer session. So please get out your pen and paper to take notes, ask questions when she is ready for that. Much love to you all. Thanks for being here. Over to you, BB.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone, or good afternoon, depends on what part of the world you're from. I'm here to enlighten, I would say, people that are very interested. You have to be someone who is on the same path of wanting to know the truth. The Uniform Commercial Code is what we're all are under. We have no laws. That is our law. No matter what country you're from, this started over 100 years ago, was put together for what's happening to us today. In the United Kingdom, it came on shore in 1954. Now, I say it's universal because each and every country have the same law, no matter what government or corporation you have. At the moment, we don't have governments, we have corporations. We have the straw man that was made from our birth certificate. Now, someone said to me, how could you own your straw man? Because it's not yours. Okay, they planned it very good because when you were in your mother's stomach, in the womb, you were in water. Then you came through the birth canal like shipping, and you came out to the dock. A doctor has delivered you. Okay. The Uniform Commercial Code and Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction applies to that. That's where it came from. They set it up so as soon as you're born, they make your parents register your birth. Now, when the birth is registered, what they did is they made another birth certificate with your name written in all block letters. Now, in the bounds of English grammar, you cannot write your name in block letters. It has to be high case and lowercase. Now, you were not told that you have a persona, another name. That was used by your government or corporation, take to the bank and borrow against it and invest the money. Now, every dime of that money belongs to you because that name is yours, but you didn't know and you don't know how to claim it. Now, the first thing that is really important is the straw man has to belong to you. So what you have to do is to, and the corporation, I wouldn't say government because in the United Kingdom, we don't have a government. We have a bankrupt corporation. And in the US, same thing. Most of the, all the countries in the world now is under the UCC because all your names on your contracts, your passports, everything is written in block letters. And then you sign to be a surety, to take responsibility. Now, you're doing that all your life without knowing that this straw man is what's making money for them to build the roads and invest in all kinds of stuff. They can afford to pay 300 billion to the EU. Where you think the money is coming from? From us. When they say taxpayers, is not money is coming from the wages that you make. That's a different set of money. On your birth certificate that they made, they have they form a trust. It's called a SISTQV trust or act. Okay, that was done in 1666, around the time the Magna Carta was written. Now that is still in force, and I know that for a fact. Now that trust has hundreds of millions, and it belongs to you. So what you need to do, the first thing we have to do is on the course I'll be teaching, it's to how to own your straw man, how it should belong to you and not to whoever made it. You will have to file a UCC1 financing statement. I don't care which country you're in, it's all the same thing. The governments or the corporations will tell you, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, but they do know. In the United States, every single state has a Secretary of State office with a UCC filing office. You file your UCC1 financing statement. There's a way of filling it in, and then there's an addendum. So on the UCC1 financing statement, you will see the debtor and the secured party. Now, you are never, ever the debtor. You are the creditor because it's your money they're using. So they are the debtor and you're the creditor. So on the UCC financing statement, it's very simple and it tells you where to put your name as the debtor, where to put your name as the secured party or the creditor. Now, there's an addendum to that as well. If you have properties, you can put all that in your UCC financing statement. Now, the straw man is what they call it's something that's spiritually dead and have no soul. And that is what the block letter's name is spiritually dead and have no soul. They call it the straw man. Okay, nobody ever told you that you have a straw man, ever. So now people are getting to find out, hey, we have the straw man, it belongs to us. Why weren't we told? So the next part of my class would be the UCC financing statement already set up for you, the whole harmless and indemnity agreement, that goes with the UCC financing statement. Excuse me. Sorry.
While we're waiting for BB, Deli, oh, you got it. Deli, I was going to say, mute your line. Thanks so much. Okey-doke.
Please leave your message after the tone.
Sorry about that.
For calling.
Okay. Where was I? Yeah. So I do the whole harmless and indemnity agreement. Then you get rescinding of your signatures. From the time they didn't tell you that you have a straw man and they're making money from it and you've been signing papers, you have to get your signatures rescinded. And that signature rescinding document goes to all government agencies, police department, the FBI, the CIA, whoever you want to send it to. Okay, you get a whole harmless, you get a power of attorney in fact for your straw man. You get a non-corporate status stating that you're not part of this corporation. Is very, very self-explanatory on that, on all of them. You get a document to show how to send them an invoice. You get a copyright information for your name, a 4-page copyright, and you get there you get the copyright, and then you get the 4-page security agreement is sending to somebody when they use your name without your permission when you tell them not to, because you have your copyright and you have your UCC filing. Now, about the UCC, it's a set of codes was set up, well, millions of them, codes and statutes. Because we're sovereigns, sorry, excuse me. I'm in a class, please hang up. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, when you get your the UCC really is to make you own back your straw man. You have to own it to be able to get out of the commerce of the Admiralty Maritime Jurisdiction. Okay? So what you have to do is you have to learn the system, how it works. Court systems, all these systems are under the UCC. When you go into a court, you're going in there and you leave your constitutional rights outside the door, because when you walk in there, the judge only is recognizing your straw man. He's not recognizing you as a sovereign with your name high case and lowercase. Okay? So when you go in there and you mention the Constitution, the judge will say to you, I don't know what you're talking about. It does not apply in my courtroom. And that goes everywhere, even here in England. Now, under the UCC, they made all these codes and statutes, but it does not apply to us because we are not fiction. That applies to fiction. We are sovereigns. We have flesh and blood. So what they do is they make your name in fiction because cooperation cannot interact with fiction, with real. So they made you into a corporation by naming you in all block letters. So when they're interacting with you, they have to interact with the all block letters. They cannot interact with the real person. And they make you responsible for the fiction without telling you. You sign as a surety for the fiction. When you go to the bank and you have a checkbook, at the top of it has your address and name in block letters. At the bottom where you sign, you cannot see it, but in there has authorized representative where your signature is. So you're signing as authorized representative for the name in block letters. So this straw man is our main problem in our life. Everything is controlled under the straw man. Your name written in block letters. If you have a document come from official, Your name will be in block letters, and at the bottom, they will be addressing you in high case and low case. That's telling you here, you're taking responsibility for this without knowing. So I have a few things I wanted to read to you. Okay.
Phoebe,
Yes.
apologies for interrupting. A few people are writing to me. Is it possible that that beeping noise could be stopped before you go on? Thanks so much.
To delete all old messages, press delete. All old messages deleted.
Wonderful.
You've joined a circle that can never be broken. Brotherhood.
I usually just unplug mine, but I don't know if you can. Okay, wonderful.
I think
Thanks.
it's connected to my computer. Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on.
No rush, no rush. Take your time.
Let me just, sorry about this.
That's okay. Some people are just joining in a little bit late anyways. So welcome in to those that just joined.
Is that okay? I unplug it. Okay.
Thanks, Phoebe.
Sorry about that. Okay. Under the UCC, an accommodating party is one who signs commercial paper in any capacity for the purpose of lending his name, which is your credit, to another party to instrument. Such party is a surety. UCC 3-419. Under that, you are an accommodating party. When you sign something, a ticket or a bank account or anything, you're signing for them to be able to go into your account and take money every time you make your signature. Anything you do, parking tickets, speeding tickets, all that, you're an accommodating party according to the UCC, and they're getting paid. When you sign a traffic ticket, you're accommodating party to the instrument. You are the source of all credit for the party whose name appears in the driver's license in your possession. You then provide the trade name with value your entire life because you don't know that this is what they're doing to you. Okay? Then there's information that you can write to them as well. Okay, this one is very interesting. All tradable securities under your straw man have a QSIP number. Before it can be offered to investors, birth certificates and national insurance numbers, social security applications are converted into government securities, assigned a QSIP number, grouped into bundles, and then are marketed as mutual fund investments. And this is the fact, is not something that has just come out of the air. Okay. Upon maturity, the profits are moved into a government SISTQV trust. And if you're still alive, the certified documents are reinvested. It is funds contained in this SISTQ trust that the judge, clerk, and county prosecutors are really after or interested in. This trust pays for all your debts. And nobody tells you that because the elite consider those assets to be their property, and the government is responsible for the management of those investments. So they use your money under the SISTQB trust. And they don't tell you. You have to pay whatever the insurance and everything else you have to pay out of your wages. In the United Kingdom, all national insurance, medical, and in the US, everything under the health service, free bus pass, etc., are all financed by the trust. The government makes you pay taxes and a portion of your wages to pay for these services. which they can take anytime for any reason, since they cannot access the 60QB trust to finance their wars or to bail out Wall Street. Okay? The public is encouraged to purchase all kinds of insurance. All these things are under the UCC, and it's using your straw man. The public is encouraged to purchase all kinds of insurance protection, when in fact the trust pays for all physical damages, medical costs, new technology, and death benefits. The hype to purchase insurance is a ploy to keep us in poverty and profit off our stupidity, because the Vatican owns the controlling interest in all insurance companies. You may receive a monthly statement from a mortgage company, loan company, or utility company, which usually has already been paid by the trust. All of these corporate businesses double dip and hope you have been brainwashed enough by their fraud to pay it a second time. Instead of paying the statement next time, sign it approved and mail it back to them. If they contact you, ask them to send you a commercial true bill. So I'm going to explain. When you get a bill from the mortgage company, the light company, the water company, the telephone company, you don't get it's just a statement. And according to the UCC, a statement, when you receive it, has already been paid. But a commercial true bill is what is owed. So they would not send you a commercial true bill because it is not owed. Okay? Yeah, that's what I explained this. I typed this up for your interest. It says, let me explain. A statement documents that was due and paid, whereas a true bill is only what is due. So that is why when you get statements, I think most of the countries have to be the same way. At the back of the statement shows how to pay. That was already paid. You send it back and says, please send me a commercial true bill. They have to send it on the penalty of perjury. And that is the law. They have to send it to you. Okay. You own your property. You have to pay taxes on your property. As a sovereign, the land is yours. It is not the government's, the corporations, or anybody. It's yours. You bought and you have your house on the land. They own the land. Mostly the United Kingdom, the Queen owns land everywhere. So the land is not owned by you. So you have to pay taxes. When you pay the taxes, you're paying for the land that you're on. So there is something called an allodial title. When you file it, the allodial title, which will be given in the class, the formula how to file it, very simple. You file it and then you put them a notice that this land is now yours, because that is the law. And the allodial title is, when you file it, is your land. You do not have to pay taxes on it anymore. You're exempt from paying the taxes. But they bully you because they know that you don't know. They know that we're ignorant of the law and we don't know. Okay. The HMRC in England and the IRS all over the world and in England, the IRS is here too. They are not government agencies. They are a corporation and they collect money all over the world for the Queen. United Kingdom. In America, you have the IRS is in Puerto Rico. It is not in America. Their head office is in Puerto Rico. The people in Puerto Rico do not pay any taxes. The citizens of Puerto Rico. The money is collected and sent to the Philippines. The Philippines is owned by the British government. That country is owned by the government, and it's owned by the US. US is part of the government. You have no law. You have commercial law under contract under the Uniform Commercial Code. Lots of people are not very familiar with the Uniform Commercial Code, but that is the code that have us all in poverty with our straw man. The straw man is our problem. We have to own it. If we do not own the straw man, we will forever be voluntary slaves. And if we don't get together and do this between ourselves, spread it everywhere, then we would not be out of bondage, because we still are there in bondage. Okay. Your court system all over the world is the same thing. Here, we don't have courts. We have business centers. In America, it's the same thing. America, we don't have courts. We have military courts. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, they are conducting business. The judge is a banker. I don't care which country he's in or from. They collect money. They're the bank. You're going into a bank when you go into a court system. Okay. Since we're not in the common law in the courts, you're in admiralty, maritime jurisdiction, shipping. We are considered vessels under the UCC, moving objects. But all this stuff we don't know, because we think, okay, we sign in our name, fill your name up in block letters and with black pen. Do you know the reason why they're asking us to do that? Is because in block letters, you're spiritually dead, and the black pen stands for being dead. So that's why they're asking you to fill everything up in block letters. There's a way of signing your name without liability under the Uniform Commercial Code. You can sign by order of your name in block letters, by your name in high case and lowercase, authorized representative, or agent. Once you take back your straw man, you have control over everything. You can make your own rules. You're a sovereign at birth with flesh and blood. You're not a corporation. A straw man has made you into a corporation. The movie Wizard of Oz was done in 1906 and again in 1939. And the Wizard of Oz is there to explain to you what they're doing to us all our lives.
Yo, the
When
real.
I was a little girl, my
Can you hear me
grandparents
now?
and my parents put our names in Bibles.
Yeah, for some reason I couldn't
Now
hear
you
you
have to
guys.
register your
Yeah, well, I
name
was trying to tell you
because they
earlier
want to use
that
it.
there's money to be made on ABT.
They want to use it to make money.
Right.
And I know it's to make
ABT,
money.
A as in apple, B
Now when you
as
go
in
into a
boy,
court,
T
okay,
as in Tom.
you're in admiralty.
There's some
The
new
military
coin on
flag
Coinbase,
in
and
America,
it's
when I was
been
in court,
moving.
the military flag and the state flag. Now, the military flag tells you, as you walk in the door, you leave your constitution rights outside because there's none, it's been suspended. And the military flag is telling you you're under the Uniform Commercial
I
Code
couldn't hear you.
because this is the flag you're under the law of this flag.
Yeah,
Now, when I asked the judge why
I mean,
we
it
have to stand
started
in the
at like
courtroom with a military
at
flag,
9 cents, and it's all
I
the
am
way up
not
to
a
like 20
military
something,
member.
26,
But
24, 26.
everyone that does that, and take notice of their flags in their
I'm just
courtrooms,
getting in and
they
out
tell
on it.
you what you're under, what law you're
And
under.
I was trying to tell Rand
That's
too,
why
but
the
I like you said, I
but
couldn't
it's
hear you
not.
guys, and you guys
It doesn't apply
could
to
hear me.
books
But
from your constitution. In the
you
United
see what I'm talking
States
about? You checking it out?
and Australia and all these countries where the Queen have a hand in
Yeah.
it, it's the same thing. All over the world is the Uniform Commercial Code, contract law, people, contract. Now, with contracts, you have to agree fully, face to face or verbally. You have to agree on the contract. Someone will
Shit, I
say,
ain't got nothing to do, so I just,
would you like to
you
have
know,
this phone
play with
for
it.
this
There's
business
nothing
to
else
do
going on,
that?
so I was playing
And
with
there's
the ADT.
telemarketing. Those contracts are illegal. There is legal and lawful. Lawful is de jure. Legal is de facto.
Trying to collect me little
Matter of law, but it's
pieces
not
here and
law.
there. Make me some money.
Okay. You get by, okay, when you go into the court, you're in admiralty and they get jurisdiction.
Right now,
to
if you
arrest
find
you.
anything that's up and moving up and down like a lot, that's the only chance to make money right now.
Don't use the proper process. And they need to trick you, deceive, and
Shit, I've been
pressurize you
doing
to
it
whatever they need to do to have
since
us make a
7:30.
mistake to give them personal jurisdiction over you.
Try to catch it go down like between 17 and 19 and sell at like 22, 24.
Defendant, and we start acting in any capacity on the merits of the charges or by taking on the persona of a different vessel. There's a lot more to this, and I think you should get the gist about prisons for profit.
If I can make a couple $100 on this sucker, I'll be good.
All they want is
You
your
know,
straw man.
throw it on the other
Once
one.
they get the straw man and you agree and sign, they have hundreds and hundreds of millions of pounds to make off you. Now, they commit fraud. And fraud is an intentional perversion of the truth for the purpose of inducing another, in reliance upon it, to part with some valuable thing belonging to him or her, or to surrender a legal right, a false representation of a matter of fact, whether by words or by conduct, by false or misleading allegations, or by concealing of that which should have been disclosed, which deceives and is intent to deceive another, that he shall act upon it to his legal injury. That is fraud. And there's fraud everywhere, all over the world. I think maybe I would say 10,000 people might know about this stuff. Everybody else, they're committing fraud to. Every single voluntary slave, all of us. Adhesion contract is a very, very good piece of document, and you can find it in the Black's Law Dictionary. It says and this happens every day to people. A standard form contract prepared by one party to be signed by the party in a weaker position, usually a consumer, who adheres to the contract with little choice of the terms. Some sets of trade and professional forms are extremely one-sided, grossly in favoring one interesting group against another, and are commonly referred to as an contract of adhesion. From weakness in bargaining position, ignorance or indifference, unfavored parties are willing to enter transactions controlled by these lopsided legal documents. And one of these things are your bills, your light bill, your water bill. You have no choice because you want it. But wanting it, not knowing that it is yours, it belonged to you. The water company used your money to develop this stuff. The people that makes the highway belongs to you. Your straw man has given them the money under the UCC to make these things. They develop all kinds of technology. It's yours. The car company, all the cars, you can go in and get your car without having to pay. because your money is there. Hundreds of millions is there for you, and it is your money. Don't let anybody tell you that, no, this is not lawful. I will go to jail. If you know the system, you will not go to jail. If I knew the system before, I would have never been there, ever. But I got there and I wanted to know how they did. So the UCC was the thing and the straw man. Those are the things that get us into trouble all the time. They could take you anytime they want. Now let me tell you a little bit of the United States. The United States is 14 square miles of Washington, D.C. It's in the UCC book. That is the location of the United States. When you tell someone you're going to the United States, you're not going. You're going to the Republic of New York or the Republic of Connecticut. We have 52 republic states. Under the UCC, they make the rules that they want to make. They made them into states. They file bankruptcy, and they have 52 states as the subsidiaries for their bankruptcy. They make us all kinds of codes and statutes under the UCC. The UCC have millions of codes and statutes. We don't come under any of those. Our straw man does. And if the straw man is still theirs, then you have to answer for it. Okay, let's talk about the banking system and the UCC. The bank never lends you any money. That I know as a fact. When you go in to get a mortgage, the bank take your good credit, how much you earn, and they approve the mortgage. So the bank lends you 100,000. Okay. You sign all the documents, and the bank tells you it will be ready in 3 days. I think the majority of banks. In 3 days' time, you'll be able to close your loan for your house. So what happens then, the next day, with your signature, they go into your trust fund and they get paid. That I know for a fact. Because when I call one bank, I send them some information and I call them, and they said they cannot answer because it's sensitive material. How could it be sensitive? It's to do with you. You're supposed to answer those questions. The banks don't. They just ignore you. You call them. He says, okay, sensitive material. I can't answer that. They had to sign under penalty of perjury. Now, what they do, they get paid. So now they come around and they give you the forms that you sign, made you a renter for 25 years, and that's legalese because the English language is very perverted. Now, legalese is what they use in the courtroom too. So they sign, and then they says, you need to sign here, and this is your monthly payment. What they should have done is to take the monthly payment and give it right back to you because you are the creditor for that loan that they just got for you. So they are committing fraud. Let me just quickly read a little bit of, yeah. Okay, aside from the promissory note, the bank's mortgage and loan agreement with the customer is actually fraud, and the bank perpetrates the fraud by non-disclosure. Now, all that is fraud. They're stealing from us. This is what your mortgage or loan company says after you decipher all the legalese, which is the legal wording. You are the buyer of the house, also known as the principal. Bring to the mortgage agreement, which is not a mortgage contract. The most important thing, your good credit, and you sign a promissory note and a fee simple deed, which, by the way, just paid off your property in full. So what they do, they go get your money. The bank now put before you another form, which you sign without knowing that you sign a rental agreement, allowing the bank to service the accounts for the next 20 years with you as a tenant. And the principal, which is where the fraud comes in. The job is to collect the principal and interest from the renter return it to the principal, that is you, because you are the principal and creditor for that money. The customer, did they disclose this to you in simple terms? No, they never did. And they wouldn't. Because why would they? They don't have any money. They wait for you to go into the bank and put your money. You gave them monthly mortgage payment checks or rent checks. They are supposed to give the money back to the principal and interest back to the principal. That is you as per their agreement. Unbelievable, isn't it? It is the agreement they just gave you to sign. That's what that is. To cover the true agreement you enter in by using legalese, the banks can say we offered you equal protection. But they state they give you full disclosure without lying and stealing anything. And you and I don't know how to decipher their legalese code. So depending on our advisors, loan officers, attorneys, mom, dad, teachers, and overall society conditioning, we believe we owe this money. We just say it makes sense. We owe them, they gave us money, but they didn't give us nothing. We pay it because we believe through ignorance, misunderstanding, and less than full disclosure that we owe this money. Yet the agreement does not say this. So what they do on the proper agreement, they've made the printing so fine that you cannot see it. And you don't have the time to read it. You're too busy doing your thing. I want to get my house. I want to get this money. I'm not going to ruffle anybody's feathers. So next time you go for a loan, you ask the bank to print that back part of your agreement in big letters, large letters, so you can read it. Okay. There is also the debt collectors. They come after you. All this stuff is under contract law. They do their own thing under the UCC. Every single law that's out there is contract. It has nothing to do with being a sovereign under the common law, flesh and blood, because they are controlling your straw man. Your name in block letters is being controlled all over the world. No matter what country you come from, people are going to say, oh, well, it doesn't apply in my country. You have a passport with your name in block letters. You have a driver's license with your name in block letters. You have a president who's head of a corporation. It's all under the Uniform Commercial Code. It does not come under sovereignty. Never comes under that because we are not under that. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about contracts and the money that's out there. Long ago, the United States dollars was a yes with two strokes. Now it's a yes with one stroke, like a Mexican peso. The United Kingdom pound sign was a pound sign with two strokes across. Now it's one. What does that tell us? It tells us that we don't have any money. There's nothing backing it. It's all under the Uniform Commercial Code. Under the common law, every contract must be entered knowingly, voluntary, and intentionally by both parties, or it is void and unenforceable. But we go ahead and sign because, or tell them, yes, okay, I'm going to contract with you because we don't know our rights. We need to start asserting our rights. We need to learn it and we need to know what to do when they come after you. These are characteristics of common law contract. There is another characteristic. It must be based on substance. For example, contracts used to read for $1 and other valuable considerations, I will paint your house, etc. That was a valid contract. The dollar was a genuine silver dollar. Not suppose you wrote a contract that said, for one Federal Reserve note and other considerations, I will paint your house. A Federal Reserve note is not backed by anything, only what you buy. Now, a Federal Reserve note, according to the Uniform Commercial Code, under United States Code 165G, a Federal Reserve note is worthless securities. Check it out. It is not worth the paper it's printed on. Now, when I was in Florida, and even now, you get a bill. I receive a bill when I learn the system from the water company. And the bill says paid in US dollars only. Now, how many of us would look at the bill saying to pay in US dollars? So what I did, I sent it back and I says, I am sorry, but I do not have United States dollars. It's out of circulation. So I did not pay the bill. And that is how they send it to you. It never said Federal Reserve note. It says United States dollars on the bill. Pay in US dollars only. So I sent it back and I says, until you can provide me with the Federal Reserve, with the United States dollars, I will pay the bill. So I stopped paying the bill because they don't have the US dollars. And that is money backed by gold. So keep an eye on your bills when they come in. That's what they do to you. They know we do not know, so they know that we're not going to see what they're doing. Okay. It says it must be based on substance. For example, contracts used to read $1 for valuable considered. I paint your house. Okay, I finish it. I suppose, for example, I painted your house the wrong color. Could you go into a common law court and get justice? No, you could not. You see, a Federal Reserve note is a colorable dollar and it has no substance. And in a common law jurisdiction, that contract would be unenforceable. So when they pay you in Federal Reserve notes, or they give you a check, what they used to do in the States and here, put a line through it and says, accepted for value and exempt from levy, and deposit it into your account. In every bank has an IRS agent and they have an account there. So you deposit it into the bank and it's like bartering. You do not have to pay taxes. It's bartering. Bartering, you don't have to pay. So they cut that out completely. Okay, under colorable money. The word colorable means something that appears to be genuine but is not. Maybe it looks like $1 and maybe it spends like $1, but if you're not redeemable for lawful money, silver or gold, it is colorable. If a Federal Reserve note is used in a contract and the contract becomes a colorable contract, and colorable contracts must be enforced under a colorable jurisdiction, which is under the Uniform Commercial Code. So by creating Federal Reserve notes, the government had to create a jurisdiction to cover the kinds of contracts that use them. We now have what is called statutory jurisdiction, which is not a genuine admiralty jurisdiction. It is a colorable admiralty jurisdiction. The judges are enforcing because they're using colorable money. Colorable admiralty is now known as statutory jurisdiction. Let's see how we get under the statutory jurisdiction. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, the government set up a colorable law system to fit the colorable currency. It used to be called the law merchant or the law of redeemable instruments because it dealt with paper which is redeemable in something of substance. But once Federal Reserve notes had become unredeemable, there had to be a system of law which was completely colorable from start to finish. This system of law was codified as the Uniform Commercial Code. That has adopted in every state, in every country in the world. This is colorable law and it is used in all the courts and everything else that you interact with. the keys, I explained one of the keys earlier, which is that the country is bankrupt and we have no rights. If the master says jump, then the slave had better jump because the master has the right to cut his head off. As slaves, we have no rights. But the creditors' masters had to cover that up, so they created a system of law called the Uniform Commercial Code. This colorable jurisdiction under the Uniform Commercial Code is the next key to understanding what has happened. One difference between common law and the Uniform Commercial Code is that in common law, contracts must be entered knowingly, voluntary, intentionally. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, that is not so. First of all, contracts are necessary. Under this new law, agreements can be binding only if you exercise the benefits of an agreement. It is presumed or implied that you intend to do so. Okay. Okay, let's talk about the IRS. I know lots of people have, the IRS is all over the world, no matter what country. They are there. The UK, US, and all governments will be mentioned of the Fair Debt Collection Practice Act. The HMRC and the IRS is not part of the government. So HMRC, IRS are bound by the restraints of the Fair Debt Collection Practice Act, just like any other non-government debt collectors. Government don't pay taxes and they don't pay tax and they don't pay rent. The IRS pays rent and they pay taxes and they paid bills. They are under a corporation. The IRS is British. It is a British agency. They are violating the Foreign Registration Act of 1938. There are foreign agents in our countries. In England, there is no law that shows you that you have to pay taxes. You ask them for the law and they don't have it. But I am going to step on you and squish you if you don't pay it. I don't have to show you the law. The Uniform Commercial Code sets the codes and the statutes. When someone writes to you and says, under this statute, so and so, under this law, you let them know I am not under that. I am a sovereign and I own my straw man. It is mine. It is not yours to use. And you need to write and tell them if you use it, because I will be giving the class all the paperwork already typed up, what to send them. Under the Uniform Commercial Code, you write to them, you tell them, I am not the straw man. The straw man is my property. I own it. Okay. You let them know that it is yours, and your copyright will tell them how much your fee is for using it. I know that the FBI and all these people with their copyright tell you, you copyright my stuff and I'm going to fine you so much. That is your job to do as well, as a sovereign, owning your copyright and letting them know. I will also provide how you should do your invoice under the UCC. And they have to, some people will say, oh, I don't know anything about that, never heard of it. Of course not. They never heard of it. Because they don't want to acknowledge. Okay. HMRC banks, councils, counties, collection agencies. When big brother henchmen come calling, they should grant you full importance and respect for the sovereign that you are. Example, for knowing that all your actions are self determined, and for knowing exactly what you are doing and whom you're doing it with. You see, all governments, quasi government actors are just out there beating the bushes, scaring up business. It is fully expected that you, the sovereign, aware of this fact. Giving you an education, civics, and current events, national bankruptcy, non substance commercial script for currency sham government, occupation by foreign military officers, unconscionable co-suretyship obligations, for the death of the United States, UK, and all parts of the world, is not part of their job description. Therefore, whenever you enter an entrance exchange, with a de facto government, which is what we all have, officer, you provide tacit consent and execute the contract established thereby. Government's paramount objective, above all others, is acquisition of your wealth, money, and property assets. This phenomena is no different than walking into a restaurant, examining the menu, and then placing an order. When approached by the waitress, it is expected that you know what you're doing, that you know that you're fully liable for the meal you order and consume. They come and they tell you, this is what you have to do. You have to pay me. You have to do this. You have to do that. You have to have this contract. If not, you're not going to get no water. You're not going to get no lights. The light company, you can have your own meter. There is companies, private companies that sells the electric meter. As a sovereign, you don't have the contract with these people. You have to get out of the contract. You have to get out of all these things that they have under the Uniform Commercial Code. Now, what they do is, here in London, the HMRC, as I know, is a corporation. They want you as a business person, most times, to self-assess yourself. Why would you want to do that? If they want to know how much money you're making, let them come and look at your books. The books you have to show them. You don't have to declare what you make. It is yours. Your labor is not supposed to be taxed. It is not a law, and they cannot show you that law. So when they come knocking at your door or write to you, what they do, they scare you. They spit out these letters, the IRS, and they says, oh, you owe me, your income tax is not correct, so you owe me another $1,500. So then you look at it and you says, oh dear, maybe my income tax is not correct. So you call and you look at it and you think, no, I don't owe them that much. Then you call them up and you says, I don't owe you that much. Straight away, you owe. You don't owe them. They just send you that bill. So what they do, they scam you. They tell you, oh, you owe this. It's not correct. And you're scared because they're nasty. But if we have more people on earth that will fight against them, they cannot do this to us. We can live a normal life as a sovereign and we can barter. But what they did is they make all these deeds restriction on your property. You cannot plant. They do all this under this fiction that they made up, under your straw man, because they're controlling the straw man. I sent some of my students to go to the bank and resign their signatures on in their contract with the bank when they open the account. If you sign by order of all block letters, by high case and low case, authorized representative on your bank agreement, no one can go in your account and take any money. Nobody. The bank is responsible. And that is put into practice also. Here with my students, every one of them. Now, on the birth certificate, your mother became an informant under the UCC. They have all this stuff under the straw man. She's an informant. She informed them that she had you. So now you became a ward of the state. They have control over your children. They can come in your home and take your child and put the child in a home, saying you are abusing the child. You cannot discipline your children. You cannot do anything with them. Here in England, there was recently a baby had some kind of a brain disease and he could come to America. Even President Trump asked if they would send him here. The judge decided no. Now, who's the judge to tell you you can't take your child for medical treatment to another country? Now you see how it works. They have control over the child and the parents didn't know. So they denied and the child died. It's a mitochondria treatment the child was coming to England, to America for, and they denied. So that is the reason. People want to know, how can they come in my home and take my child and put the child in a home? I didn't abuse my child, but they get money on the child from the child's trust fund. Then they go around and ask the parent to provide money as well. So under the UCC, all these things are covered. Contract law, fiction, everything is fiction. Everything. Everything that they send you. Okay? Now, about parking charge notices. You get a charge for parking. Now, who did you hurt when you park? And who are you paying this money to? For you to have to pay a fine of any sort or give money to someone, you have to hurt somebody. It has to be you had an accident with someone and they get hurt, and then there's this compensation between you and that person. But when you park your car somewhere, why do you have to pay? You own the roads. You own the highways. Your money made it from your straw man, from your trust fund. Now, I know the trust fund exists. I know for a fact it does. And I know for a fact that you don't have to pay that ticket. When I received my first ticket here in England, I wrote them and I said, I'm sorry, but the name you address is my property and it's spiritually dead and have no soul. And they didn't, I said, you have no permission to use it. The fine is £250,000 every time you use it. They refused to answer. So after 14 days, I sent them a default letter. And I told them, you are now in default and I consider this matter discharged. 5 days later, I receive a letter from them stating that this account is closed and I don't owe. So it just goes to show that it does work. But you just have to let them know that you know. You have to let them know. Someone said, the straw man is not ours. Why should we own it? How can we own it? Yes, it's ours. They made it for us so they can make money off us. We are voluntary slaves. We're still slaves. Now you're in the stock market selling. They're selling you in the stock market. All of us. So we all need to get together and do something about it. Okay. The copyright notice is telling them, it's 4 pages you will be getting at the class, and it tells them what you're going to do to them if they use your name in detail. Everything that they own will be yours. And it's a a simple way to get it, and that will be taught in the class. Very simple. You also get a power of attorney, which is a truth affidavit. An affidavit of non-corporate status. Now, these things are affidavit because under the UCC, it is only recognized if it's in affidavit form. If you go to a notary, it has to be a proper notary, not a commercial notary. There's different notaries in your countries. You can go to a priest and he can notarize your signature. I find that they hold a priest notification in high standard. Why, I don't know. But that is how they do it. Okay, I just want to tell you a little bit Okay, I did this. It's a declaration and treaty of peace to the world. To all my friends who want to make a change, thank you for joining me to make a difference to our world. Sovereign. I exist as a sovereign being. My authority for this contract is the all-age, timeless, and universal respect for the intrinsic power, property, and responsibilities of sovereign being. I choose to comply with the principles of mutual respect, which serve to bring harmony to society. I have sovereign immunity, and therefore my power to contract and enforce contracts is unlimited unless I infringe on the rights of others. Sovereign nation, I operate under a generic entity named BB Bacchus, made in my own image, which I give life and power to. I act in the capacity of a foreign nation without subjects who rules autonomously, and I am not subject to any entity or jurisdiction anywhere. I am a creditor, hereinafter creditor, of the respondent listed below are exempt from levy and from any entity. A sovereign person, I use an artificial entity called BB Bacchus, high case, an image of BB Bacchus, to conduct commercial businesses and to interface with other legal fictions in regard to contracts, transactions, negotiations, and judgments. A respondent persons are artificial entities created by spiritual beings for participating in commerce. The following are legal persons and artificial entities called private corporations: United Nations and its sub-corporation, International Monetary Fund, Federal Reserve Banks, and all other registered corporations on planet Earth. Finally, natural persons, spiritual beings who have to relinquish their power and authority to an artificial entity of their own creation, which they must now obey. Okay, and there's much more to go with this. But what it's saying is here that we are conducting business under a straw man, right, regarding contracts, transactions, negotiations, and judgments. Okay, because we did not know. But now if you know, then you have to make a change. If not, we will never have a change. Someone said, how can you tell one person and make a change? It can make a change. It can change worlds, one person, by telling everybody else that they meet. Okay. Essentials of a contract, and I think you guys have a copy of. Did they, Nancy? Contract laws. Essentials.
Is that one of the 5 you sent through?
Yes, yes.
Yeah,
Yes, you guys have that. Okay. Now you must read this because it's very important when you're doing contract. What contracts? That contract I told you about, the adhesion contract, it's very important because that's what the most companies gave us an adhesion contract. You have no power. You just have to pay because you want to get water. You want to go. There are companies that sell electric. Go get some water. No, I don't pay. It is your electricity under your phone. It is not there. They're using it. Conduit is like electricity. You get it from your storeman. The storeman gives you permission to do everything that you have to do on behalf of the storeman. Okay. So a conduit is a transmitting utility. It transmits energy from your storeman. It is very, very complicated the way these people put the stuff together. You would never believe that this applies.
What are you asking for, baby?
Your name in my case is no case, which is the real solvent person. Is the credit. The debtor is your name written in block letters.
No, I'm not. I'm dead serious about that. I done gave you some pop.
Okay.
You think I'm playing about that or something? Well, calm down, man. You keep saying the same thing. What make you think if I said no, I'm going to do it now? Why would I do it right now if I just said no already? I'm asking. I mean, no. Why would I? It's a question. Why would I do it when I just told you no? Why? What would make me do it right now? Why? I'm asking. Why? What would make me do it right now? There's no reason.
So they use it.
You didn't even drink the water yet. You drank the pop, right? Did you share that pop? Okay. Drink some water. Y'all don't drink no water for real. Y'all wasting. When you drink that one, then we'll work on the next one with some juice in it. Drink that one first, though. Drink that. I'm not playing. Drink that. You want some juice? That go for Julie too. Drink that water. Don't ask for nothing else to drink. Yeah, I'm some fucking like I'm just dumb or something, man.
Why don't you read the first assignment. So when you copyright the name, it's going to be copyright common law autograph. It's not going to be signature. Now, something very important. Under the security, if you send someone under the security agreement that I have when you send someone the username, tell them don't use this, you tell them yes, perfect and then you send them an invoice. So you send them the first page security, telling them what you're going to do. And on that security agreement, after in the last page, you see what you see right from
Hello? What's happening? I'm not.
Wake up, D-Wave. It's not that time yet.
What? I'm up. I'm playing with ABT, man.
Nah, we knew you were taking a nap. Acting like you're working.
Gee, I've been what are you talking about?
Oh yeah, it's Sunday, huh? I forgot. I'm having
Church day. Sunday church day. What you up to?
Yeah. Got home from your mom's house.
What's that?
Just got home from your mom's house.
Oh. Yeah, took her out for breakfast.
Hell no, you know I don't wake up that early.
Fucking asshole. She said you an asshole. You came by and didn't take her for dim sum.
Man, I don't eat that early. Breakfast anyway.
Shit, then what the hell are you doing over there so Yeah, I'm at Firestone getting my truck alive and nothing.
Got some new tires.
You get some of that pop?
Oh
You
yeah?
had some of that pop too?
Hell yeah, and they fucking scraped the shit out of one of my rims.
She ain't had none?
You made him pay?
Yeah.
They're supposed to order a new one to replace it, but yeah, the fucking the tire machine, the mountain machine, the arm of it fucking gouged like a fucking like 16 inches around my rim, bro. Like a big, like 20 inches really, like halfway around the rim.
God damn.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Like I was gonna say, like just give me a discount before I seen it, and I was like, after I seen it, I was like, yeah, good thing I didn't say shit. But hell, if they're probably gonna, if they're buying a new wheel, I mean, they might be able to find one for a good one off of a total vehicle or some shit, and that's probably what they'll get. But like, they're probably still gonna spend $300 on one wheel.
Yeah. If anything, they get tax write-off anyway. And discount tax incentive too.
Yeah, I mean, they could have gave me half off. I would have lived with that for sure. It was $600 for 2 tires. Got them good tires.
Some shit, man.
Yeah,
Somebody didn't know how to work the machine. That's
something. I could tell he was a rookie when he come inside to ask me which tires were going in the trash when I had them order 2 tires to match the front tires, but couldn't figure out which tires fucking match. I'm like, motherfucker, I ordered in 2 BF Goodwrench so I could have a matching set. Now, which ones do you think go in the trash, bro? The ones that aren't fucking BF Goodwrench, obviously. Like I literally have tires on the front that have like fucking 1,000 miles on them, bro.
God damn.
And he had to question which ones were old.
That's crazy. He's a rookie.
You should ask the customer before you do it, like just to make sure, you know, the customer don't want anything crazy, but like it's pretty obvious. I had some, before I bought the vehicle, put some, replaced 2 tires, not 4, giving me a mismatched set. But they put some lion head tires on the truck. And I don't deal with off-brand shit, so I bought 2 BF Goodwrench last oil change to replace the Michelins. And then this time I bought 2 BF Goodwrench to replace the lion head tires. But man, they fucking ride so fucking good, bro. The vehicle's so smooth, you can go 110 and not even feel it, bro.
Shoot. I need new tires for my wife's car pretty soon.
Dude, those BF Goodrich Advantage. My vehicle's the same size as hers. The Grand Cherokee and that Lexus, they're the same size. Yeah, those are some fucking good tires. Like, bro, they're so fucking like if you can grab the tread and wiggle it. Like they're so like gummy, like fucking fresh rubber.
You can smell it.
Oh yeah, my garage smells like fucking tires. It's all week. But yeah, those BF Goodrich Advantage are fucking good, bro. They're rated for extreme snow if need be, like ice. Weather. Yeah, all weather, but severe snow quality. severe weather quality.
Yeah, that's the only two I go with it. Or Goodrich and Michelin. Usually.
Michelin on Lexus is what comes on Lexus. That's what I put on mine every time. Because if you put anything else on there, bro, you're gonna hear it. Within 200 miles, they're gonna sound and fucking ride like shit.
Yep.
But yeah, Michelin and BF Goodrich, I've had only good luck with those two tires.
Yeah, I'd be seeing it. I mean, I don't go out of those two brands.
But yeah, those Advantage, BF Goodrich Advantage, bro, those are fucking sweet. But they're $1,200 a set now.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. That's right. Everything's
that fucking that Z71. Like, I could get 80,000 miles to a set of tires, but I went through 3 sets of tires on that truck. But every time it'd be $1,600 for a set of fucking BF Goodrich all-terrain.
oh shit.
But man, you can run those bitches fucking ball, and they still have track.
Yeah. I mean,
I was getting, like, tires actually, they expire. So, like I said, the tires I have, they're, like, nice and gummy and sticky and, like, you know, agile. Well, like, tires, like, hard and crusty and like, rubber expires. So, like, after a tire is, like, 5 years, it don't matter how much tread is on it.
it expired.
Yeah, well, it's because the rubber's so, hard or dry, it can't grip anymore, especially like on wet roads and shit. Like, you know, after like three to 5 years, like especially if you don't garage keep your vehicle, if you just park it outside, after 3 years, your tires are fucking, you know, working on dry rotting, and you know, you just ain't gonna get the traction on a wet road, and that's the problem I had with those tires I had on the back. Was it wasn't that the tread was fucked up or anything. It's more that, like, if I went to go leave a stop sign on a fucking wet road, those tires didn't know how to fucking grip. Like, they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing. And the other day, as the first day, I had got the tires and then drove straight home, didn't drive anywhere else. But then I had to go get my daughter the next day, and it was raining. So it was like, good day to test out the tires, right? So, dude, I couldn't even get the fucking rear end to spin until I was going around the corner and doing it. But, like, you know, from a straight takeoff, like, even with the traction control off with those new tires, bro, like, it was, they were fucking tight. With those fucking other ones, they would have done spun up to 8,000 RPMs, like, quick.
Damn. Have you ever used Goodyear?
I have. I use Goodyear as a service center, and I've used Goodyear tires, but you're not going to get more than a year out of them and be happy. In my opinion, because I put them on, I had a set on my Impala. Within 6 months, had so much road noise, I fucking bought different tires. Same thing with the Lexus. I bought a set of Goodyears because they were like, it was $600 for a whole set, and then I don't even think I made it a whole year, and I had to swap those tires off to a Michelin because, like, I just couldn't stand them. They couldn't ever get they couldn't ever get the balance right on the Goodyear. I took it up there like 6 fucking times, bro. But like every time, because in that Lexus I spent a lot of time on the interstate, so 60 to 85 mile an hour is where I stayed in that car, you know. But as soon as it would hit like 65, it'd start vibrating, and then like I could tell every time I could tell what tire it was, and then I'd get them to move it to the back, and I could tolerate it more. But like, dude, it was such a fucking pain in the ass to live on the interstate in that car with Goodrich or with fucking Goodyear tires. It was just so annoying to sit there for 3 hours and just hear fucking road noise. Sound like a monster truck almost.
Damn.
yeah, I'm fucking immediately. As soon as I got the extra money, I fucking put Michelin on a whole different car, bro. Like I'm no vibration whatsoever at any time. Never had to take them back to get balanced again. Like just like a perfect swap, bro.
Can't go wrong with them too.
But they're you know, Michelin's are $1,000, $1,200 a fucking set, bro.
Yep.
The only way I lucked out and didn't have to pay more than $1,000 was because they were 16-inch wheels. Like if I had the
18 will cost you more.
yeah, for sure.
18-inch too. That'll run you a lot more.
Like that's what's on the Jeep right now is at 18, but yeah, the Lexus tire. Yeah, don't. I would. Yeah, BS Goodrich or Michelin, especially for the wife. Like those two.
Man, gotta because you know RX 350 when you get the right tire, man, you driving it long distance and it's smooth, quiet.
Those vehicles, the Lexus, the big thing above the Toyota is how well insulated it is. Like,
Yeah.
there's no road noise or wind noise or extra noise that comes through a Lexus.
That's correct.
The only noise you're gonna get through is tire noise, and if you got Michelin's on there, you ain't gonna hear that. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, the closest to Lexus is the Avalon. You know, Avalon are pretty good.
Yeah. The only difference between the Avalon and the like the LS 430 or 400 or 460 or any of those, whatever, depends on what year. But the only difference is the Avalon's front wheel drive and the Lexus is rear. And then obviously the interior and the, you know, they do put more insulation in the Lexus, but you know that's just the difference between Toyota and Lexus. That's that extra $20,000 you're paying for. You know, is the extra insulation and the extra bolts and the extra seals and sound deadener and fucking all that stuff. It's crazy. You were to take an Avalon apart and then take apart like a LS 430, the only difference is going to be, like I said, the insulation, the sound deadener, and the extra bolts and plates and shit they put on everything. Like everything's tied down 4 different ways, I swear.
Yep.
But they're solid ass cars. Like Lexus is a solid ass fucking.
And you know what's solid about them? It's the resale value.
Yeah, I bought mine for 15 grand, and it was let's see, it was 10 years old. Bought it for 15 grand, had 50,000 miles on it, and I put 200,000 miles on it myself. Driving it from here to South Florida and here to Georgia and here to North Carolina, just back and forth, the whole shitload. Well, I sold it for $6 grand like last June. So I had it for 5 years. I lost 10 grand really, but either way, in any car you buy, you would have done that. But like, still had, you know, even after putting 200,000 miles on the car, and never did anything to the car other than tires and brakes and oil change. Tires, brakes, oil change. That's it. 200,000 miles. Like that car ran like hell. And the person that bought it from me, the first person that called me bought it. So I probably could have sold it for 80.
Yeah.
Which is probably what they sold it for, but you know, I just wanted to go ahead and get something else. So I had my it was when I first kind of got in Discord. I had my camper and my Lexus up for sale. I sold both of those and then bought this Jeep.
I mean, you can't go wrong with Toyota, in my opinion. You can't go wrong with it. It's you know, economically it makes sense.
Nowadays, bro, I think your go-to nowadays, and it's just kind of apparent by going by the car lots. I think nowadays you're almost better off, and not for any sort of like extra quality or anything else, but like going Mopar might be the way, because like Chevrolet's wanting to go to electric, Ford's wanting to go to electric, Dodge hadn't really said shit about it, but their Dodge is stamping out vehicles like a motherfucker. Like their car is banging full, and you can get parts quickly because it's a Mopar, it's American. You know what I'm saying? Like you deal with the others, you're gonna have to deal with overseas stuff, and or if it's just stocked here, if it's a new vehicle, it's probably not. But like here lately, like Mopar's been fucking nailing it, bro. Like, and I never liked Dodge or Jeep or Mopar before. But here in the last like 8 years, they've definitely stepped it up, bro. Like they've turned up and made some quality shit, and they've made shit you can beat the fuck out of, and it still be a good vehicle. Like, dude, like the people that drive the Chargers and Challengers and shit, they ride the fuck out of those cars, and they're still good cars.
Oh yeah. The thing about it nowadays, if I bring a car off the lot, shit, looking at 20-30% above MSRP.
Yeah, on the F-150 I was looking at online the other day, they had the dealer markup was 38 grand.
Leo mine. That's crazy.
Yeah, it said it had the price 30 grand, and then the 38 grand total 68 grand, but the 38 grand was the dealer's total, or the dealer's fee or whatever, but like that's more than the vehicle. I think it was a specialty vehicle, but still, like
that's a lot. Period. That's just crazy, man. That is outrageous. It's gonna get inflated soon here.
Dude, life is outrageous right now, bro. Like I feel like I have money flying out my ass lately, bro.
You're not the only one.
Like you can't. Dude, I try to just not spend money, but trying to not spend money, I still feel like I live outside my means somehow. And the only reason I know is because I had a nest egg saved up, and then I get a monthly amount, but my nest egg goes down every month, and my monthly amount I spend 100% of. So like I'm spending above my monthly amount and then down into my savings as well, like every month, and I shouldn't be, but like I'm paying fucking double for gas versus what I was last year, or fucking you know, this and that is coming up. Like I just bought the tires, but then I got my 6-month insurance coming up. I got or that's due like in a day or two, and then I got I had paid child support yesterday. I feel like I just paid it fucking day before yesterday. But like, yeah, I just feel like I got money just flying out my fucking ass. Like
yeah.
Weed card expires this month. I had to pay $190 for it last night. Like, but
oh yeah, it's fine.
Then all the normal stuff, the mortgage, utilities, and fucking this, that, and whatever else. But like, I had a few extra things come on this month, and it seems like every month I'm like, okay, next month I don't have anything to buy. I'm gonna have plenty. I'm gonna be able to save money and then be okay. But then that month comes and it's like, or that month gets closer and it's like these notifications start going off. This is due. This is due. This is due. And it's like, fuck, man, I don't have any money again.
Yep.
But man, I'm not like fucking hurting by any means. Like I've still got money in crypto. I still got some money in stocks. Like, But what's a scary feeling is if it keeps rolling this way, bro. Like I ain't gonna be able to keep up asking for help, and then like I'm not trying to ask for help. So like just these last 4 months have been very noticeable. Last 4 months, I would say, yeah, like consecutively have built up enough for me to notice, like, dude, shit's expensive. And I feel that way, and I haven't done any of my investments either. Like, I was investing 500 every 2 weeks. I haven't been doing that, and I didn't even feel bothered by money back then. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
and it's only been, it's been about 3 months since I've invested money, but like, even not doing that, which you would think got an extra $1,000 in my pocket, I still feel the pressure. So like, that says a lot, bro. Like, cause I'm not even throwing the fucking $1,000 in the trash that I was before, and I'm fucking still feeling the hurt. So it's like, I don't know, bro. Something gotta fucking turn.
Something, yeah. I mean, it is, shitty at the moment right now. Myself, I'm fishing out cash left and right too,
Yeah, and then like, I could only imagine having to travel, like I was before. I could when I worked in Georgia, like before I got my wreck, I was filling that Lexus up 3 times a week. That was how much I traveled, which was about 1,100 miles a week. But yeah, I had to pump 3 tanks a week in that car, and I could only imagine having to do that now. That's fucking
man.
Yeah, that's $100, because hell, it took $100 back then. I can only imagine what it took now. It's a 25-gallon tank, which is bigger than mine, so $115, $120 per tank.
It's like a mortgage nowadays.
Yeah, dude, it'd be $1,200 a fucking month just to drive to work for me. Like that's what it would be. $1,200 just to drive to fucking work.
Yeah, I know what that's doing. I mean, shit.
I feel the stress of that, and I'm not even working at it. It's like, dude, I've had so many people, and I don't know if y'all have or you have or what, but I've had so many people that just like come around with their hand out too, like, hey bro, I'm having a hard time, can you help me with a joint? Or hey bro, I have a hard time, you got $5? Or fucking, give me a ride to the store for some cigarettes, and then ask me for a joint. Like, yeah, like every fucking one of my friends, I feel like fucking, they ain't had their shit put together before. They damn sure ain't gonna have it put together now. But like, and I'm not hurting for it, and I haven't. So like, I feel like I can't say no, and if I say no, I'm gonna fucking feel bad about it. And I'm not trying to have any bad karma, but eventually I'm gonna have to say no. But like, it's it's annoying as shit. Like I had. And it's crazy, like one of my friends, he's fucking retarded, crazy, but lives right down the street. I'm giving him like $100 worth of fucking weed in the last 3 weeks. And if not more, like 120, like really $120 worth. But, and like a good 8th of shrooms, and then he still has the fucking audacity to come over and ask for more.
Oh, damn.
Like, came over last night at 10 o'clock, and just because my garage was open, he knocked on the door, and it's like, he's like, what's up, man? And I'm like, just sitting on the couch. So I end up in the garage smoking cigarettes, then I smoked a joint with him, and then he asked me for some more shrooms. I was like, God damn, bro, like I just don't know how people go around just living off of other people, but like,
you got some people
I just feel like do that, Like, why is it other people's actions are stressing me out currently? And it's like, bro, I just want to live my life and then fucking chill, like do what I want to do and have a good time. But like,
You know,
there's people around that are like not supporting themselves and then like coming to me and asking for help, but don't even realize that how bad of a spot that I'm in. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm in a less spot than them. They're more able-bodied than me, but asking me for help. It's like they're more able-bodied than me and don't have a place to live or don't have a fucking car that's theirs. They just borrow somebody's shit all the time. And I cut myself off for most of them. The few that I talk to are like family. Like they're ones that I almost can't cut off. Like, they're, like fucking, I don't know.
you know, and so on. They're like families.
Yeah. And the thing is they know that I have it, and I feel like they're starting to take advantage of it. But like, I don't know. I feel like I guess at least I can vent about it here, because like I would probably blow up about it in one of their faces in the wrong way, and it'd be the wrong person to blow up on. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because it was this person or that person. But I don't know. Like I said, I feel like I've had money just fucking flowing out my ass lately, and fucking everything else too. And then like I've got some green and some shrooms, but I feel like I've had that flowing out my ass too. And some of it's just for me being, nice and just, whatever. But I got like my brother, Scoop, and Fresh, like all three of them, like they rotate, and sometimes they'll all hit me up on the same day, and then like that's when it fucking pisses me off. But like, dude, they just need to get their shit together. But like I said, I have it. The thing is that bothers me is like I do have it. They are family. I wouldn't struggle if I gave it to them, and if I said no, I would, I feel like it would come at me the wrong way. So like, that's why I continue to give when they ask. But like,
How much can you hang on doing what you've been doing? It's another question.
yeah, well, yeah, like, and I feel like another reason my life is getting more expensive, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
is because I'm always, not only taking care of myself, I feel like I'm always giving.
Giving, taking care of other people too.
Yeah.
God damn, you have like 10 cats, a daughter. That's plenty of very just expense right there.
Yeah, just poop powder alone is like fucking $90 a month.
It adds. It adds, you know? That's just crazy.
Yeah, shit, I'd be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 30 pounds a week.
Man. So what you guys going on today? You going to do anything?
Well, I went to bed last night. I watered my shrooms at like midnight, and they were all small, like medium sized. Like I knew they were gonna grow through today, and I'd probably have to dehydrate them tomorrow. But it was only like 6 of them that were growing. But anyways, last night I watered them at like midnight and aired them out, and then went to bed. Woke up this morning. Them motherfuckers were 4 times the size they were when I went to bed last night. So, and like all exposed and large, and so I had to throw them on the dehydrator this morning.
What the hell? You got in the water?
Crazy how just like how sporadic the motherfuckers can just like go from like 2 inches to 8 inches, like in fucking. I even woke up early this morning. Like obviously it's before 11 right now, so I woke up at like 8 this morning. So I only slept for 6 whatever hours, and they grew that much in 6 hours, which is crazy. Like I got my dehydrator running. My daughter it's her last weekend before school starts, so her mom had a pool party at their house, so she invited friends over and stuff, and they're gonna have like a sleepover and pool party for a couple of days or whatever before school starts. So I ain't doing shit. I gotta go to the store and get a couple things. I got company coming in Wednesday, but other than that, I ain't doing shit. I need something on the yard, but it was supposed to rain this morning, and it didn't. So I didn't water my plants yesterday, and it said it was going to rain this morning, and it didn't rain. So
They lied to you.
man, that's the whole growing outside is hard.
Yep. Sure is. We need some rain down here, but it ain't shit.
35% chance of rain, 50 tomorrow. So it probably won't even rain all week here. Or just a couple minutes to actually water my shit. But yeah, ain't got much going on, bro. Need to cut the grass. The normal fucking chasing cats with a vacuum and smoking weed and looking at you.
Yeah. Shit, I went to a buddy's house yesterday. Like at 8, didn't come home until like 2. He was throwing a party for one of his daughter's birthday party. He lived like 2 miles from my house. Of course, Mochi woke me up at 6:30 to go out. And I'm up there since. Well, that's a good thing. When I'm up in there, looking at the market, playing with this new coin on Coinbase. It went up, man, it was from 9 cents all the way up to 24, 26 cents so far today. 150%, 156%. It's gone down a little bit. There's money to be made of. Of course, now I'm here at Firestone on my phone, buying, selling, buying, selling. Got a birthday party to go later too. Another one. Gotta go home later after the party. Do some yard work. That's pretty much sum up my day. And work tomorrow. Check my email. That's it. Nothing else, you know.
I gotta go by the post office tomorrow. I promise them. I like to follow through on my word no matter what. And I told somebody I would send them some caps in the mail.
Shipping, you know.
Somebody through Discord that only comes in every now and then. And it's like, he asked me for them, and I was like, yeah, sure, I'll have them in a week or two. And then that was when I was still growing them, and then like it's been like 3 weeks, and I don't want to fucking be an asshole, so I'm gonna go ahead and send them. But my only thing is like, don't come in and fucking ask for something, and fucking dip out and don't come back in and hang out for fucking ever.
Yep. Agreed.
Like you just come in and ask for fucking weed or shrooms or whatever, and then dip off, like, you know. But I respect the person. They taught me a lot, so.
Man.
I'm just a man of my word, you know what I'm saying? And like, you know.
I got mad respect for men or women that follow through their words, you know? Especially when you're on this.
So yeah, I gotta go by the post office tomorrow and send something to.
Yeah.
I'm not even asking any money. Like if he wants to fucking tip me or something, whatever. But
Yeah. So is God's gonna make his way down there to meet up with you?
Yeah. Wednesday.
This Wednesday? Cool.
That's what I say. I got company coming in Wednesday, so I've been trying to half-ass make my place look better.
Good luck with that.
I haven't done anything up to this moment. There's nothing more I can do. I just live in a cat's house.
You just live there. That's all you can do. They run the house.
Ain't nothing extra to this place. Ain't nothing extra to do.
Yep. That's how it is.
But yeah, we plan on going around having a good time, and that's stuff I want to do. And then what's crazy is like, I guess by me venting out all that earlier, like I wanted to say like there's things I want to do personally. You know, like maybe splurge on myself or whatever, like go do this for a day or go do that for a day or whatever. But then like I feel like I reserve that and punish myself because like I'm always handing out elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
Like it's almost like I give more than I get, obviously, but don't get to treat myself like I'm treating them. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, or not in the same sense, but like in something that will make me happy and something that I need. Like, there's nothing in the world that I need at the moment that I need to ask anybody else for, other than like just to have a good time. Like, I just you know, I'd like to spread my wings or something, or do this or do that, but like, you know, like I want to go enjoy myself, but like I feel like I reserve that because I feel like I'm fucking spewed out to, you know, and gave out so much everywhere else. It's like, damn, I can't do this for myself now, and it's like,
Well, sometimes, you know, if I was in your position, I would take a step back, take care of yourself, you know, spoil yourself.
Most people are my goddamn phone number. And move to my fucking. Well, see, if I move to my parents' farm, it'll be them fucking asking for shit all the time or checking on me every day. At least they won't be asking for fucking money and weed. True. But yeah, like my closer friends know that I can grow plants, and they know that I cultivate and research mushrooms. So like, they know I'm not gonna fucking ask for money. I guess like I don't care to make profit. I'm not in it for that. I do it to take care of myself. I feel like I end up doing it sometimes to fucking take care of the world. I guess there is some sense of fucking gratitude from it, but at the same time, there's a lot of fucking. Your first name, your middle name. I just want to mind my business and have, you know, do my thing and not be bothered. You're not a mister. You're not a missus. You're not a miss. Do not let them address you that way. So have a good time with the people I want to have a good time with. Stuff is what they do. She's a pro. She can start playing mom. It's like every week I get that call. Yo, I'm fucked up. Come back for a minute. T-Wave ducked out. His headphones died. What a dick. All names including either way, I thought I ain't in here by myself. Y'all assholes in here fucking around somewhere. Especially die. Sore teeth. Is here and other trade and you fund in exchange for loan. Got a half-ass headache, seeing a little bit of stars this morning. Issued in that banks are accounting and bookkeeping operations. With only enough cash and probably up watching some women's golf or something. Drinking some money. Generate long-term money power to abolish
Actually, I'm drinking coffee right now.
I said watching women's golf because that's what I'm watching.
Oh, shit.
That's sort of diversion, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, man. Yeah, we were up late last week.
You know what? I tried to go to bed at midnight or maybe like 1, but I don't think I fell asleep till like fucking 3:30 or 4. Just like tossing and turning the whole time. My mind's been fucking spinning like a motherfucker lately. So.
Yeah,
I feel like I can't fucking think straight, bro. Like I got like. So I was fucking. I've been venting the fucking D-Wave for the last fucking 2 hours. Woke him up from his early morning nap to fucking bitch him out.
Well, looks like you need a little destination vacay, man.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, man. Like it's like I want to do stuff, but then like it's like I reserve that want to do that because it seems like everybody needs what I have more. You know what I'm saying? Like. But eventually, I'm about to fuck. Like I told D-Wave, I said if I wasn't fitting to you, I'd probably fucking snap on the next motherfucker that asked me for something.
There's quite a few of those.
You know, yeah, you consider family that are kind of close, you know, logistically and, you know, historically.
Yeah, do what I do. Just fucking don't answer anybody's phone calls, dude.
Yeah, probably. Last night I had my garage door open and dude come by. It was 10:45, knocked on my door. It's like, bro, what the fuck?
I'm back.
Like,
My bad.
I just smoked a joint and I'm chilling on my couch. And he's like, oh yeah, I'm just walking around the neighborhood. What's going on? And I'm like, well, fuck, I guess I had to come in here and smoke a cigarette. So then I walked outside and fucking smoked a cigarette with him, and then fucking he ends up fucking asking if I could smoke some weed with him. So me, I just smoked already, you know, because I'm in my house doing my adult thing, so I had to smoke again. And then asked me for a joint for in the morning. Like, goddamn, at this point, I should have just gave you some weed to begin with. You could have just walked your ass off. And then fucking after we smoked the joint, and whatever, I gave him another joint. Then he gonna ask me for, he said, hey man, let me just get like 1 mushroom. Like, bro. Like, and at this point, like, in the month, like, in the last 2 weeks, I've given him like at least a half ounce of weed and an eighth of shrooms. At least. It's like you just asked me for fucking another joint, and you just asked me for a joint yesterday too, mind you, that I avoided, but the day before I gave you 3 grams. So like, I don't know, like, and then still have the audacity to come by at 10:45 last night and then ask for another to smoke, and then ask for a joint, and then ask for 1 mushroom, and then hey, can you just run me up to the house now? And it's like, well, yeah, get the fuck out of here. But like, he lives in my neighborhood, and like probably like my oldest friend, like to be honest with you, like probably like the
Oh, it's those situations. Yeah, those are tough situations.
like literally like the first like at least my longest friend that I still talk to, like, you know what I'm saying? Like I'm saying like 7 years old, baby. Like, you know, we still live in the same neighborhood now. Like, and he lives on the next block, but like, he's on disability or Social Security, and then like, you know, so he's kind of like where I'm gonna be here soon, and that's another thing that gives me fucking shits. But like, he's got like mental shit going on, and like, or says he does. I'm not gonna claim that he's, you know, fronting, but then like, he wants to claim that he has memory loss. But like, if you have memory loss, you don't remember losing your memories. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I noticed that he fucking says something that he's supposed to have forgot. Like, he'll say, "You see, like, I remembered that. Like, I didn't know that." Like, I was like, "No, I didn't notice. You didn't know that." Like, I don't know. Like, he just tries too hard. I don't know. Like, I don't know what's going on in his head. I'm trying to
Just do what angry, dude. Just fucking make sure you always have a little sack of Reggie with you. Don't leave with you don't want to smoke you.
I have been giving him like the weed that I grew that I don't like, but like, I want to be able to enjoy that too. And at this rate, like, I'm not gonna have any of the weed that I grew by the time I get to smoking it. Like, I haven't even like it's like taking the joy out of everything I do. Like, if I could do this, then I'd be happy with it. You know what I'm saying? And then do shit I want to do, it'd be fine. But like, it's like I do it, and then like I end up doing what everybody else wants me to do. It's like, what the fuck? How'd I get myself in this situation? But I'm just a nice person, and I do. And like I said, I don't want to say no. And then like I said, I do have it, and I don't need everything that I do have. You know, I can get it, so I do get it, and then it's like I get taken advantage of too on the other end, and then so like, yeah, I do. Lately, like, my garage door's been shut for days, and then like I don't even like fucking. I just smoke out back now.
Yeah, you can't leave it open because people will stopping by, dude.
Exactly. And if I avoid them on the phone, then they'll just drive by, and if my door's open, they know I'm home, so they'll come knock. They'll basically just walk in the house, because that's how I've always done it. But they know they'll get shot if I don't fucking know them. And but. Yeah, and then like Facebook, I mean, fuck, if I'm on there, like, people say, I can tell you fucking on your phone, bro. Like, quit being fucking nosy, bitch. Like, fucking handle your business. You're a fucking adult. It's not my responsibility to take care of you, motherfucker. Like, I just don't see how, like, but like, it's not like I could just. Like, if it was just one person, it's fine. But then I have two, like my actual brother that when he comes over, I usually give him a little bit of weed, and he's always out of money, so he don't come over like every day, like, you know what I'm saying. He comes over like once every like 30 days. Like, it's not like he comes over every day. It's probably like every 5 weeks or so I see him. And it's the same case. I give him a couple grams and like 20 or so, and that's it. But then I have another friend that comes around. I got like 3 or 4 that just ask for shit, and like sometimes it just like builds up all in 1 week. You know what I'm saying? And then like I get pissed off about it.
No, you gotta let them know, bro. Hey, you need some fucking time to yourself, man. I mean, everybody needs some fucking time to themselves, dude.
All I do is bitch about fucking money and bills and shit, and I just don't see like how you can ask somebody for fucking help when like I'm obviously like fucking bitching about fucking having all this shit to fucking take care of, and then y'all live a fucking easy life with. Hell, you got a prepaid cell phone, don't have your own car, don't have a place to stay. But like, I've maintained a home, you know what I'm saying? If not 2 homes for fucking, the last fucking 20 years. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've always had a house.
Sometimes you gotta be a dick, man. Say no, bro.
Yeah. You're right. That's what I'm saying. Like, if I wasn't venting here, I feel like the wrong person would get like the whole thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, all the smoke. And like, I'm glad I can like fucking vent some of the smoke out right now, because like I'll calmly be able to say no. You know what I'm saying? I think at this point, but like without being able to let off some steam, somebody would have cut the fucking some words, you know what I'm saying? That were stronger than meant to be for them. More for the collective, anyways. You know what I mean? Like a collective feel like they're getting taken advantage of, not just like that person, you know.
No, I got a buddy of mine, and mind you, we've been great fucking friends, dude. And the same shit. That's why every time I go over there, it's like I had to put up everything, dude. And it's to the point where, you know, you could supply it, but it starts becoming a habit afterwards that they tell you, hey man, come on over to this drink, and then you get there, there's no beer. And say they only call you, so you could, so he could say, hey man, fucking, you gonna go to the store and get some beer? It's like, this motherfucker.
Yeah. Or let's go, and then he said, I'm gonna stay in the truck.
Yeah, exactly, dude. Sometimes you gotta fucking cut them off, dude, for a bit, just to gather yourself. It's crazy sometimes.
Yeah, like I do get a break sometimes from like the neediness, but then it seems like they all come around at the same time the next time. You know, like if I get like 3 weeks of silence, I know I'm gonna get a week ahead.
Yeah.
And you know,
there's no way my life could be going so good right now, like this.
Yeah, and I don't know what it is. Like I don't know if you would call it anxiety or fucking what, but like it's almost like sometimes like I have to build myself up to be able to do stuff like say go to Walmart or like say go to Walmart and go grocery shopping and do this and do that. Like I got a list that I sit on my counter, like I make a list and then I build myself up to go and do it. But then so like if I like say today, like I felt like I would if somebody were to like interrupt that and say, hey bro, you got like $10 I can have, I damn sure wouldn't go to Walmart today. So it's almost like those little bumps that get presented throughout the day of somebody asking something out of me, like interrupts my better judgment and what I should be doing. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like it just fucks with my fucking emotions. It's like, dude, I'm not going to fucking Walmart, fucking whatever. Gotta wait on this fucker to come over to get $10 so he can go get his whatever kids or fucking whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like, it just like ruins my whole fucking this or that. It's like, why does everybody else's life stress me out sometimes? Why is my head like that?
I just gotta fucking tell them no from time to time, man. Keep lock the doors. You hear them knocking, don't even fucking go to the door, bro. Eventually leave. See, we're just human beings too, you know, and we get fucking frustrated as well.
That's fucking. I'm pretty honest with my mom these days, but like I told her, I said I never thought my house would be like the church for fucking all of my fucking badass friends. Like, you know what I mean? Like, how am I the youngest one of the fucking whole group, but everybody comes to me for fucking assistance and fucking knowledge or fucking, you know, when they have their problems, they come here. It's like, why is my house the fucking center church for fucking all of my fucking past relationships? Like of all people, you know what I'm saying? Because like I felt like I was the most fucked up, but then it's like turn the circle. It's like I've become the most fucking wise or put together or fucking whatever out of the group. Stable, I guess. As unstable as I feel. As fucked up as I feel it is, but like, that's the whole irony of it, I guess. Like I feel like I'm unstable, but then like to look at all the stuff that I have and like, you know, how blessed I am to be in the place I am and like have what I have and do what I do. Like, you know, I have it much better than most, but like as fucked up as it is, it's like why is it? It's just. Like I said, the ironic thing is, like, my house has become, like, the center church for, like, all my fucked up friends, and it's like, never thought it would be that way.
All you gotta do you, man. Do you fucking cut those people off at least for like 2 weeks so you can regenerate yourself. Definitely gotta cut them off. Gotta tell them no, man. I say, hey, they come looking for herb, man. I ain't got, and I ain't got, for me to give out right now. I can smoke you out, but after that, I can't give you any.
One to be President of the United States of America.
Oh shit, here we go.
And the other oath is to be Commander-in-Chief of the military. Now, if he does not take the oath as Commander-in-Chief of the military, he's devolved out.
It's a doozy, man. It's
It
a fucking
fucking
doozy.
lingers, man. Fucking lingers. I just want to take care of my cats and fucking do me. You know what I'm saying?
Was never ever brought back into
Oh yeah, like
That's another thing. Yep, that is
that's
another
another
thing.
thing. Why don't you call my line or something on the positive for me? One time. You know what I mean? Like I don't want your last $5. Like that ain't me. Like I don't want you asking me for greed and then try to give me your last $5 and have a sob story. Like I don't want that. Keep the $5 and the weed. Like yeah, like every now and then at least say, hey, I want to come by and smoke with you or something. Come by with something rolled up or whatever. Or hell, a 10 or a 20 or whatever when you get paid from all the fucking 5, 10s, and 20s from the fucking last years. You know what I'm saying? Like whatever.
including an assignee for the benefit of creditors, a trustee in bankruptcy, a receiver in equity, an executor.
But like I said, I don't want nobody's last $5 for sure. Like, or
I'll be right back, boy. My parents are here.
C1-201 12 bracketed. Okay? So they call themselves creditor. If they bankrupt you,
but then smoke a fucking pack of cigarettes or 2 packs of cigarettes a day too, and then fucking ask me for weed. Like damn, cigarettes is $15 every 2 days, so $7 a day. So like, hell, how the hell do you afford that? Then don't afford weed.
that's how they win. Because you
It's like, I feel like I don't want any bad karma coming my way. Like I said, I do have it, and like I ain't struggling, but like, yeah. Right. Like, so that's what I told John. I was like, man, like at least I can vent here, because like the wrong person would probably get all the smoke.
They didn't give me restitution.
Like I could probably calmly say no.
They just locked me up. Now,
Yeah. Like I could calmly say no now. Like you know what I'm saying? Like, but
a letter from California Federal Bank.
yeah, you end up cussing your mama because she asked you to come over or something. Like whatever. Like you said, the wrong person just get it.
But I don't know. People found out my husband and I'm in prison, and they wanted to get out, which was paid for. So my husband did not tell me about this, so he decided to file bankruptcy for the house. We had other properties. He came when I asked him.
But like I do want to give people shit, and like, but that's like on my own call though. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it ain't like on your need. It's on my give.
Come and see you. So he came to see me, and he told me that he
Right, but yeah, it's on my want to give, not your need to want.
By then, I knew about the UCC. So I told him, go back.
Yeah, yeah.
Stop paying the bankruptcy. He had already paid for like 9 months. Stop paying the trustee. And I am going to send you.
But then, like, it ruins the fun I want to have. You know what I'm saying? Like, at the same time, like, it drags your mood down because you had to deal with, like, other people's lives stress me out. Like, you know, I want to be in a positive mood this week. I got some shit planned and, like, want to have a good time. And then, like,
I sent it to
Like
him.
like other people's lives like drag me down sometimes. It's like
To come to
hard
the
to
courthouse.
understand why that is.
So my husband, I sent him the paperwork, and he took it into the courthouse and he filed it. The day of the hearing,
Why can't I just let it go? You know what I'm saying? Just let it
Federal
be.
Bank and the
Delete.
trustee, they had their lawyer and the trustee, and my husband was there by himself. I told him, do not take a lawyer. They only get paid for losing. So, and they don't represent you. Their oath is to represent the state. So anyway, he went in front of the judge and she looked at the motion that I have sent. So the judge said to him, where is your lawyer? And he says, I don't have one. So the judge says, well, who wrote this motion? And my husband says, my wife. She said, well, where is your wife? He said, they lock her up for doing nothing. So the judge looked at him and says, was your wife a lawyer? My husband said no. But I think she knows more than the lawyers. so so the judge asked the other side what they have to say. And the attorney for California Federal Bank says, I was just put in this case. That was their excuse. So she told him, you come back here in a week and you must know what you're doing. So when they came back the following week, the judge said to them, I am granting this gentleman to you, the California Federal Bank has to repay him all the money that he paid them. And this is fraud. And this motion that I received from his wife is telling you exactly what you've done. So my husband won, and I got fined for 9 months.
Next one.
So it does work. And then, that was 2006. I had just filed my paper. So the system works if you take notes and learn what you have to do. Don't let anyone tell you you have self-assessed yourself to pay taxes, or they use your as a residue on your tax papers. You look at them, you will tell you. If you tell me I don't do this here. That's why they put that word in. You're filing the tax through your residue. Because by law, we don't have to pay tax. That is our own, it's our private space, which belongs to us, nobody else. So make sure you file these papers, your property is on. Okay, the word dummy is UTI. One person's property and both have legal right for another. So what does that tell you? It tells you for another. Usually the concealed identity of the true owner is stolen. A sham, make believe, pretend, imitation. Person who serves in place of another, one who serves until the proper person is named or available to take his place.
Shout out to the Twitch follower EMO one time. Good looking out.
Okay, you can look up the word on the Black's Law Dictionary. It's there. Your straw man is a dummy and serves in the place of another, which is you. When the straw man's trade name is called in court and you answer up, you become the proper person and are available to take his place and do. This is how the switch takes place. So anybody address you in your dummy, in your name and says, are you so-and-so? Yes, I'm so-and-so. Then automatically the transmitting utility transfers from the dummy to you and you're taking responsibility for it. Okay, your EIN number is a unique numerical identifier bearing similarly with employment identification number. and Social Security account number. Just as IRS and state tax agencies donate the dash less SSAN example, your Social Security number 12345678 all together as the account number and case number. We insert a single dash after the fourth digit and call it the EID number 1234-56789. One dash. Once you achieve standing as creditor over your strawman debtor, you also acquire standing as employer because you, as creditor, are accorded the same standing as any other creditor. So really, we are the employers for the bank clerks and the banks and everybody else because we are the debtor, a creditor. It is not unfeasible to consider your strawman Social Security account number with a single dash as a unique EID number for you. An employee, for purpose of this term, employee includes an officer employee or elected official of the United States or any other state or any part of the world or any political subdivision thereof, or the District of Columbia. The term employee also includes an officer of a corporation. Internal Revenue Code 3401D, Subtitle C. An employer, for purpose of this chapter, the term employer means the person for whom an individual performs or performed any service of whatever nature, as the employee of such person accepts that if the person from whom the individual performs or performed the services does not have control of the payment of the wages for such services, the term employer means the person live in control of the payment of such wages. Internal Revenue Code. Okay, the Internal Revenue have hundreds of thousands of codes. Now that doesn't apply to us. None of it apply to us. The Internal Revenue Service, or the HMRC, the IRS is all over the world. Okay. Because it doesn't apply to us, their job is to collect for us, the people, from the corporations. They are debt collectors for the sovereign people. They're not debt collectors for the Queen or anybody else, the Rothschilds or whoever. They're not debt collectors for these people. They're scam artists, just like everybody else, that's collecting from us. So we become the slave, the voluntary slave. Yes, master. No, master. Yes, I'll do this. Yes, I want this contract. Think about things now before you do it. Okay. An estoppel. It's a party who prevented by his own acts from claiming a right to detriment of other party who was entitled to rely on such conduct and has acted accordingly. An estoppel arises when one is concluded and forbidden by law to speak against his own act or deed. That's what the estoppel is, okay? An estoppel is or may be based on actual or constructive fraudulent conduct, admissions or denials by which another is induced to act to his injury. Same thing like an adhesion contract is an estoppel. Okay. Now, federal insurance contributions, it's fraudulent as well. Because is the curse of co-shortyship, which involves your straw man, and it's a Ponzi scheme. The Federal Reserve note I spoke to you about. The highest example of a commercial lien is a Federal Reserve note, commonly found in commercial circulation and in commercial lien upon the labor and industry of all Americans and all over the world by the international banking system. The monetary unit for most of the world's trade, Federal Reserve notes, is now defined in law dictionaries through the former United States notes. FRNs are commercial, military, private Federal Reserve script. They are permanently unfulfilled, irredeemable evidence of debt. So we will never be out of debt once we are using the Federal Reserve note. We will forever be in debt unless you take back your straw man and tell them where to go. Because they can't do nothing without your straw man. They cannot interact with you because you're not a corporation anymore. Okay, a mandatory act that the United States made, and the President, March 9, 1933, to the Trading with the Enemy Act of October 6, 1917, namely the Emergency Banking Relief Act of March 9, 1933, defined the American people as the enemy legally of the United States government because of the U.S. bankruptcy through which the private international Federal Reserve System became the government and creditor of the United States. Now, there your government, people. There it is. And Roosevelt gave everyone a bank holiday and signed an agreement with the bank so they can prosecute the American people and anybody all over the world that does banking. So that system goes all over the world, banking system, because the bank has a right to prosecute you. It should be the other way around. You have a right to prosecute the bank because the bank has your money. Now, if 100 people goes into the bank for the day to just withdraw $100 each, or 100 pounds, or 100 francs, by 1 o'clock that day, the bank will have to close. They don't have any more money in there because there was no deposit from the people, just withdrawals. The bank opens their vault in the morning with very little money. You go into the bank and you ask them, can I have $5,000 or 5,000? Or you have to come back in 24 hours. They don't have it, people. They want to give you what you call a cashier's check. That is a piece of paper with numbers on it. It is not money. You go and you put it in your bank, or you take it somewhere else, whoever you're taking it to, they put it in their bank, and that bank's put on their computer screen $5,000, whatever you took. It's just from computer screen because all the banks are owned by banking families. No matter what name is up there. Oh, I'm with this bank because it's safe. It's never safe with any bank. They own it all. They own all that belongs to us. That's how I see it. Now, in the prison, the warden under the Uniform Commercial Code is considered a warehouseman storing goods for hire. Now we're the goods. And I know everything is under the military. Everywhere. All countries now are under the military. They all lie to us. They commit fraud and they do terrorism and they find a solution. But you never see any of the terrorists. That is to keep your mind occupied in other things. All these, according to Trump, all these fake news on the TV, the newspapers, the radio, don't listen to any of that stuff. Concentrate on what they're doing to you. Okay. Your all capital letter strawman trade name is fictitious, created by the bankrupt corporate US government at the time of your birth and brought into separate existence via the birth record document. Now, this is not only the United States. I wrote this because I was there. Okay, but it's all over the world. Same thing. Everybody have their name. If you have a passport, we're supposed to have, as sovereigns, and under this UCC, we're supposed to have something called a sea pass because we're considered to be vessels, moving objects. I wrote to the British government and asked them for my sea pass. They wrote me back and says, we have sent your letter to this office down on the countryside outside of London. I still have not heard from them. So it's my job to write to them and says I'm waiting for my sea pass because I do not want a passport. I am not corporate and I don't want a passport. So everybody that has, only the diplomats don't have passports. What makes them different? They do the same thing we do in our life, except they. Okay, the word Gentile. I found where I wrote it. The word Gentile is a person who is not Jewish. The Torah outlawed the issue offspring of a Gentile as that of a beast. Now that is not fair. Why? Why are we a beast? Gentile, non-Jewish, a beast. Okay. So what's happening is that they're separating us all the time. Religion, color, status of you rich, I'm poor, you wearing a brand name, I'm not, this kind of stuff. Okay. As a result of what Roosevelt did, you see, this affects all the countries because it seems that the United States, United Kingdom, a country like France and Canada, anywhere that the Queen have a stronghold on, it seems that they spread this virus to all the countries and all the people that's there that's poor. It's spread. It's all over the place. I went to Budapest and I see the same thing. I went to Holland, I see the same thing. People there are asking, well, why can't you tell us? Why can't you do a class here for us? We want you to come here. But it's everywhere. People are asking, well, does it happen? I know in Australia it does because I have a friend who have a daughter there and she is doing the system and a lot of Australians are out there on the YouTube that's telling people about this. So it is all over the place. Don't think it's just America or England. But the British government and the crown is holding all these countries. In America, you have
Alright,
the
mama.
Commonwealth
That just left.
that belongs to the crown. Why should that be? You're independent. There's no such thing. In my country, in British Guyana, it was British, now it's Guyana.
Ooh, man, it's
Same
getting,
thing.
I think it's gonna be a hot day today.
We're bigger
Glad I
than
fucking
Britain
cut
and
the
Great
damn yard
Britain,
yesterday.
and we have 600,000 people, not even a million, and people are poor. Why? Because the British government and the American government are there taking
So
all the
glad.
gold, the diamond, the bauxite, the aluminum, the
So
rice,
glad
the
to clean the
sugar.
house
The
too.
Demerara sugar comes from our country. But
Smoke this
hey,
quick ciggy.
very poor people, not even a million.
Clean the motherfucking house.
So, and the IRS is like a leech. They come and they suck your blood, and they don't care what happens to you. In the prison,
World
there's a
Twitter.
doctor that's been locked up
This
because she
thing.
said she didn't pay her taxes.
Polygon
She has
Studios. The weekly
15
briefings
years
here.
from the
Bum.
IRS, and they're allowed to get away with
And
it.
then Big Tech.
They shouldn't be. That's why we need to get together. The IRS is under United States Code Title 26. Now there's a code again. Everything is a code. Every single thing they have is a code. is Puerto Rico Special Fund in Internal Revenue, United States of America through undersigned counsel. I read that stuff to you about the case. Betty L. Richardson. She was the United States attorney who proved that the Treasury is foreign, and they're violating the Foreign Registration Act of 1938. What we have in our system too is the kangaroo court. Is a sham legal proceeding in which a person's rights are totally disregarded.
Oh, it looks like Bill Murph, Maher, Maher.
Or the tribunal. And they're allowed to
Looks
get
like somebody
away.
gave him
That's the thing.
a daily dose of some good espresso coffee.
You're always questioning
Good God,
whether
son.
this is right, whether this is so. Why? Why questioning? They're doing lots of stuff to us that we now know. All the people that are at this workshop, they have an idea what is going on. And that's why they're here listening to this. You need to make changes and pass this along. Don't be afraid of anyone. You have all the rights that is given to you by the force when you came here. Okay, this is what a license is. We have to have license for everything. You want a hairdresser, you have to have license. Now my hairdresser says they came and told her she has to pay for the radio that she's listening to. £200 every year. So I have to help her out with some letters. Why would you have to pay for this old radio? Your customers they're not even listening to it, but it's there anyway. But you have to pay. You do not have to. I don't know if you have to pay a license in you guys' country, but you do not have to pay a television license. We used to have to pay it in England. Now people stop paying it because we're passing the word around. BBC wants you to pay for license. I watch it in South America and I don't have to pay license. I watch it anywhere in the world except England. You have to pay a license. So I told him, send me the contract and I'll pay.
Sunday fun day. Let's get this house clean.
So they wrote me back and says, oh, we'll get in touch with you in 5 years' time. By 5 years' time, I'll be past age for paying for paying television license. I'll be 77. Okay. It's a permission granted by belligerent state to its own subjects or to subjects of the enemy to carry on a trade interdicted by war in government regulation, authority to do some act or carry on some trade or business in its nature lawful but probably by statute, except with the permission of civil authority of which would otherwise be unlawful. When the power is exercised by municipal corporations, a license is the requirement by municipality of the payment of a certain sum by a person for the privilege of pursuing his profession or calling whatever harmful or innocent from the general purpose of producing a liable source of revenue. So what they're doing, they're asking you for license for everything so they can tax you. So that's your wages that you work for the week or the month. By the time you pay everything that these monsters, leeches want from you, you have no money to take your family out, have a good time, spend time with your family. You're too busy working because you're working from paycheck to paycheck. And that is how they want you. They don't want you to have money, to send your kids to a good school, to do certain good things for your family, to have a good family life. No, they do not permit that. That's what they did to me. Okay. A location of a debtor is a place of business. Place of business means a place where a debtor conducts its affair. debtor's location, general rules, except as otherwise provided in this section, the following rules determine a debtor's location. A debtor who is an individual. Now, an individual, I told you, is a corporation. Okay? If they call you individual, that means they're still addressing you as a corporation. If someone writes to me, I often write back and says, I'm sorry, you have to correct this. I'm not an individual. I am not a straw man. This is my property. The individual is located at individual's principal residence. A resident is a corporation. A debtor that is an organization and has only one place of business is located at its place of business. Debtor that is an organization and has more than one place of business is located as its chief executive office, limited of applicable of subsection B. All these subsections and statutes applies only if a debtor's residence is place of business. You don't have a resident, people. You have a home. So remember, don't let them tell you it's your resident. If you receive your IRS form or any form and it says resident, just cross it off and send it back to them and tell them, could they please correct it? You have a home, you don't have a resident? Because that's where the business, and that's why they can tax you. Okay. Okay, so that is an organized about the place of business is located in the chief executive office, limitation of public debtor's resident, place of business, or chief executive office as applicable, is located in a jurisdiction where law generally requires information concerning the existence of a non-possessory security interest to be made generally available in a filing. Okay? Recording or registration system as a condition or result of the security interest obtaining prior over the rights of a lien creditor with respect to the collateral. If subsection B does not apply, the debtor is located in the District of Columbia. That's exactly where the debtor is located. UCC 9-307. So if they cannot locate you as a resident, that's where it's located. 14 square miles of Washington, D.C. The mark of the beast, and that no man must buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name. Testimony, Gentile, not note as goods. Now, the mark of a beast is our national insurance number, our social security number. We cannot do anything without them. When I checked under fidelity, my national insurance number is worth 73 million. My bank account number, they trade on it. They trade on everything we have under your straw man. So people, when you can get your straw man back, you need to start doing your paperwork. They made the Maternity Act in 1921, right? The act created birth registration and what we now know as the birth certificate. It was known as the Maternity Act and was sold to American, British, and people all over the world as a law to improve maternal and infant immortality. That is a lie. For protecting the health of mothers and infants and for other purposes. One of those other purposes provide for the establishment of a federal bureau designated to corporate and state agencies in overseeing of its operations and expenditures. The Maternity Act was eventually repealed but parts of it have been found in other legislative acts. That's the act that gave us right, asked us to register the birth. Okay? Now, here in England, if you do not register the birth, they said they're going to take you to court. I, I tell my students, tell them, okay, let's go to court. I am not registering my child's birth because I'm not giving you permission to take hold of my children whenever you feel like, to molest them, to put them in homes, to abuse them. All this stuff is happening. So that's what the Maternity Act was for. And it's under the UCC. It's controlled by all these codes. And you can go into the Department of Vital Statistics and you can ask them if you could rescind your signatures. When you get the course and you get your rescinding of signatures, you can go in there and says, look, I need to rescind my signatures non-pro-tongue, means from beginning of time to now. I didn't know and nothing was disclosed to me as an informant for my child that you have possession. So I need to rescind the signatures and change this birth certificate. Demand it. Don't let them tell you you cannot. You are the creditor and the sovereign. If you look back at all the presidents in the United States that was assassinated, it has to do with banking laws, including President Kennedy. He printed 5 million United States notes, not Federal Reserve, per student, and 4 months later, he was assassinated. Now, I don't know if there's students in this class, but I would like to let you know that if you have student loans, it's under your straw man. And you can claim that back. You don't have to pay it. It is your money, people. They charge you a colossal amount of interest. So when you finish university, which they give you the books to read that they want you to know, when you finish, you have the rest of your life with this hanging over your head. I have to pay my student loan or else. Now the credit bureau that puts your name there and make you not able to get anything, if you can get all this information and put it into perspective, you don't need credit. It is your money. No matter what happens, it's your money. You need to learn the system. You need to take this in your own hands and you need to spend time doing it instead of watching television. Okay. A passport is issued to a vessel, people. I told you. We consider moving objects because we're under shipping. Citizens of the United States and any part of the world, in times of war, the government officially declare war on all citizens, persons in the Amendatory Act of March 9, 1933, also known as the Emergency Banking Relief Act. What affects England and America affects all over the world. They have control over everything that goes on in your country. Australia and New Zealand might have said they have their own government, but no, the Queen is still in charge. She is in charge of that country. She is in charge of America. She goes to Kentucky, which is one of the Commonwealth, to the Derby. The state of Virginia belongs to her. It's named after Elizabeth, Virginia. So all these places are named. Philadelphia is one, Boston, Massachusetts. So it's all belong to the Queen. She might tell you, oh, it's America and it's a different country, continent, but that's not true. I can prove it. I can prove how it belongs to her. She has her collection agency in there taking all the people's money. All these people that working, you cannot have a decent life. If you do, they put a stop to it. I want your money. Why should you keep it? You work it, I gave you a job, you send the money back to me. And that's how it goes. So now they know people were putting their checks in and bartering. They stop giving you checks. They're putting the money straight into the bank. They're not giving you checks anymore. Oh, I'm going to put the money in your bank account. Okay. Public enemy. This word used in a singular number designate a nation at war with the United States and includes every member of such nation. To make a public enemy, the government of the foreign country must be at war with the United States for a mob. However, numerous it may be, or robbers, whoever they may be, are never considered as public enemy. Declared public enemies of the United States are, by definition, citizens of foreign country or nation. So it doesn't matter where you are, they do the same thing to you. Don't think differently because you're not in America or you're not in England. It's the same thing. Your property, the land you're on, don't forget, people, it is yours and you can file for it. You do not have to write your name in block letters. Refuse to put it in block letters. I had the censors brought to me and they drop it in the door and asked to fill it in. I did not fill it in because it says block letters only. So I went out shopping a few days later and my husband filled it in high case and lowercase. He did not fill it in high case, all block letters, because he knows I'm going to put his foot back in the box. So he filled it in. And then a week later, my doorbell rang and I went and this lady was standing with my censors. I didn't even know he did it. So she said, I'm sorry, ma'am, but you filled in your censors incorrectly. And I looked at it and I recognized my husband's handwriting. So I looked and saw he put high case and lowercase. And I said to her, I'm sorry, but it's not incorrect. She says, yes, you have, this is a new one here. Could you please put it in block letters? So by that time, the government, the corporation was advertising that if you don't fill in your censors, you have to pay £1,000 fine. So I said, I'm sorry, but my name do not spell in block letters and I'm not going to write it that way. What you have is correct. So she said, I'm sorry, she says, but you will be fined £1,000. So I said to her, you have a nice evening. Goodbye. I'll see you in court. Never heard from her again. Why should I fill my name? Because you see what happens, the computer refused to take it. It's all geared up, their computer, for your name in block letters only. If you write your name sometimes in high case and lowercase on your computer, it will automatically change it. Depends on where it's going. I know that for a fact. So my censors could not have gone on their computer. That's why she had to trek all the way back to me. And I am not signing my name in block letters. No, I'm not filling it in that way. It is my property and you have no right to use it. So I would like a feedback from the class. And, oh, sorry, I didn't get a chance to ask questions. I forgot.
Thank you, BB. BB, and for folks that came in late, we're about 3 hours in now to the workshop, and Phoebe, that was quite inspiring. And as you mentioned in the beginning, you were hoping to enlighten us. And for me personally, I found that very enlightening, a big 360 view.
Thank
So
you.
perhaps a few people may have some questions. Yeah, if we could, one person speak at a time, that would be lovely. And over to you, B.
Okay.
Hello everybody. Let me get my video back on. There we go. Okay. So my question is, I created a corporation, so I act in. The way I operate is that I don't really know how the straw man works per se, but what I do is I created a corporation to act in my interest, and that's how I operate in the business world. So, is that the same, or what's the difference between?
Okay, so you have a private corporation that you created. Yes.
Yeah, primarily just for the interest of just protecting myself and having a shield, and having my corporation acting in the interest of me rather than I didn't just create one just to have a business.
Okay, but if you own this, what you're doing, you're protecting yourself by this corporation, so nobody can come to you or get anything from you. But if you own your straw man, you don't need that corporation. If you own the straw man, it is yours. And that's what they come after. Now, when you're incorporated, you incorporate in your all block letters name. You cannot incorporate in your real name. It has to be fiction. A corporation is fiction.
Okay, so does it matter which one I have, or?
Well, if I have a choice, I would not incorporate myself. I would go after my straw man and get it and do all the paperwork, and I'm safe. And you can have your business.
Yeah,
You
'cause
don't have to.
I don't even have a business for the purpose of owning a business. I just have a business to do business, if that makes sense.
Well, you can do business. You can do business. You don't need a license to do business. You are a sovereign. You're not a straw man. You're not a corporation. So license. You need a license to drive a car if you are doing it for business. Same thing with everything else that you do. They want you to take license for everything. But if you own the straw man that they're using to make you take a license, you understand? It's the straw man name they're using. That's what they're going to go after. If you don't take a license, you don't own your straw man, they will go after you. But if you own the straw man and they don't own it anymore, they cannot come after you for a license because you do not require a license to conduct business if you own your straw man. They cannot come after you because they're corporations and you're real. So,
And they need to have a corporation to deal with, rather than a straw man. Is that what I'm?
No, the corporation will come after you. They own your straw man. Now, if you own your straw man and you copyright the name of the straw man and yourself, you say to they wouldn't come after you for a license. You just show
Yo, anybody around?
I am not a corporation.
Yo.
All they want is your money.
Was that it?
And everything else that's incorporated in every country. They want your money. And the only way they can get it is by using your
What's up, what?
and you taking
I hear your TV louder than you.
Oh, yeah.
I had to adjust my volume real quick.
I will go after them for my straw man. And all the money that the straw man has, you don't need to work for the rest of your life for 10 other lives. Because it does work. Okay?
What's going on though?
Not listening to this lady tell it. Had her in jail for about 10 years.
Chicago.
Figured out how to get out. busting their ass. I'm trying to get my, get my study on for the Sunday morning.
So, folks, there were quite a few questions quite a while ago that we put in the chat. He was not able to lecture, talk, and read those at the same time. Yeah, I know this was doing it myself as best. So, if you would kindly just restate your question and write it down, I think that would be good. Yes, Amy?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have a passport, you take control of straw man. Can you still travel on that passport?
Oh yeah, you can because you own that straw man in your passport. If you are, I would apply for a SIM card.
And the other question I had was regarding ongoing legal issues, such as taxes. Can you incorporate this information into shutting down these existing issues?
Yes, of course.
Okay. Good. That's all I have.
Let's get the IRS out of our here.
Well, I'm in Canada, so I'm Brooks and Roger get those things all good.
They're on it. They collect money.
Did you want to ask a question? We're getting a lot of feedback from you as you keep unmuting yourself. Did you want to ask Stevie a question? SAAD, I'm apologizing, I didn't pronounce that correctly.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Mm. What? You thirsty?
Okay, but
Hold on.
you can get it. You have to file all your papers in the court.
Okay.
The system is, I have developed a set of papers that can be filed in the court that you can access after all that. Then there's links that you will get that you can get on the internet that you can access. Once you own the straw man and all the numbers that you have, that they have on you, not even more than your birth certificate. There's lots of all your numbers, your marriage certificate, your
Well, I gotta
everything,
go play
everything,
ball
your
with the
social security.
dog for a little bit. I'll be back.
Yes,
She came
sir.
up she came up to me with the ball whining. She needs attention.
Internet and do your research. Once you have the straw man in your possession, you can claim everything that the straw man has that they have for you.
So we claim that through the Fed. That's what I understand.
No, don't even worry. Don't even talk about the Fed because they're not going to give you anything.
Okay.
They have it out there. You're going to find out where it is, and you will be able to get it.
Okay, so we're gonna still follow that. Thank you very much.
Okay, you have a good evening.
Phoebe?
Yes, love. Oh, hi, Carla.
Hi. So
Hi, love.
I'm aware that there are ways to get back all the money you spent, all the money that went out of your bank account going back 3 years maximum.
Yes.
Is there also a way to get back the money that was taken out of, say you get a paycheck, so the federal income tax withheld, the Social Security tax withheld, the Medicare tax withheld. Is there a way to get that back as well?
Yes, if you get a check, right? The check is worth nothing. It's just paper with numbers, even the money in the United States. So what you do is with the check, you put a line through it and you put accepted for value and exempt from levy, and you deposit it into your bank account. Once you do that, you are bartering with the IRS. So you don't have to pay and they don't have to pay you because that check is not worth anything. It has no backing. it's fiction. So you deposit it in your bank, and at the end of the year, the IRS would not be able to ask you for any taxes. The money that they took out from your wages, you have to get it all back.
What check are you speaking about? Because I don't have any check.
No, I mean your work check when you get paid.
This is from a long time ago, and it was a wire transfer.
You see, they don't want to give a check because they know what people are doing. They're catching on, so they close the hole. All the loopholes they're closing. So you get back whatever you spend, all of it, plus the money that you paid income tax. That goes in your 1099 original issue discount as well. All that money, you're supposed to get it back.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
BB, we have a question from Sandra Wilson. Sandra, your mic is open.
Thank you very much. Hi.
Hi, Sam.
Good morning. Oh, well, I got up at 6 o'clock to see you. So.
Wow. Thank you.
My question is quite simple, I think, is will you be teaching us, if we continue going forwards with you, will you be teaching us how to access a trust account?
Okay. That section of accessing the trust account is not on this curriculum.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I am perfect and everything is the truth before I teach that class.
Oh, I totally understand.
Because I put it into practice. Some of the stuff, as Carla has just mentioned, ask about the money coming out from your
What are
bank.
you gonna do?
That I know is feasible because I got money from the IRS. Now they're very difficult to deal with, the IRS. But the federal direct account is easier. So I am getting the access of how to do this stuff. So when I did the one with the 3 years bank statement, you count up all the money that you spent per year. You can only go back 3 years. You file the 3 years, and the IRS is supposed to send it back to you. Because what happens is when you don't take it for 3 years, you can only go back that time. The bank takes it, and the bank tells the IRS,
Lou, get your ball.
abandoned funds.
Hey, give me that thing.
So they steal from us all the way
Hey,
around.
give me that. Lou, Lucy.
But that class
Lucy
I will
Lou.
not be teaching at this
Lucy
time.
Lou.
What I will be doing, what is important before the class is to own your straw man.
Okay.
To come out of the system.
Right. And
Give me
is there
that.
any way
Give me that.
that we could
Lucy
send
Lou,
the
you
bank
say?
an account for all of the money that they have requisitioned for abandoned accounts, for our abandoned accounts?
They will deny it.
Just got back from church. When I heard you say Lucy, it reminded me of my ex-wife. Oh man,
Oh, I didn't know I unmuted my mic. I'm back playing with Lucy.
Just got in my room. I was gonna lay down for a little bit. Got up early. Didn't sleep too much. On and off. It was funny too because I was like trying to fall asleep hard because I knew I had to get up early. And when I heard you like pop in out of nowhere, like I can't sleep. I was like, oh god, I can't sleep either.
And Oki said same. It was going on with him too.
Folks here from all over.
Maybe a new something with the moon or something. I don't know, but yeah, I was trying so hard to go to sleep. I even had 3 Guinness and I just could not like get sleepy. It was weird.
Yeah, I didn't get myself to sleep until around 6 this morning.
Yeah,
That was bullshit.
4 o'clock. I was like, finally, and then I had to get up for like 7, so I got like 3 hours. So church was nice though. We went out to Cracker Barrel for some breakfast. I just got some like a little egg biscuit sandwich thing with some hash browns, and then
Hi, BB.
church was nice, but you know it gets hot down here so fast. It's already feels like it's already 90 degrees. I feel like today.
And very hard-earned.
It always feels
Yeah,
like
it's pretty hot here too. I'm not sure what it is, but
yeah, just that summertime, peak of the summer.
I find this whole field absolutely
I think
fascinating.
I'm starting to feel a few raindrops.
From the Matrix, My question is, what exactly will be covered in
Go
your
for some of that. I might actually just take a cold shower in a little bit just to cool the temperature. Because, yeah, every time you go in someplace, it's cool in the air conditioning, and then you come out and get in the car, and it's like you can barely touch the seat. It's like melting your skin. It's like,
logical order to regain the straw man?
she actually just got one of those things you put in your window to keep the sun from coming through on your seats, but still didn't help.
I have discussed with the university, Nancy, that on the
I would have probably left my windows down a little bit, but she's a little bit more, cautious. Like, doesn't want her car to get stolen. So even though we're at a church parking lot, I'm like, okay, yeah, better safe.
Even though we're at a church parking lot.
Yeah, always safer
One of
than
the
sorry.
I was going to I'm sending it to Nancy, and when you come online, she will give you in a PDF. It will be all done for you. All time,
Yeah, it's
everything.
definitely starting to rain here a little bit.
Exactly how you support all you.
We'll go
Good.
in.
Hopefully, I mean, sometimes they get muggy, but it might cool it down too. Sometimes.
Yeah. It's already humid as shit, so maybe it'll just cool it down.
Okay, hold on. Well, my battery was. It says my battery is running low. Okay.
The church, I guess they have
Everything
different
will be
people
done.
coming
You
in
have
next
the
week, and
UCC1 financing
they were trying to
statement.
figure out who's going to be the new
And the
guy.
trust
Some guy was up there today. He only had one leg. And
Plus
the
the hold
pastor,
harmless and indemnity
he
agreement.
he
Indemnifying
lost
you
in a
against
motorcycle,
any
he was in a
the
Jeep.
straw man has
Somebody
done.
crashed into him back in high school, so he lost his leg. He's a big dude too. He's like 6'4",
Then
300 and something pounds on one leg, two crutches.
How to rescind
And
everything we typed up.
he was
All you
good
have
though.
to do
He did
online
his
is
thing, and then
explain it to you.
afterwards he stumbles back to his seat, and then
Rescinding of
he
your
sang a
signature
song, and
is
his freaking voice was amazing. Caught me by surprise. He just started belting out. He's a good singer. I was like, damn, big dude can sing.
The third week, you will have your 4-page
They all were
security agreement.
eating up the story, and I just drove 1,700 miles to this service today. I heard it was so good.
Log in where your name is. All you have to do is take it home and retype it.
Like, will you be back next week? I was like, I'm gonna try, but if not, next time I come and visit my aunt, I'll know where to go. It was a nice church. Good. Kids were all running around. Bible class. It's definitely different down here in the South. Everybody shows up, and a lot of churches. Never seen so many churches. They're just everywhere. Like, how do they fill all these churches? But they do. Everybody goes out on Sunday to go or Alabama football, because what was it? The pastor was talking about his dad was a Auburn fan, and he said Auburn's. I think they're going to have a good year this year. And then somebody in the crowd in the church was obviously Alabama fan, Roll Tide. So he was just like, yeah, even at church they started.
No.
It's so funny. I heard stories. When I came down here, you have to basically pick a side or whatever as far as like once you're down here. But I was talking to that 96-year-old guy, Ken, and he was talking about the rivalry. He's like, they fucking shoot each other. It's so like they just get all crazy about those games. So people actually end up shooting each other over the rivalries down here every year. I'm like, wow.
I'm not just going to give it to you and let you go.
That's crazy.
They take it serious, the college football.
So I'll explain everything. I will
I
have
don't.
a copy.
I forget who it was, but I mean, everybody probably remembers. Well, when Ohio State won the national championship, they literally tore out the goalposts in the horseshoe, like the stadium downtown.
Jeez.
When Ohio State won, what would they have done if they lost?
I don't think we'd want to find out.
Getting out of this fiction
Blowing setting cars on fire, pulled the goalposts out of the stadium. Like there was literal riots going on because their team won.
Yeah, the excitement was so much it couldn't even handle it.
And let's shut them down.
I remember that. I think didn't they have Zeke Elliott from the Cowboys back then?
Thank you.
No, it was the big person on their team then was Maurice Claret. He was like the superstar of the team.
Okay, yeah, I remember him. Didn't he blow his knee out?
Yes, I had a question.
I don't. That wasn't why he ended up leaving. He actually ended up accepting some kind of like he took a Hummer. I think it was like a Hummer H2 as like an offer from a different team or something like that. So he got taken out. Like, he couldn't play, and it pretty much ruined his career because he accepted some kind of. It was basically bribery to like join a certain team the next year. You know.
What happens when
Yeah, he just got caught for it. That's all.
Yeah, I don't know what team it was, but some team had bought him a nice Hummer, and he got in trouble for it.
on any of that?
Okay, well, I get Social Security as
I've been
well.
looking for a nice Hummer for a few years now, and just can't seem to find one.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, in the sense you go into the bank and you resign your contract with them. You sign.
Back then in the early 2000s, though, that was what everybody wanted to drive.
I just go take my money out.
Okay, well, you can
They wanted the
resign,
Hummer with
so
the
nobody can
OnStar.
touch your money, even if you leave it in there. They cannot. And
Now they got EV Hummers, and they're all electric.
I know they tax it.
Yeah, those things are pretty sweet looking, actually.
So much. They tax it when
Yeah,
you
fast
work,
too.
they tax it when they're paying you when you retire. You can get your straw man back, and you can write to the Social Security office. You can find out how much is under your straw man, and you can get all of it back.
They seem like, I mean, they were designed to be able to do real off-road stuff, like a Humvee, the new EV Hummers were, but I just don't know how long they'll last. You know what I mean? There's no way of telling the longevity of the vehicle at this point.
Are you saying that it could be another bubble? Are they making another bubble? That's all they do. They just make bubbles to make money. They don't care if it lasts or if it works or if it's good for the planet or just join the bubble crowd. That's
Yeah, the EV is a bubble, and I see it that way because not only the manufacturing sucks for the planet, making the lithium-ion batteries is bad. The factories, even when regulated, produce too much carbon monoxide for the planet. And aside from that, they are taking that greenhouse gas away from the roads by making electric cars that don't put it out. But then the factories are actually the bigger problem than the cars on the road with the greenhouse gas emissions. And the factories are putting out more to make these batteries than the factories do to make a combustion engine and vehicle. You know what I mean? So there's that part where they're creating more to build these cars than the cars running on the road previously. And then we also have the waste problem of the batteries. The batteries also need to be replaced about every 5 to 10 years, depending on how long it lasts. They can last varying lengths. But every 5 to 10 years, those electric cars are going to need their batteries replaced. And then what do we do with all of these lithium-ion batteries of all these EVs that we've sold? There's a huge trash problem on the way. Like, a humongous trash problem. How do you recycle these 2,000-pound lithium-ion batteries? You know?
Yeah, I heard they just bury them in the deserts, and that'll just create another bubble. The bubble fix how
It'll be another market to jump into and create a company around
to fix the dude. That's all it is. It's one bubble after another. That's all I ever see nowadays. And then it goes way back, and I realize how long they've been doing this shit. Even war is bubbles. They just create these wars to make money. It's fucking stupid, but like I said, that's how it is. It's not going to change. They don't care.
Yeah, I mean, if they can, because the only worst thing really about lithium-ion batteries as a battery than a lead-acid battery is the ability or the chance it has to explode. So lead-acid batteries, they can't be like disposed of really anywhere. They're terrible for the earth. And that's what we've typically been starting our cars with. Lithium-ion batteries, there are technically ways to make it break down and be able to be put in a landfill, but like you were saying, that creates an opening for another company to be built. So more money to be made.
Yeah, and then by the time people want to start investing in it, it's at the top.
that's a whole nother process that needs done, you know, so that the batteries can safely go to the landfill.
$100 a class, correct?
Yeah, I mean, I can see the need if they can get it, you know, the way it needs to be. It's probably going to still take at least another probably 25 years, I would say, even
Yeah,
you know, to get rid of all the
we
gas.
haven't even. I mean, they foresee that battery problem coming, and I was watching a video yesterday on a company that is starting to work on. Um, they they've been a company that recycles batteries for a long time, but they've started going into lithium ion batteries that would come out of like laptops and different kinds of things that use them. So they do know how to handle lithium ion batteries, but then they handling the couple thousand-pound ones from a car is entirely different. So they've started working on being able to dispose of those properly, and that's what kind of brought to my attention the whole other side of once the batteries need replaced, that's a whole nother trash pile and problem aside from just the manufacturing process. I've always hated them because of the manufacturing process, but really, after the battery needs to come out and be replaced, that's a whole nother problem. And say that single car may go through 5 batteries in its lifetime. That's a problem. If that car creates 5 batteries of lithium ion waste on this earth, I think that might be worse than the combustion engine. Maybe I'm biased.
Yeah, it's going to take time if they want to stick to it. You know what I mean? If it's going to take time. Just so many gasoline, you know, engines. It's hard.
Question. I take it all this really only
Down here, you don't even need inspection stickers. Like I said, people drive around with broken windshields, no rearview mirrors, bumpers hanging off. It's insane.
Yeah, that's Ohio too. It's the same way. I fucking love it.
And there's always cars on the side of the road, like with stickers on them. And I'm like, you know, if they did inspections, they probably wouldn't have all these cars breaking down and breaking.
Yeah. You wouldn't have this big problem of cars laying on the road.
and I'll give them your name and your phone number.
They're asking you for your name as soon as you walk in.
There was even cars driving no license plates, and she's like, "Yeah, you get 2 weeks to get before you have to get out." Like, you can drive around for 2 weeks without a license plate. Good lord.
I tell them all the time. I send them a subrogation
Yeah.
letter. So a judge, not
I see cars up here without license plates all the time. Normal thing. And I've always thought, you know, how you can abuse that also. Like, yeah, if you happen to get pulled over without the license plate, then you might get into trouble if you know, you haven't had one on the car or whatever. But you're probably able to get away with that for some time before you actually get pulled over for something. Unless you're driving wild and going fast and swerving lanes and shit, you'll probably get pulled over. But
I have many questions, but I'll just stick to a couple. The first one that comes to mind is, since these people are perpetuating fraud continuously, basically, how is it that they play by the rules?
and one thing I've noticed since the whole George Floyd case with against the police violence and stuff. Now there are still a lot of occasions of police in Ohio or Columbus alone, not just Ohio, but here in Columbus that can entirely overuse their I don't know what to call it because they're not supposed to be. It's not supposed to be a power to be a police, but that's how they treat it here. And but I've noticed that they're not pulling people over for nothing anymore.
One of my other questions was,
Now, in situations where they do have to use force, it seems like they're far too willing to. But
does that create some sort of red flag?
at the same time, I get from their point of view, they have to be cautious in their line of work.
Yeah, especially these days because they know people just want to kill them.
Yeah, that's why I also understand they have to in their line of work.
As a remedy. That is why each state UCC papers. But
Let their guard down or don't suspect the worst of one person. It could be their life. So.
Yeah, and they get paid shit money, so it's hard to, want to do too much for, shit
Yeah,
money.
and especially with all, in the positions we've seen ourselves and our family and our friends seeing the prices of everything going up and our wages pretty much staying the same. Like at Walmart, we had got $1 raise, but everything costs more than $1 or more each now. So that dollar an hour doesn't help a whole lot. And $1 an hour used to be something. Now it's not even helping.
I copyright my name in Florida for $600.
And
It was advertised in the
I don't know if police
local
officers have even got a raise. So
Yeah, no, with the most people got about a 3% raise with a 9% inflation rate. That's a 6.5% pay cut that everybody in the world just got. Or as far as definitely America, but the world, inflation's even higher over in Europe. So yeah, it's just how corporate America is able to take back more money for themselves. And that's why when I started seeing all this happen, I remember them talking about like $15 minimum wage, and I was like, oh man, that sounds great. But now that I understand money, I'm like, they're never gonna fucking do that. That was just bullshit. They're not gonna give people. They want to pay people less as
I
fast as they
wonder.
can.
I mean, I couldn't. It would be probably almost impossible for me to calculate all the different ways that they bring in that tax um, at 9% interest. That's crazy. But um, I wonder how long it would actually take America to get back that 2.2 trillion or whatever they gave out to people, and basically the reason they would technically have to be doing this, but they're probably going to have the taxes roll on for longer than it needs to and probably hike them even more. But
I still think they're going to give us another stimulus, and they're going to do it in the form of the central bank digital currency to roll that out, so people can sign up and get their money and get put into the, get put into that system where now they can track your money. You know what I mean? It's going to be easy, and most people won't care, and they're just going to want the money, so they're going to go get it. Free money, yay! And then they got you.
And don't tell me you're going to pass it down. And normally they open the mail.
yeah, with the last stimulus check, they kind of said something along the same lines where they wanted to see how it stimulated the economy and where it ended up going to. And with that amount of money being put into the market at the time of the stimulus checks when I got it, I didn't know the things I know now, but I can now see how they would be able to see the change in $2.2 trillion being created.
Type their name and says they're the debtor. That's considered signed. So don't says I commit fraud.
Since I've watched a little bit on the economy and how it works and how that's happened in the past and the effects it's had, we're seeing the exact same cycle. So more than likely, more money will be printed or get created. I can say maybe not printed, but created, and it would make sense if they wanted to make it digital to make it more trackable and see where it's going because they've already led us in that direction.
Yeah, I was telling my aunt about because she does that upholstering and the sewing and the flipping sewing machines and stuff. So she hustles out here. And I was telling her that anything over $600 on her PayPal, because she gets a lot of people pay her through PayPal. And I told her, try to switch it up because after $600, if they don't write it as a reimbursement or a gift from a family, then they're going to tax you. You have to fill out a 1099 form, and at the end of the year, she was just like, "No, that can't be true." And I'm like, "Yeah, no, it's true." She's like, "I thought it was $600 a week." I'm like, "No, for the whole annual year, you'll get taxed." So I just told her to be careful, at least aware of it.
Yeah, because PayPal will file their taxes, and if she doesn't file hers, then they'll know. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then IRS becomes a problem.
Yep. And that's just the first way. It's just the government saying, "Hey, we want your money, more of your money."
Okay. Even if someone like even if he just got here from another country, basically he's only been here like a year, and now
Both of these can reclaim both. It's the straw man's been used in his country before he came here. It's there in the system all over the world.
Yeah, change is coming, but at least we're up ahead of the schedule. Like I said, I was like, they already said they're going to start rolling it out in 2023. Like I said, people don't know that, even though it's out there. It's public news. The Fed said it, Powell, but most people are just so focused on mainstream media. It's hard to get behind the scenes at what's really going on. There's so much distraction because they want you to,
Right, I just thought that it would
Yeah.
affect
And yesterday,
something with the whole process that we're trying
DeRio
to do
had
here. I thought it would.
Trump's rally on, and I watched a little bit of it. And I was listening to him. I was listening to how he was saying he really feels like the country's just in a state of disaster since the Democrats have taken over.
That's the same thing that the other side said when when the red had all the power and the blue said the same thing. You know what I mean? It's like the same playbook. It's hard to not.
Yeah, and what it makes me think is what we see coming for the U.S. And how I look at how they strategically place certain people as presidents in certain times for certain events. I can see the probability of them allowing Trump back in the White House as a fall guy.
It would coincide too with different charts, because the crash was going to happen. They delayed it till 2020 was probably going to be the year. They pumped it up with that whole COVID.
If Trump runs again,
Yeah.
and then he gets handed these cards, we know as the way we look at things, there's nothing he's going to be able to do to change what happens in his term. You know?
Yeah, hopefully it'll be corrected in the next 2 years after the midterms. So when he gets in, it would coincide hopefully with the new uptrend. But we would have 2 years in between that where we'd have to have a up and then more down. The A, B, you have to come back up, and then C, which could take a while. So that could be the next 2 years till 2024 or a little longer, give or take. They control the speed of everything. So
Yeah, I feel as if there are larger powers or larger hands at work that say what exactly is going to happen.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I don't think it comes down to the president's decision.
No.
I think it's determined before they're even in office.
Yep. It's all a political stage. You know what I mean? It's like it was like this, where it was like Trump was, they made it look like he was botching the COVID, so all the old people were scared and didn't want to vote for him because they were afraid he didn't believe in it and this and that. So they portrayed him as like this. He's not competent enough to. So when they came in, all the blue flipped. Everything's blue now from all red. But while it was all red, he could do no right. He was basically like the Joe Biden of right now. Joe Biden could do no right. So the only solution would be to go from one color wave to the next color wave, and it just seems to. And like I said, just that right there is almost a decade, 8 years. You know what I mean? So they can buy a lot of time in between these just by creating the problems, and then the only way to fix it is to change the power to the other side. It's the only solution, So now they're gonna have Joe down here. He's got males in the females swimming, and he's got transgender this and that, and it's just like the world's upside down. So now blue can do no right now, so they're gonna drop the ball, quote unquote. And the only thing that's gonna save it is if we go red. But it's really just the same fucking playbook back and forth, just to keep the people appeased and occupied, while behind the scenes their 401ks, their pensions, their all that shit just getting vaporized. You know what I mean? And they don't even know why. But
Yeah, and when you think about like the scam call centers or the hackers that'll like take $5 or $10 from millions of accounts, you know, and they get tons of money. You know, you think about $5 from 10 million accounts, that's like $50 million, right? So these people that are able to manipulate markets and savings accounts by taxes and things like that and interest rates, they're bringing in a lot more money than $5 or $10 a person.
Yeah, and they're swapping out freaking quality.
It's a lot more than 1 million people too.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot more than 10 million people.
Yeah, that's why I say the white collar and the blue collar crimes are just two different, systems of law. You can beat J.P. Morgan or whatever that bank was. They got caught with a cargo ship full of cocaine smuggling, and because they're a huge company, there's nobody to really sue, so they just get a fine. Whereas with a dime bag of some white stuff could go to jail instantly with 15 years plus a record that they'll never be able to shake, and it'll ruin the rest of their lives. So it's just like crime it's not fair for all people, and that's just not fair because they do the most.
Even here, like my friend that I grew up with, his little brother, and like he never got the special treatment, but his little brother did, and his little brother got caught. Like he was sitting in his car with a couple friends, windows down, and rolling a blunt in the driver's seat, just parked on the side of the road, downtown Columbus, like in the middle of the open, just rolling a blunt. And he had, I guess, some coke in the cup holder in the center console. And a cop just walked up to the car and while he was rolling a blunt. But it just so happens his dad is the sergeant of arms downtown at the state house and pretty much has say over everything police in Columbus, and he got out of it. He didn't get in trouble at all. The cop gave him a warning.
Yeah.
Once he said his dad's name.
Oh yeah, I used to have a friend who could get out of any traffic ticket because his dad knew a cop in the traffic department. So it was so bad to the point where he had so many of them.
Like that would have, like you were saying, put somebody else in jail for possibly years and then ruined their life afterward. But just because his dad had gotten to a certain position, he didn't get in any trouble at all. And that's just not fair.
Yeah, it's fucked up. And it happens every day. People get off on shit because they know somebody that works in the system.
One time, a girl that I used to be with, she had, we were arguing. I got out of her car. It was kind of still moving. I got out of her car, and it ended up we were out of the car and arguing. Somebody had gotten police there, and in that, from that, I guess my same friend's mom, who works for the police department that I live in the jurisdiction of, she got papers with my name on it across her desk, and then told my friend that she's worried about me and I need to stay away from this girl because she's gonna get me in trouble. And like, I'm like, what the fuck, man? I can't even do something without my friend knowing and his parents being worried about me.
It's like, we got our eye on you, wheel on.
She saw my name come across her desk and she got worried. She's like, oh no, what's he getting into? He needs to stay away from this girl.
The boy needs Jesus.
It was a flat out rejection. I mean, they definitely responded.
I'm not anyone they could get out of trouble like their own children, but they know my name.
You know, if you guys would have went over to Tennessee today, they're having the Tennessee Grand Prix. You know, they're running the Indy cars through the streets over there.
Huh.
You could have been up in your balconies in your hotel watching it. That would have been cool. Or at one of those bars, gods.
Yeah, the 4 stories are everywhere. I was looking at Airbnbs for the weekend. They have them from like 105 to like 188 right around Nashville, so it's pretty affordable to see that stuff. They're everywhere, so pretty popular town. Alabama's doing some concert that they do every year, like Alabama Rocks. So we actually saw some famous guy today. I didn't recognize him obviously, but he's some country singer down here that people know, and so they didn't know if he was performing. We saw him at the Cracker Barrel. He came in, I saw him walk in. He looked like he was all dressed up for church like everybody else, but the lady I was with was like, "Do you know who that is?" I'm like, "I have no idea who that is." I still don't know his name, but some famous country singer or something from down there. So they were all excited and stuff. So it was pretty cool to see that. But yeah, they're doing concerts down here. They've been doing it every year. So it's like an outdoor festival up about 20 minutes to the north. I was thinking about checking that out maybe today, but we just got back from church. But Nashville, definitely, that'd be cool to see a big race through the city like that. Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Because like when they respond, which they did.
They got Talladega down here too, I guess. If I ever come back, I think she said it's in like October and March and October or something. That's when they do that Talladega.
A long, drawn out fight with these.
Oh, you know you're gonna be back.
Oh yeah. I'll be back, especially when it's colder up north. When it starts getting like that tidbit nipply feeling. I'm like, oh, you know, I think I'm gonna go see Auntie Sandy.
And they cannot send it to you because they've already got your money.
She wants me to bring some kids down next time so they can meet her, you know, because they haven't seen her. She was been down here for 15 years, so maybe my oldest would maybe remember, but he would have only been 5 or 6, so I doubt it. So definitely good to reconnect with family down here and establish that. So, but I'm more drawn toward Nashville personally, like as far as if I do move south. I just know I can get a lot of bang for my buck there, and I like the scene. I know it's not everything, you know, because I have done some research, like what the locals think. You know, they're like, don't come down here expecting it to be like, you know, what you see downtown Nashville. That's mostly tourists, and you know what I mean. So it's a little bit more like normal places, but just being around the city like that would be pretty cool. A lot of stores and restaurants and a lot of stuff to do. So that'd be pretty fun. Definitely. More fun. Yeah. Like I said, they don't have lottery here, so there's not a lot of excitement, you know, except for college football and the races, you know, racetracks and stuff. So, and I'm not big in college football just because we don't have it where I am up there. I have just Patriots and stuff for football pro teams, but I could definitely learn to get into it, but I would have to, you know, start somewhere. But it's definitely a different vibe down here. They had the nice, you know, church. You know, church was more lively down here, and people were just very friendly and a lot of singing and stuff. So it was nice, though. Very nice service today. You know, glad I went.
Well, thanks. Because, you know, once like when we live at the beach, everybody's like, oh man, that's cool. You live at the beach. No,
have to register it?
it ain't no different than living anywhere else, man. It's just I'm 10 minutes from the pool, from the ocean. So
No, but do you have to register? What does your registration say in Australia?
Yeah, North Carolina was nice when I came through there. Definitely have nothing bad to say about you. I was down, I think where was it? Greensboro? Can't remember where the bus stop was, but clean and nice. I liked it. I was like,
Greensboro, Raleigh, Charlotte.
Yeah, I think it was.
Those are your 3 major bus depots in our area.
I think it was Raleigh. I think that's where I went through.
Yeah, it's big. That's one of the bigger areas. That's like busy. I mean, even to live outside of Raleigh, you got to go an hour any direction from downtown Raleigh to be in a quiet suburb.
Have to do and send it to the registration office.
Yeah.
And let them know that you have
A lot of big businesses are coming down here too. 3M. I know NASA came down here to Alabama, so I'm sure you guys are getting some good. I know Louisiana. They got a lot of big companies that have been coming down here. So a lot of money's coming down in the south, and even down in Alabama for being a quieter state, they got a lot of road work going on, new expanding routes to Memphis, and so I mean, just my eyes tell me they just had the World Games here, like they're trying to rebuild and and I can see why. I mean, it's just like, why not? Like, it's a potential boom if you can get a bunch of people to come down to the south from the north because of the property value and just all the other, no winters, and instead of them coming down to only retire, they can just kind of come down in general, and that would just bring more money to the south, and that'd be good for everybody,
You'll get down here. You'll be moved to the south within the next 2 years.
Oh yeah, I think you're right. I definitely think you're right with that. Especially now when my kids are older. Especially
Well,
back
the thing is, now that you see, how things are going, and you're a little more comfortable in what you do, the amount of home and the amount of property that you can buy for what you'll get for what you sell yours for is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's not even human. It's like it's not even close to like double. It's like 10 times the money goes farther, like a lot. So
Like there's this place I was at the other day, yesterday, matter of fact. So it's a halfway graveled, sandy trail back to these places. And there's all sorts of houses, different style houses, but just one house was like a block style home that he had went in and completely redone. But he bought it. It's got 10 acres of property. Got all kinds of wildlife on his property, and swimming pool, the whole 9 yards. And he picked it up for $38,000, 10 acres.
that's what I'm talking about. That's amazing. And then you can have some meat left on the bone to put some extra money into it. And then once this, especially with the housing bubble, once that pops, things are gonna get even cheaper.
Yeah.
I'm very blessed. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no, I'm sold, man. I see it. My aunt has, like I said, she's got a little bit more land than we got. The houses are probably comparable. Maybe ours is a little bit bigger now since we had the fire and the rebuild. But we're the $500,000 up there and only 140 when she bought it. Originally, so it's probably worth more now. But still, it's like
there's a small group of us here in
like,
Canada.
how can you not want to get down here? It's just, I don't know. That's what I mean. That's why I had to just kind of come down here and put boots on the ground so I could see what I'm looking at, talk to people, check out schools or what kind of companies are coming down here, see if they're investing in their communities. Like I said, they just had the games were here. They just put skate parks under bridges and there's new lights and everything. So Birmingham is trying to have a revitalization. They got the music festival going on up there right now. And like I said, I see Nashville, and then you guys obviously know what's going on in your neck of the woods. Hopefully you see the same kind of like growth and production happening down here. So just it's like a gold mine. If you can come in and buy shit at the low, it's only going to go up in value big time because there's like a bubble happening down here. I can feel it.
You can go to the outskirts of Nashville, like you can go around Nashville, and go out into the country and pick up a lot more property than you could in Nashville. Put yourself in that 45-minute drive.
Yep. That's what I'd be thinking. Definitely, like at least a half hour would be fine to me, and then that's enough time to get some trips to the store and go out and get stuff, but be out of the city enough and get a lot of land.
I just hate wintertime. I just hate the fucking winter.
Yeah. What do you mean in Nashville?
Yeah, because it's fucking cold, and when it snows, it's nasty. It's fucking ice. You deal with more ice than you do snow. And that's why I don't like the western part of North Carolina. It's beautiful. Yeah. Don't get me wrong, it's beautiful. But whenever they do get shit weather, it's shit.
Yeah, well, I'm used to that, so that wouldn't affect me too much.
It's different. It's different than when dealing with snow.
Yeah, I mean, we get it all, but yeah, you guys get more ice.
Straight ice. You deal with 3 inches of straight ice, and you can't go nowhere for a week and a half.
Yeah, only ice skating. That's about it.
Like, man, that's why I like it down here at the beach. Is it hotter than the summertime? Yeah, some parts. You deal with a couple of weeks of fuck, it's hot, but for the most part, we deal with the hurricanes. Get a fucking generator, put a metal roof on, and roll with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind buying a house down in North Carolina near the beach as well. I want to buy a couple, so wherever I can get the best bang for my buck, and then try to, sell it out, Airbnb it, for the year, and then when I want to travel there, come down, I can stay a week here, stay a week there. That's what I'm hoping to do.
Well, my uncles, they'll be here any minute. My uncle and my grandma will be here any minute. They'll probably be here within an hour. They're renting. They're doing an Airbnb right around the corner from me here. It's a townhome, 2 bedroom, 2 bath, really nice place. I used to live there when I first moved down here. I lived at that complex where he's got his Airbnb, but he paid it was just under $1,100 for Sunday night through Thursday night. You got to check out by 4 on Friday.
Yeah, big.
That's the worst. Heart wrenching. What happened to you?
So $1,000, for a week down here.
Yeah,
For Airbnb.
2 bathrooms. Yeah, that's plenty of room too. And then if you go in with a couple people, it's cheap.
Whatever we want to call it. I know
Well,
people call it.
he was thinking, it'd be nice. Come down and everybody don't have to pile in here on me. So they got a place. Well, it's not like I got a big house, I got a 3-bedroom, 2 bath, and one of the bedrooms is my office. So
yeah,
I get evicted out of my office when everybody shows up.
yeah, the couches and shit like that or whatever. You're like, they'd probably be better off with a 2-bedroom, like you're saying, with the bathrooms.
It's a real nice place, but somebody like you who likes to play in the yard and wants to do your thing with your growing, you can get like a piece of property like mine, or even go out further into the country and pick up 2 to 3, maybe 5 acres, and I could be at Morehead City in about 18 minutes. I could be Jacksonville, about the same 20. Lowe's Home Improvement, Lowe's Food, Walgreens, all that stuff is within 5 minutes.
Yeah, that's convenient. Yeah, if I go down there, probably more toward the shore. I definitely want to be near the ocean. You guys don't get hit too hard with hurricanes like Florida.
Yeah.
But this is new
My aunt lives in like Key.
North Carolina just keeps the media off the map.
Yeah.
The one thing that they won't let happen here is if like the Weather Channel and them fuck faces show up here, they get the sheriff's department run them off.
Thank you too, Nan.
They don't want that attention here because they don't. There's thieves that run around for that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's thieves that chase storms, and so the one thing that they do to try to protect this community is they keep the media out of here. They won't let the media do stuff. Now the local media, they'll let them do like at a bridge or something like that. But as far as national media coming in here, nope. They'll run them off every damn time.
Yeah, I've never
They
seen.
would make fun of them. We'll sit there and make fun of them right behind them.
Yeah, my aunt's always getting evacuated. It seems like once every year or two from Keys, the Florida Keys. She comes up and visits, but not this year. There hasn't been too much hurricane activity in the south on the sea. But damn.
Oh my God! Thank you so much. I mean,
We got one that just came off the coast of Africa. They're going to be watching it pretty damn close. You got a front that's coming off, that's going to be coming across the coast or coming across the states. And once it hits the water, they're thinking it may kick up and turn back into us. And they don't know yet.
I know the peak of the season's in like middle September, sometime around my birthday. I remember they always say it's like September or something. So it's just started up, I guess, for this next month, at least a little over a month. So you're right.
Normally between now and end of October.
Thank you, Thomas. That's very kind. Thank you so much. On behalf of
It's pretty scary because the water temperature is so high. It's not going to be good.
I thought hurricane season was over.
Hell no, they just getting started. They don't start now. Like you'll see 1 or 2 named storms in June, July, but then August rolls around. About the time school goes back.
Especially you and Santi. Thank you very much. I really appreciate. I want this out.
Yeah, fingers crossed it's not too bad, because a couple of years ago she tried to stick one out because she left so many times and nothing happens, and then she stays on one. It was that one that fucking it destroyed the. She was right by that wind band on the left where the weaker winds are on the left. You know what I mean? But the right side, the marathon key or whatever it was to her right got destroyed, but she was pretty scared. Her building was rocking, and she was like, she said she'll never stay for another one, no matter what, even if like, well, I gotta come up and see you guys. I ain't gonna die down here. That's crazy. Just
Yeah, the islands, I could see being a little crazier than mainland Florida.
Actually, it's better on the islands than it is on mainland.
Really?
Yeah, because the water can leave so much faster.
Yeah,
the problem
true
the
that.
problem being on mainland is, down in the islands they've got all the channels, cut through the island, so the water it'll come up and it'll go away really fast. The wind part of it, it's really not that big a deal because most of the stuff down there is block built anyway.
Yeah.
The windows that get held. The
Yeah,
roofs
so
not
you
get
don't
held.
got the siding blowing off and shit.
Right, yeah, but you get these houses that are like mine that are vinyl siding with shingle roofs. Watch it fly.
It's just gonna blow down.
Yeah, man.
My aunt's house actually has the, where the basement is actually elevated, you know what I mean, where it's the water can go through. There's like, it's set up like indoors, but it's really like, on stilts, but the basement water can just go right in and right out. So yeah,
Right.
it's designed different.
Yeah, it's totally different. I mean, it's a whole different setup, but it gets spooky whenever you got windows, leaking water, and you got wind blowing water through the doors and stuff like that. It gets a little spooky, but on the main bodies, like here inland, we have
Looking forward to be.
we have to deal with all the water that won't go anywhere. Like it'll just sit, and before you know it, you're knee deep. The next thing you look back an hour later, and knee deep turned into chest deep. And like there was parts of
Currently taking this call from
right up
Norway,
there in
but
Jacksonville.
have been to
There's a road called Piney Green Road, and there's this bottom, this old creek bottom, and they had these apartments that were there. They were these one-story, five apartments per building type place, and like 25 of those buildings went underwater.
Yes, the class would be good for
And
you.
people were going in there
It's
with
very recent and
John boats and picking people
gonna
up,
show
getting them
you
out of there.
things that I was talking about. It will be in writing. You will understand it better.
I think I just heard it's National Sisters Day. If anybody has a sister, heads up.
What?
Sources I've seen out there, you're the one to deliver.
Could be wrong. I'm back testing it right now.
Yes, I studied every single day. Not a day gone without me with my book. And my son and my daughter, my husband were
It
very
is.
helpful. If without them,
I never heard of such a thing.
Sisters Day is today.
That's my husband.
Thank you, Siri. Yeah, Siri just said it, so it's got to be true.
He's what's up in me.
Say hi to Ken for me.
Siri makes it true, right?
Each class of the 5 is going to be like this, 3 hours or a little more.
I never hear of this shit until it's the day of, though.
Do a little bit less because we'll have enough
Yeah,
time
or a week later, and you're like, oh, I didn't know that.
for the paperwork with them. When I give them the first week, the second week they come, I have to go over that paperwork with them.
Yeah, okay.
They have to tell me what they understand. If anybody don't understand something, they have to ask the question.
Yeah, okay.
And then I'll carry on to the other two classes.
Okay. Sleep well, BB.
Thanks.
I'm texting my sister right now.
Thank you all.
Thank you, everyone.
Some of these coins are going a little crazy today, huh? Quant,
Thank you for all
Theta,
your help.
Algo's trying to do a little something.
Thank you all.
Monero,
Take care.
Much love. Bye now.
LRC.
Thank you. Much love. Good night.
AVAC still showing out.
Yeah, let's go, man. Let's start an uptrend. That's what I'm saying. Going into Monday morning. Let's fucking go.
You think so?
I'm ready, man. I'm fucking ready to hit that sell button. Like I said, I don't know who said it the other night. When it goes, I think it was Oki. He said when these things rip up, it's like a 10, 15 days. That's it. So you only got a quick chance to get in, get up, and get out before it starts coming down for a while.
Now, here's what's interesting. We all have guns, right? I don't have a gun, but my driver has a gun.
It's overdue. Everything's overdue. Like I said, it's not going to go to the moon. We all know that. But you're going to bang your head somewhere. As soon as that happens, got to be ready. slowly grinding up to almost 29% in one position just in the last 2 weeks since I've been here on that movie theater chain. And then Friday they pulled it back a little bit for a breath, you know what I mean? And that's why I took my tendies at the casino, because anytime I've learned, anytime you see like 20+%, 29, you know, almost 30, it's going to come back down. So keep going. You might get more later, you know what I mean? But it's not going to just keep going. So just enough times of getting burned by watching the green candles come back at me. I just was just like, I gotta secure some of these profits. I'm up $900. You know what I mean? I'm like, let me just take like $450 profit.
Get that paycheck, baby. Gotta get
Yeah,
that paycheck.
right now, definitely. I was like,
This new thing that I'm running right now, I'm waiting to be able to turn it up. They keep changing the dates, but they finally put something in writing now on when they are going to turn it up. Because right now I'm just running 5x leverage. My win ratio is 94.58%. I'm at 157 wins and 9 losses. For a total of 166 trades. But it's just little 5%. Just little 5. It's a 5x and doing a little 5% jazz. So it uses low funds on using futures. And every once in a while I'll get. I think yesterday was I lost 1 cent on one trade and 8 cents on another trade. But the rest of them, since that, has been all green. And you get 18 cents,
much
30
easier
cents.
with the bot doing it in that shorter time frames. You know what I mean? Because it's harder to, it's doing the work for you. You know, because early it's some good days. We're bound to get something.
Hey Donnie, I was wanting to share something I had found with you and just get your opinion. Look at my screen real quick. So I'm going to start at the daily. This little prediction line that Crypto Profit had made, I just kind of changed the settings, and from flipping through time frames while changing the settings, I just kind of liked what once I got it set at 180 and 60. The evaluation window would be 60 candles back, and the forecast window would be 180 candles forward. I really set it for on the lower time frames, and I was just flipping through the higher time frames. And I had seen this that fit into my trend lines pretty well. And that's just one time frame. So I'm going to zoom in on. Can I make this line fatter? Let me see. No, just dotted. Anyhow, it just fits my trend line so well. I think it could be probable. And it's up and then down, up higher and then down lower. So that's kind of puts together everything we've been thinking, but not knowing exactly how it would go. You see what I'm saying?
Look at the pattern. Look what it did. So if that plays, you're gonna be looking for your higher high, and when that plays, you should get your lower high in your RSI, and then you should get your second divergence up there on that second blue breakout up there. That should be your big divergence up there on the top of that, on that time frame, and then that would give you confirmation that you're on your wee face.
Yeah, and this would still be a higher low than previously,
right?
But a macro higher low.
Right. And the whole time, I mean, it still plays to.
And that looks very probable.
Yeah. Throw it. Is that a daily? Throw a 200 EMA on it.
Oh, I was just going to show you the hourly real quick. The hourly with the same settings is showing another higher low.
Yeah.
And I think that's pretty probable also. I'll go back to the daily. The 200 is this purple one here. Let me see if I can make her fatter. Yeah.
warring with the reporting of war.
So that would come like pretty much up to the 200.
I lambasted media failures during all
So yeah, that's
the daily.
then you're gonna look for a breakout over the 200, and then there's divergence of play.
We'll come back down to that previous all-time high as a double bottom, macro double bottom, or a support check spring, or spring test, whatever they call those.
It was this history of covering wars that led me to look at the
I don't know, something like that, but it looks probable. I go out to 2-day, and it just does another one of these. I can see the exact same pattern, and I'm just like, okay, well, I see you're just copying from back here.
is key.
I can say without reservation that these magnificent young Americans are as fine as any fighting men our nation has ever sent
That
into battle.
1 day looks a little better.
The Pentagon's efforts to control press coverage were a response to the loss of the war in Vietnam. Many of the
And that low would come in. Let me just point it out here. 13,619 or 620-ish. Pointed at it a little better, and it was like 13,000. 14,000. Okay, yeah, that's a bit of a difference, but right about 14,000 is what this is saying, predicting there.
By the right wing as a war in which the American media sold out to the communist side.
Well, you should be a pain in the ass. I mean, any reporter in a time like Vietnam,
I would suspect that would be a higher low in the MACD at that time, with the price being a lower low.
After Vietnam, the Pentagon limited
And it would just be screaming to get in.
journalists with training exercises like this.
It's never. This is what's crazy to me. It was just so flat before all of this, but if you zoom out, it looks flat here. And then if you get rid of that, that's not flat anymore. So really, it's just the volume, I guess. But
Man, basically all the soldiers here are heroes in one way or another.
Wars may destroy people and countries, but they can be profitable to cover. CNN won the 1991 Gulf War in the sense that its coverage propelled a struggling cable news operation known in the industry as the Chicken Noodle Network into a top global news brand. Revenues followed as ratings soared.
Against Iraqi forces in Kuwait. Iraq claims the attack is failing.
And so did patriotic fervor. Even as media objectivity eroded, that old truism, truth is the first casualty in war, was never more true.
Iraqi forces in Kuwait.
Journalists were denied access to most of the 1991 Gulf War, writes CNN's Christiane Amanpour.
Some of the killing fields.
Behind our backs, behind the backs of the field reporters, field producers, and crews on the ground, our bosses made a deal with the establishment to create pools, what I call ball and chain, handcuffed, managed news reporting. The result, we later learned the smart bombs used then were not so smart. Only 1 out of 5 hit targets. Most U.S. casualties were caused by friendly fire.
I've covered enough wars to be able, in a position to say this, that we have never, I have, including me, have never shown the viewer what it's really like, and how horrible war is. And partly you can't show it because the camera can't capture it, but even at a certain level the camera may capture it and we won't show it. There are certain kinds of close-ups that we won't show. There are certain blood spatters, dead children that we don't show people, partly because it violates sort of long-standing practice. Don't put gore on television.
The coverage of the Gulf Wars lacked more than gore. Context and background were missing, like the role the U.S. played in putting Saddam Hussein in power and arming him for years. America's war on Iraq did not end with the end of that war. Washington initiated and the UN imposed sanctions, which, coupled with the cruelty of Saddam's regime, reportedly led to 1 million children dying and the spread of new diseases. A mysterious Gulf War syndrome struck veterans. The U.S. and Britain imposed no-fly zones, using them as a cover for warlike bombing raids years before the 2003 invasion. None of these stories received the full coverage they deserved. And then came 9/11. The Bush administration used the attack as a pretext to put in place secret plans to invade Iraq drawn up before 9/11. The media was mobilized behind the war on terror. In post-9/11 America, a patriotic correctness swept through the news business. TV anchors put flags in their lapels. I wrote a book showing how the coverage advanced the government's plan to respond militarily. Some stories explaining why they hate us gave way to this.
It all became very personal at 9/11. I was in command of my battalion at the time. I mean, I was in the training meeting when that happened. The unspeakable acts against pillars of our strength being, hit by aircraft. You can imagine what it was like. It all became, very, very personal.
Much of the coverage fueled demands for retaliation. There was often more debate in the streets than on TV.
The same hatred that killed so many people.
Many networks said they didn't want to get ahead of public opinion or be baited as soft on terrorism.
They don't love me, and I don't love them, okay? Okay?
This confrontation at Ground Zero in New York shows what happened when a peace activist called for global understanding.
What about us? Do you care about every human being here?
It's September 11th. You're at Ground Zero.
If they do something to us, that we're not going to do nothing back, but we're not going to do nothing back.
They didn't do anything to Iraq, did not do shit to America. So you're saying it's okay to kill innocent people?
Listen, if it's for a better good, let's do it. Yeah, I volunteered. You know why?
To keep your ass free. To keep your hippie ass free. He puts his life on the line.
Don't forget the American media is based in New York City. Every reporter in New York City saw the World Trade Towers collapse. They took it personally. There was a sense of revenge, of fear, and that was reflected in the coverage of the Afghanistan war and the war on terrorism.
We may be wrong about some of the things we're passing along to
CBS's Dan Rather, September 22nd, 2001. I am willing to give the president and the military the benefit of any doubt.
As we moved into Iraq, a more preemptive strike, the media maintained this sort of romance, you might say, with government.
But the fact that they allowed the Bush administration to manipulate the truth so grossly and so nakedly in the run-up to the war made the war possible.
The United States of America will not permit the world's most dangerous regimes to threaten us with the world's most destructive weapons.
All the while, Washington insisted Iraq had to be disarmed, that it had proof that Saddam had weapons of mass destruction that threatened the world.
Saddam Hussein recently sought significant quantities of uranium.
The demonization of Saddam Hussein went on for 5 months. During the run-up to the Iraq War, American media outlets, including most TV networks and the New York Times, relayed the administration's spin on the threat posed by Iraq without much question. Without their cheerleading, there could have been no consensus for war. In May 2004, the New York Times acknowledged its pre-war reporting had been deeply flawed. A Times editor called it an institutional problem, indicting editors and reporters who, quote, coddled sources and practiced hit-and-run journalism. He admitted that America's self-styled newspaper of record had not just reported the story but become part of it. Quote, covering the war was not the Times at its best.
Only now, of course, we're learning so much of the stuff that we simply assumed it must be accurate. It wasn't accurate at all.
The ombudsman of the Washington Post later admitted, it's clear now that the press as a whole did not do a very good job in challenging administration claims.
Critical perspectives about alternatives to war, all the kind of efforts and discussion of the peace movement virtually disappeared from the media at that very point where notionally, a society was making up its mind as to whether to go to war or not.
The media monitoring group Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, or FAIR, studied 1,617 on-camera sources between March 20th and April 9th, 2003. They found 71% of all sources were pro-war, only 3% anti-war.
I mean, I saw a figure the other day of something like, I forgot the exact figures, but something like there were 800 experts used during the war on all the American broadcast outlets, and only 6 were opposed to the war. Now, that seems a pretty odd state of affairs.
In this period, I was hoping war would be averted. UN deliberations were covered, but dismissively. International opinion was not taken seriously. The media frame became us versus them. There was a buzz here for many weeks. One journalist told me that buzz is gone. Instead, there's a pall, a feeling of total frustration. The United Nations wanted to give the arms inspectors time to finish the job, but the Bush administration bypassed the UN, claiming to act in its name by launching a preventive war, unilaterally, as an act of self-defense. Britain and a few other nations joined what was officially branded a coalition of the willing. Critics called it a coalition for the drilling.
The United Nations survived this failure.
The United Nations is more important than ever. We need collective responsibility.
When countries like France called for more UN inspections, they were denounced as cheese-eating surrender monkeys in some media outlets.
And despite the fact that we have no weapons of mass destruction, the U.S. armies have crossed the Atlantic and they are preparing hundreds of thousands of other soldiers.
The United States insisted they were there. What happened to those weapons?
Well, I think it has been destroyed. It has been destroyed by the Iraqi government because they felt at that time that there is no need for it. Anyway, they cannot use it because if they would like to use these chemical weapons, the other side will destroy the whole Iraqi people, the whole Iraqi country. So I think they did realize that, and for this reason they destroyed it. And they destroyed it earlier, 91, 92.
This claim, ridiculed by the media then, is largely accepted now. An exhaustive March 2004 University of Maryland study on the coverage of WMDs found that threat was exaggerated, reported inaccurately, and irresponsibly. After the invasion phase of the war ended, journalists debated their role in fueling a war climate.
The run-up to the war was extremely well covered. The run-up to the war was one side.
Why? That's what we voted on.
On one panel, Harper's Rick MacArthur challenged Time Magazine's Michael Elliott. Afterwards, I spoke with both. Is it the news culture? Is it the lack of critical thinking? Is it economic interests?
Well,
Is it all of the
it's all those things, but it's mostly owners who don't care about journalism.
I think the American media has done a fabulous job since September the 11th.
Wasn't this a media system that was cheerleading for the war?
I think undoubtedly what you saw in the war was a sharper distinction between the print media and the TV media than I've ever seen before. Or maybe I should have said that in the session just now.
They got to watch what they say. If Michael Elliott gets up there and says, yeah, Time didn't do a very good job covering the war or covering the run-up to the war, he's out of a job. He's going to get in trouble with his bosses. I can say it because I'm a publisher.
In the run-up to war, dissent was marginalized, debate was limited, protest and protesters seen but rarely heard.
More than 1 million demonstrators turned out in London. The march is thought to be the largest ever in Great Britain.
Sadly, the coverage was at its worst in the period when it mattered most. The period bracketed by the worldwide demonstrations on February the 15th and actually going to war was one in which British public opinion turned round from being approximately 60-40 against the war to approximately 60-40 in favour of the war.
Washington Post ombudsman Michael Gettler blasted his own paper for underreporting or poorly displaying coverage of big demonstrations here and abroad.
There was fairly decent coverage of the fact that there was an anti-war movement. What there was not decent coverage was the analysis of what we were trying to say about what was wrong with the war, why we never should have gone to war, why the war needed to end, what was driving the motor force behind the war. That analysis never got into the mainstream media.
It was freezing in New York during the huge February demonstration.
George W. Bush to sort of revive the progressive movement in the United States and Western Europe.
Great to see you. And everybody looked at me like
South Africa's Bishop Tutu was a featured speaker.
What do we say to peace?
The mainstream media sort of ghettoizes this kind of coverage and doesn't allow it to really enter into the mainstream discourse. I think they'll report it, they'll show the crowds as a mass, they might show some sound bites, but they won't really get into like what the significance of this movement is.
At later protests, I spoke with journalists and activists about the coverage we were then being bombarded with.
The purpose of journalism is to question the prevailing wisdom. The journalism we see in this country, for the most part in the mainstream media, does not question anything.
And that scares me to think that here it is, it's a war, people's lives, the whole world is changing, and most of us are just watching it like another entertainment channel.
If we invade Iraq, there's a United Nations estimate that says there will be up to 500,000 people killed or wounded. Do we have the right to do that to a country that's done nothing to us?
Frozen out of the news, activists tried to buy airtime for anti-war commercials like this.
No nation under God has that right. It violates international law. It violates God's law.
Most networks wouldn't run the spots, even for the money. Many activists soured on mainstream news, turning to hundreds of internet sites. They also turned to foreign TV outlets, especially the BBC.
Iraq, Saddam. Iraq, Saddam.
Many young people abandoned the news altogether, preferring satirical newspapers like The Onion and comedy news shows. Many turned to alternative and independent media.
It's up to the media to challenge those in power, not to cozy up to power. So you have this media that's embedded now in the government, in the military, and yet at the same time there's hope because there is a response to that, and that is the independent media movement.
A global news army was put in place before war erupted. On all sides of the conflict, media outlets were spun or controlled by governments. In Baghdad, mainstream journalists say it was tough to get the truth. Sometimes independent reporters were able to do better.
Every foreigner is followed by the secret police, but journalists are watched even closer. And there was an army under Saddam Hussein of government officials whose only job it was to spy on journalists. So you have no way to avoid being under the control of the Iraqi Ministry of Information.
Burnt in their tanks.
They tapped my phone in my office, my hotel room. There was a small camera in my hotel which watched my every movement. I used to have to go into the loo to get changed.
I determined that the best thing was to not get accreditation as a journalist in my visa and to go in as a humanitarian worker.
They are not near Baghdad. Don't believe them. They are nowhere. This is silly.
Iraq's media minders worked for the Minister of Information, Mohammed al-Sahaf, known in the West as Comical Ali for his false claims. Most of his threats of Iraqi resolve were treated as a joke. Later, as resistance emerged, some now seem almost prophetic.
The bribery system was appalling, Some television crews were paying up to $5,000 per visa.
So in the case of Rupert Murdoch, he has a tremendous number of media outlets, probably the most of any single company or person in the world operating in Iraq under Saddam Hussein. And one colleague who works in a Murdoch news operation estimated that Rupert Murdoch was giving as much as $500,000 to Saddam Hussein's government during the lead up to the war, just for permission for his news outlets to operate there. And there was a running joke that Rupert Murdoch was the second greatest source of cash for Saddam Hussein, second only to oil smuggling.
There are pockets like Tikrit.
If Iraqis were corrupt, so were some Western media outlets. New York Times correspondent John Burns and others accused Western media companies of competing through corruption, literally buying access for their correspondents and cameras, while not covering human rights abuses and the suffering of the people. CNN later admitted it did not report abuses of its own staff members in order to keep its office open in Iraq.
F-18 streaked in.
Few of the journalists who covered the war covered the way it was really covered. Independent reporter Robert Young Pelton, author of this best-selling travel book to the world's most dangerous places, had his eye on the media eye.
There was never any sense that we might go to war. It was always like, we're going to attack Saddam Hussein, and here's why. There was very much a script in how this war was handled. There was a kickoff.
Saddam Hussein and his sons must leave Iraq within 48 hours.
And then there was a countdown. You got 48 hours to get out of town. Then it was like everybody tuned in for the opening kickoff. As the war progressed, it was done on a linear scale. We're going from here to there. It was almost like we're running a pass. There were people actually diagrams, generals drawing on a map that looked just like a football play. We're going to go sneak around here, and we're going to do this, and we're coming up there, and we're doing that.
This sports metaphor offered a simplified narrative, mimicking a familiar TV format.
Oh, I guess I'll be back.
Delayed getting into Iraq, his focus became the press.
So I ended up being the only person embedded with journalists during the war in a fancy hotel in Jordan.
Right now there's apparently 4,000 journalists everywhere from Kuwait to Baghdad to Jordan to Syria to Turkey, all waiting for the war to start. And some of these people have been sitting around for 9 weeks.
They lived in very nice hotels. They were all on expense accounts. They met at the bar every night. They worked 24 hours a day.
The President will address the nation at 10:15.
My fellow citizens, at this hour, American and coalition forces are in the early stages of military operations to disarm Iraq, to free its people, and to defend the world from grave danger.
Level of protection would be minimal, and if I were a news president or a news executive right now, I would be pulling my people out.
When the war had finally begun, the networks began pulling their reporters out of Baghdad. Peter Arnett was in the Iraqi capital with a National Geographic documentary team. He decided to stay.
Covering wars are a dangerous business. You can die, and those companies feel responsible for their people in harm's way. They sometimes order them out.
I think there is something to be said for staying. However, from a news executive standpoint, the risks are enormous.
I sort of have a genetic tick that allows me to go into dangerous areas without too much concern.
The interesting thing is that the American military were trying to intimidate these journalists. They were saying, you're going to be a target and everything. And the journalists were working overtime to say, look, we're here, this is our coordinates, don't fly here. And everybody knew that journalists were at these hotels. That's why they were at these hotels. It was also known that if you're going to have shock and awe, you need somebody to record it. I mean, the one thing that they left out was they needed the media to fight this war. The war was set up to be filmed and recorded by the media. So there was this bizarre symbiotic relationship.
When the awesome bombing of Baghdad began, what was shocking was the way news anchors lovingly described lethal weapons. They became boys with toys.
Should they have used more? Should they, use Moab, the mother of all bombs, and a few daisy cutters, and, let's not just stop at a couple of cruise missiles.
Yeah, only 40, huh?
I want to see him use that Moab.
Military action to begin. CBS's David Martin at the Pentagon is following the planning and has the latest on a possible timeline.
Promote its war, the Pentagon made media management a priority. Their strategy was sophisticated, clever, and almost always covert. Few media outlets exposed it. Most participated willingly for their own political and economic reasons. Pentagon strategy went beyond traditional PR, using marketing strategies and perception management. Administration officials likened their war planning to a product rollout. It was all to guarantee there would be only one storyline in the media and in the minds of Americans, theirs. A Pentagon advisor told me it was intentional. They knew that TV networks prefer storytelling to sloganizing. Their storyline became a master narrative, defining Iraq as the problem and U.S. military intervention as the only solution. Traditionally, propaganda is targeted at the enemy. In this war, it was smoothly infiltrated into the news, aimed at American and global public opinion.
There are known knowns. There are things we know that we know. There are known unknowns. That is to say, there are things that we now know we don't know. But there are also unknown unknowns. There are things we do not know we don't know.
This platform is not a platform for propaganda. This is a platform for truth.
In his war plan, Tommy Franks, the U.S. military commander, described the press, once known as the Fourth Estate, as the Fourth Front. He knew that a supportive media was essential for victory, and he cultivated one.
This will be a campaign unlike any other in history.
The Pentagon focused on winning the media war, leaking their plan to reporters they could trust.
We knew the plan, and I think the military benefited as far as positive coverage during the war because we knew what the plan was. So we reported that things basically were on plan, or we weren't worried when we got delayed 2 or 3 days because we knew overall it was very successful.
Earlier, when the media pressed for access, Frank's team came up with the idea of embedding reporters. A former corporate PR professional turned Pentagon official ran the program.
One of the things we did, it wasn't rocket science, but it was hard work. We took the same kind of planning and training and discipline that you put into military operations and put it into this aspect of the military operations. And Rumsfeld and Myers, being enlightened guys, had included people like me in the war planning from the very earliest stages.
But Tory Clark got major networks and news organizations to sign a 12-page contract agreeing to certain ground rules that actually kept the Department of Defense, public affairs people in the driver's seat. And you got reporters in with these young, idealistic troops who really believed all the spin of what was going on. We were going to liberate Iraq, that the reporters would overall identify with the troops and their reporting would be very positive.
On the journey, or when we get there, any sort of incident happens, please keep calm and remain on the bus. We will deal with the situation, no matter what it is, as swiftly as possible.
What news organization are you with, Tim?
Sat.1 German television network.
BBC, CNN, Los Angeles Times,
Japan Broadcasting Corporation.
I'm Gwendolyn Cates, and I'm here on assignment for People magazine, and I'm embedded with the 205th Battalion, 165th.
I was the only journalist embedded with the military intelligence unit. They were part of the 5th Corps based in Germany. And I was invited, in fact, to be embedded by this unit because one of the commanders had gotten to know me and felt that I could be trusted and would really tell the story.
These are your atropine injector kits. Should you become contaminated and start to feel the symptoms...
Pentagon put the embeds through a training course, ostensibly to teach them how to survive, but it went further.
With this hand, hold it on there so when you pull it tight...
Journalists were given exaggerated fears of chemical attack designed to reinforce the threat of Iraqi weapons of mass destruction. The propaganda was also aimed at the military. It was a threat that wasn't there.
Good to go.
You look lovely.
I lived, ate, slept with the soldiers. And the bond that was established between us was very, very strong and very personal. And we shared the sandstorms together and the lack of food, and people talked to me about their fears and their children had left behind and their fear of death, all those
So I became very personally involved with them as individuals. At the same time, I was observing this with journalistic detachment, but I did place their safety above any sort of journalistic responsibility I had, professional responsibility I had, and I would not have done anything to endanger any of them.
What we're saying is, help us tell the truth.
Unmentioned by most media, the plan actually betrayed an earlier agreement made after the first Gulf War that said, quote, open and independent reporting will be the principal means of coverage. The Pentagon signed off on that policy on March 1st, 1992.
There's an interesting issue of conflict of interest there, because one of the standard rules of journalistic ethics is that journalists should not accept anything of value from the source they're covering. Well, all of their transportation, and indeed their very lives, were being protected by the soldiers they were covering.
And how old are you?
I'm 21.
What's your birthday?
3rd of the 10th, 81.
It's because we want to send you a birthday card. How do you spell your last name?
When I was there, it's funny because I was not so much scared for myself. I thought, how will I be able to handle it if one of my soldiers dies or is injured? I kept thinking about that. How will I be able to handle it?
The idea of embedding is essentially the Stockholm Syndrome. If you take an unarmed individual and put him amongst armed people, he becomes sympathetic to their cause. So the idea was, look, slap a helmet on these guys, stick them in a Jeep or a Humvee, head him in that direction, and let him do whatever the heck he wants, and he will become sympathetic to our cause.
Many embeds did a conscientious job, but they could only provide a limited and ultimately misleading picture.
The debate from the left and right about embedding, from the left that these were going to be lapdogs of the Pentagon, from the right that this was going to be loose lips sinking ships, I think neither proved to be true. But we haven't had the debate about what the embedding process did to our understanding of the war.
Stay down, stay down.
Far too many journalists were gung-ho about covering the war. Some romanticized it, seduced by the spirit of adventure. Others sought glory, as Canada's CBC explained in a stunning special, Deadline Iraq. During the war, no U.S. network ran anything like it.
I think so many journalists have this fascination, I must do this, and then I can call myself a war correspondent the rest of my life. It's as if they've got a checklist of things to do in their life, and this is one of them. But they are absolutely not prepared for the reality.
People didn't want to miss this war, and it had a lot to do with people's career. There was no question.
This is a thrill ride if you want to turn it into a thrill ride. I mean, you can go to places in order to get shot at, in order to have the excitement of feeling what it's like to get shot at. I mean, you can go play in the traffic, too, if you want.
There were few embeds with the military planners, with the covert action teams, the CIA, special ops, or with the air war. The U.S. military units that did the most damage were covered the least.
I mean, it looks like this was disinformation at the highest levels.
Later, CNN's Christiane Amanpour admitted her own network muzzled the news.
Is all about. Yes, I think the press was muzzled, and I think the press self-muzzled. I'm sorry to say, but certainly television, and perhaps to an extent my station, was intimidated by the administration and its foot soldiers at Fox News. And it did, in fact, put a climate of fear and self-censorship, in my view, in terms of the kind of broadcast work we did.
Talk about letting people know that ratings have gotten under your skin. Nothing could be further from the truth, obviously, and I'll let the news media defend themselves, but I promise you 5, 10, 15 years from now, people who study these things will say, you never saw such real, you never saw such accurate, you never saw such hard-hitting coverage of military conflicts.
A week later, CNN hired the Pentagon's media flack, Victoria Clark, as an on-air contributor.
It seems the gunfire has been coming from the police station down here.
I think a lot of journalists did lose courage. A lot of embed journalists did lose their ability to be critical, to emphasize the fact that there may be problems going on here because they didn't want to be kicked off the team. They wanted to stay embedded, and I think that was part of the problem.
Look, you do what you can do with what you're given, you know, and I did the best I could with my assignment covering the 2nd Brigade. I think overall, if you have, what were there, 600 journalists embedded throughout, that is definitely a plus.
By and large, the people who were covering the story, who were there at the front lines, actually doing the actual reporting, did an admirable job. They were doing what they were sent out to do. However, they don't have ultimate control. The control someplace else. The control might be back in Washington or New York or in Edit Bay in Qatar or Kuwait City.
Once this war started, we wanted the United States to win. We got to know these soldiers as people, and we wanted them to be successful.
If the Pentagon had an agenda, the networks had one too, and it went beyond attracting audiences.
When I worked in network news here at ABC, I watched the closing of foreign bureaus, the downgrading of documentaries, the dumbing down of news. There's nothing like the scary threat of WMDs and a good war to provide the basis for action-oriented TV coverage. Time magazine's Saddam cover was modeled on an earlier Hitler cover. Bush was presented as the avenging angel. War is one of those action-oriented spectacles that TV news lives for and thrives on in a post-journalism era.
All the networks wanted to have was a countdown to war. If you looked at every single network, it was virtually indistinguishable. 48 hours to war, dun, 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 showdown to Saddam.
With encouragement from the Pentagon, the news networks fashioned their coverage to maximize production values, to make it exciting. Time magazine called the approach militainment. Journalist Robert Pelton describes how it was done.
I was in some of the initial phone meetings between New York and the people in the field. And this was being set up like a movie shoot. There was a channel. You would have this feed that had only good explosions. Secondly, they told people, take your camera off the sticks. We want to have that cinema verite look. Move it around, move it. We want to see where you are. We want you to walk and talk and make people feel that you're in the middle of something.
This is true. A Defense Department memo urged military commanders to encourage action coverage. Quote, use of lipstick and helmet-mounted cameras on combat sorties is approved and encouraged to the greatest extent possible.
If you were to pick a generality, they were there for the big story. And keep in mind that Iraq is unusual because in the early days of CNN, one of the most memorable images were people like Peter Arnett sitting on a rooftop calling the war like a football game.
This is the 6th cruise missile to have come over our heads in the last half hour.
But the entire population of the planet focused on one journalist. So this was a wet dream for any journalist that went to Iraq, to be in that spot for a well-known predicted war to happen. If you're the guy holding that microphone and that thing happened behind you, that's what you're known for. You're not known for careful research, it's the face. It's all about the face. And where that face is a measure of who you are. So they were looking to get bullets flying, bombs going off, and that microphone and then face on TV.
Till freedom is a rumor. News Goo, what we need to know. News Goo, what we want to know. We got News Goo, what we think we know. Got remote control to choose the show, but the more we watch, the less we know. Ignorance grows on the spirit like a tumor.
And that's what generates money. I mean, you look at who moved up the food chain in the journalism world over the last 4 or 5 years. You have basically two fast tracks. You have entertainment or war. And entertainment, who cares? If you're a journalist, really, you focus on war.
The networks worked overtime to produce so-called video enhancement elements, like graphics, promos, and special music.
I want you to know Eyewitness News is there for you. We're working on the front line, overseas.
They were preparing for what they called news immersion. Their war was for ratings and revenues. A CNN graphics designer in Atlanta confided to a friend that he was told to sex it up.
Bombs don't work. That's correspondent Bill Neely of Britain's ITN.
War coverage soon developed its own routines, with anchors tossing to constant updates from embed reporters and in-studio analysis by network generals. One result, glitzy, round-the-clock, fast-paced coverage that was often misleading, inaccurate, and rarely corrected. just more militainment.
From the headlines.
These entertainment values stimulated a demand for even more excitement from video game makers like KumaWar.com, who turned the war into an interactive commercial experience.
Of actual news events occurring around the world right now.
Through British eyes, the U.S. channels lacked journalistic distance.
By and large, in the American networks, you would hear people talking about we, as though the network was actually in the war.
In the States, as far as I can ascertain, there is a presumption that politicians are right and honest and truthful. That is the default from which everything else operates.
Some UK journalists like John Pilger and Robert Fisk opposed the war. Others felt constrained.
If, say, for example, you cease to base your news agenda on the words and deeds of official sources, of the Prime Minister, of the government, and start to base it instead on gathering alternative perspectives, on gathering news from unconventional sources, then you will be somehow exposing yourself to the risk that you'll be accused of bias.
Even as the military encouraged action coverage, Pentagon advisor John Rendon recognized the dangers.
There's a convergence of content. News, information, and entertainment needs to be separated. Right now, there's a blurring of the lines on all three. And if you can think about it just in terms of how music comes up underneath news pieces as a form of dramatization, it changes the dynamic. And if the vehicle that delivers this information is all the same, then the viewer, the listener, or the reader will find a hard time distinguishing between the three.
Undaunted, the channels produced branding liners, some taking the government campaign theme, the war for Iraqi freedom, as their own. One proposal to call the war Operation Iraqi Liberation was discarded because that spells oil.
It's Operation Iraqi Liberation. Tell me, what does that spell? Operation Iraqi Liberation. O-I-L.
We're about 10 miles from the Pentagon in Virginia at the home of a retired Air Force colonel who's been investigating the stories of the Iraq War, how they were manufactured, distorted, and misrepresented by the media.
I heard military guys say things about the Iraqis that there's something wrong here.
Sam Gardner, I'm a retired Air Force colonel, and I have taught strategy and military operations at the National War College, at the Air War College, at the Naval War College.
Gardner did a study that reads like the Pentagon Papers of the Iraq War. He and others revealed how information dominance promotes strategic influence, how it drove the Bush administration's preemptive war, using deceptive information as an integral component of military and political combat. This goes beyond just influencing what we think. It aims at controlling what we think about. Corporations seek market share. This administration sought mind share.
Every morning at 9:30, they would have the message phone call, and it would involve the White House Office of Global Communications, the Pentagon Press Office, a media advisor, the people at Central Command, and sometimes the people in the State Department. And their notion for that day was to coordinate the message. And after that, they would talk to the Brits so that the message in London matched the message in Washington.
One message, one idea, push it out into the media.
Right. Dominate today's message with, and you can almost identify by day what the message with.
Every day there was live coverage from the Pentagon's high-tech media center in Doha, built by a Hollywood set designer.
Wouldn't it be reasonable for some...
Unknown to most TV viewers, the White House directly stage-managed the Doha Media Center through Jim Wilkinson, a Republican operative who had worked for a right-wing congressman and then helped run the Bush media operation in Florida in 2000. That strategy included staging events such as this anti-vote recount protest in Miami. It looked like a public protest, but it was actually led by right-wing campaign staffers.
Jim Wilkinson.
This is the guy that they put in charge of the media operation. He's the guy that engineered it. He's the guy that thought of all these things.
Houston Chronicle reporter Harvey Rice watched him in action.
He was nothing more than a political commissar. I mean, this is straight out of Stalin. And that's what he was there for. He was there to make sure the military, and as he put it in his first, he said, I'm here to keep them on message. So he was running the information about the war like a political campaign.
After the war, Wilkinson was brought back into the White House and then picked to run media at the 2004 Republican convention.
A missile attack on a residential section of Baghdad that killed 14 civilians. Can you confirm that?
So we think it's entirely possible that this may have been, in fact, an Iraqi missile that either went up and came down or...
War watchers may remember media writer Michael Wolff challenging media briefers at the Central Command.
Why should we stay? What's the value to us for what we learn at this $1 million press center?
Wolff was later told to shut the fuck up by a military briefer.
Sometimes it's your jaw drops, and it's hard to figure out why. Why are American journalists so maybe not even uncritical, self-satisfied? I think is the word.
So the first day of the war, it's on CNN where they've got this bank of cameras there. And everybody goes in there watching explosions and tanks rolling across and guys with M16s, M14s. And we go, is the war started? And these PR guys there, and the one guy I talked to said, I'm sorry, I can't talk to you about that. I don't want to endanger the lives of our boys. I said, but it's on television.
If you can give the media more content than they can handle, and as far away from the battlefield as possible, they will focus their energies where the source of that fire hose is. So Doha is the center of the fire hose. And the idea is that you simply have press conferences every day, and every once in a while you throw a little tidbit out, you hand out videotapes, free coffee, whatever, so that if you leave, you're going to miss the story that everybody else is covering. Fire hose coverage and fire hose delivery blots out all the secondary sources.
My research of the threads of stories from the war, which takes it from the beginning through the end, the way they were created, the way they were used, the way they were repeated, that research leads me to say that there were 50 or 60 stories that were either created or manipulated for the purposes of distorting the truth.
Gardner cited false stories, like the link between Saddam and al-Qaeda, as well as the Jessica Lynch story, which the BBC also debunked.
What were the two narratives?
The American narrative, as well known, is the great hero the great heroine who was captured under fire, who was then taken to hospital, potentially mistreated. American Special Forces went in, all guns blazing, rescued her against hostile fire. There was no resistance. The Iraqi doctors had been caring for her, given the circumstances, as well as could have been. And that a lot of the more dramatic elements of this story may have been embellished.
That story ended up hanging around for about a week, and that's why she's called a hero. Well, it turns out all of that was wrong. When Rumsfeld was asked about this the next day, he refused to comment on it, although I know he knew that she had not been shot, stabbed, and emptied her weapon on the bad guys. So it hung around.
Information dominance requires censorship. Little attention was paid to U.S. weapons that caused mass destruction, like legally prohibited cluster bombs that target civilians.
It was a cluster bomb. The bomb with multiple mini bombs is dropped from an aircraft focusing on targeted areas.
South African viewers learned about how cluster bombs worked and what damage they caused. An underreported fact: half of Iraq's population is under the age of 15. These young people became a primary target. This is what Baghdad's pediatric hospital looked like, floor after floor of cluster bomb survivors. This was filmed not by a network, but by independent filmmaker Patrick Dillon. Human Rights Watch reported cluster weapons caused hundreds of civilian casualties like these. There was extensive use of napalm-like Mark 77 firebombs. It was denied at first, but then admitted. More onerous was the almost total blackout on the use of radioactive depleted uranium, which hardens anti-tank weapons. This is especially ironic in light of Washington's constant claims of an Iraqi nuclear threat. The issue was covered overseas. Arnim Stauff, a German journalist, documented this proliferation in an Emmy Award-winning report for ARD in Germany.
Wissen Sie, dass gerade dieser Panzer hier radioaktiv ist? Nein, da ist nichts, sagt der Soldat, überhaupt nichts. Aber wir haben es gemessen. Nein, er ist nicht radioaktiv, dieser Panzer sowieso nicht. Er ist mit Uranmunition abgeschossen worden. Sorry, ich muss jetzt weitermachen.
In the British back office, a list of
The BBC took viewers into a back room at the Coalition Media Center. On the wall, a list of subjects briefers were ordered to avoid. On that list, DU, or depleted uranium. There have been a number of studies of misperceptions by viewers that many Americans believe that there was an Al-Qaeda-Iraq connection, that many Americans believe that there were Iraqi hijackers attacking the World Trade Center.
I think that's part of the campaign. It was very conscious effort to use terms that would have people connect in their minds Iraq and the incident of 9/11. You imply that these are the same kind of people, and if they're the same kind of people, they must have had something to do with it. Had they done an hour's worth of research, they could have had a paragraph in their story which said, the Pentagon said this, however, there were no however paragraphs.
The new information dominance strategy worked thanks to advice from marketing experts, Hollywood producers, and communications specialists like John Rendon, who were monitoring the media worldwide. Their job was to keep the public well propagandized.
Is that there were 5 wars in Iraq. There really was the reality of combat operations from the air, on the ground, and from the sea. The second war was the war the United States saw. The third war was the war that Europe saw. The fourth war was the war that Arab audiences saw. And the fifth war was the war the rest of the world saw. And as we monitored that in real time, we found that none of them were ever in alignment.
When you look at the war in Iraq, it's at times impossible to separate media, CIA, public relation firms, government propaganda. It all came together.
What is the problem here, Danny? So what's the problem here?
I'm at the Fox News Channel, Inside Fox and Friends, a program I monitor every morning. It's been the most extreme in its coverage of the war. I'm waiting for the makeup lady to come. I'm going on the air to talk about a conspiracy that happened 40 years ago, the Kennedy assassination. I made a film about that. Fox is not interested really in the conspiracy that's happening now in terms of the media, the military, and the administration. But that's not the subject they have me here to talk about. The past somehow can be handled safely. The present is another matter. Well, you know what they say, that Fox is like not really fair and balanced, that it's really not even news. Or, do you watch it? No.
Don't scratch your face.
I'm sorry. Because you're the third person I've talked to that said they don't even watch it and they work here. You just deal with what's on top of people's heads, right?
Right.
You don't deal with what's in their heads, right? Truth does have a way of coming out. And sometimes it's suppressed for a long time. New documents emerge. Historians reveal things that weren't revealed before. I believe so. I believe the American people deserve the truth. Now, where does Bill sit?
He has an office upstairs.
I had hoped to confront Bill O'Reilly, but he wasn't there. He's one of the loudmouth talk show hosts that define Fox's angry white man attitude, well calculated as a tool of polarization politics, long practiced on right-wing radio. After a year of uncritical reporting, to his credit, he admitted that he was wrong about WMDs.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I have come not to bury Rupert Murdoch, but to praise him.
Full, fair, and balanced coverage. The Fox News Channel.
Fox News may seem a fun place to its fans and a cartoon to its critics, but its ideological zeal is serious and carefully calculated, as longtime former producer Charlie Reyna revealed on a media website. Quote, "The roots of Fox News Channel's day-to-day on-air bias are actual and direct. They come in the form of an executive memo distributed electronically each morning, addressing what stories will be covered and often suggesting how they should be covered. The memo is the Bible." Fox's response? This charge is unfounded. People want to work here. Fox coverage included overly dramatic reports by Geraldo Rivera and Iran-Contra conspirator Colonel Oliver North.
I will tell you right now, counsel, and all the members here gathered, that I misled the Congress.
Colonel North's war stories were blatant exercises in cheerleading and denounced the anti-war movement.
This is the city garbage dump. I wonder where all the peace protesters never protest this kind of stuff.
Could be planning to attack Westerners overseas.
What was called the Fox effect drove all the TV coverage to the right. No network wanted to be accused of being unpatriotic.
Arnett gave an interview to Iraqi television in which he criticized American war planning and said his reports about civilian casualties in the Iraqi resistance were encouraging to anti-war protesters in America.
The American war planners misjudged the determination of the Iraqi.
Veteran correspondent Peter Arnett was targeted by Fox News for his decision to say on Iraqi TV what he was already saying on MSNBC.
If I'm wrong, you didn't go on Iraqi TV to say, I support Saddam Hussein, did you? You didn't endorse one side or the other.
I didn't endorse one side. But it was part of the hysteria that had developed surrounding this war. Now, there's a degree of hysteria about every war that America participates and just gets involved in, and this was part of the hysterical reaction, and I was basically, just swept up in that incredible explosion of anger. I think there were 157 cartoons of me in the newspaper the next morning, most of them in bed with Saddam Hussein. Management called up and says, look, the pressure is too great. We've had thousands of emails and calls, and it's time we have to drop you.
What I've learned, and has gone unreported until now, is that those emails were not from the public at large, but part of an orchestrated campaign by Free Republic, a right-wing online network. We were freaked, an official at National Geographic told me, explaining that 20,000 emails calling Arnett a traitor bombarded their executives, who then panicked and discharged him. The Freepers boasted of their success. Before the war, NBC fired popular anti-war talk show host Phil Donahue, replacing him with strident right-wingers in a move to outfox Fox. An MSNBC executive called Fox the patriotism police.
The rest of the world looked at my firing, is another example of American media caving into government.
What about Al Jazeera and that, publishing those gruesome pictures of dead soldiers?
I think there's something that is culturally Arab about that.
News, fair, balanced, and unafraid.
But all of the networks more or less signed on to the official rationale. A study found widespread misperceptions among viewers. The people with the most misinformation watched the Fox News channel, although viewers of other channels were also receptive to inaccuracies. Public broadcasting viewers and listeners were misled the least. This Canadian study highlights another misperception about the media itself. Quote, most Americans were not aware of how one-sided and biased the coverage had been. They believed the news media had served the country well.
Nothing like this has happened.
The
closer than CNN.
In this war, what had once been known as the CNN effect had faded, but CNN was still a news leader. I learned that CNN mounted two news teams, one for the U.S. channel and one for the rest of the world on CNN International. Was it just different strokes for different folks? Explain to me why CNN had one type of coverage for America and one type for the rest of the world.
I'm not so sure it was different. The content was the same. The presentation sometimes is different. American audiences have certain expectations of how the news is given to them.
Missile bomb firing apparently. People aren't going to hang out on the screen forever and watch what what your long explanations. They want to know quickly what's happened because they have a job to do too. And that's what our job is, to give them that.
For me, it's a huge difference to be able to get international news. One of the benefits I had living in Atlanta was I was there in the heart of an international newsroom. As soon as I stepped outside, domestic media never gave me that. It's a real shame, actually, especially for the world's most powerful nation.
In just 3 weeks, the U.S. military seized Baghdad with a small army of journalists tagging along. Robert Pelton, operating unilaterally now, observed the network news operations.
When you're a journalist in Baghdad, you live in a fancy hotel, you're hooked to the internet all the time. You've got people in New York making decisions for you, sending you story ideas that you are going to go out and do. You get up in the morning, you've got a driver, you've got an air-conditioned GMC, you get a driver, a translator, a cameraman, you get a security guy, little kind of British guy with tattoos on his arms, and off you go to shoot the story. You put your vests on, get your sound bites, you come back in time to cut it together, and then the talking head does the stand-up, boom, off it goes.
Goodbye, Saddam!
Thanks to a recently released U.S. Army report, we now know this most dramatic image of the Iraq War was engineered by a psychological operations unit that made it seem like it was spontaneous. Many TV outlets reported their stunt as evidence of the freedom, which was now said to be Iraq's. Mission accomplished, proclaimed President Bush in a scene out of the movie Top Gun. Washington Post military reporter Tom Ricks disagreed with this assessment.
Failures. I think the single biggest media failure was a failure that the Bush administration committed and the media committed together, which is we all tore down the goalpost at halftime. On April 9th, we said game over. It turned out the game was half over.
The post-invasion storyline quickly changed from liberation to occupation to resistance. There was massive looting. There were pro-Saddam protests and daily attacks on U.S. soldiers. Almost none of the invasion coverage anticipated this post-war chaos. While some TV crews remained, most of the embeds were withdrawn, upsetting military commanders like Scott Rudder.
15 April, when everyone left, a new breed came over. These individuals were not part of the war, very excited about getting the information, getting it there. On the Sheraton Hotel as well as the Palestine Hotel, you can imagine huddles of reporters around high-paid taxi cab drivers to launch out, to get the story, to show up in your unit without any type of coordination or efforts. You can imagine them huddling around a Bearcat scanner for the bad news.
The search for WMDs was getting nowhere fast.
No one asked me to come here and fight for someone. So, well, you know what? Because half my company doesn't even own a car. You know why we came here and fought? We came here and fought for all the beautiful ladies back home and a nice cold Coke. That's why we're here kicking off in somebody's butt. Thanks a lot.
By year's end, when no WMDs were found, officials called it a moot point and sought to change the subject. By then, the post-war war claimed more American lives than the invasion. Stephen Marshall of Guerrilla News Network went to Baghdad in October 2003.
Each of the major networks has sort of one crew who travel around from bomb site to bomb site. It's all sort of guarded by the military with huge checkpoints and concrete barriers, which doesn't give them an opportunity to cover what I would call the Arab street, or the true sort of experience of the Iraqi people.
The The reporting from Iraq quickly degenerated into a catalog of incidents.
What's really happening now is you have a situation where there's a bombing, a suicide bombing, say at the Baghdad hotel where we were at, and all of a sudden, everyone gets in their truck and whips over there with their security guards, and everyone's on scene. I mean, most of the people who are there are sort of adventure journalists. They're the guys who, really, they're stringers who get paid quite a lot of money to go and work in these countries, and they're simply there to get the best pictures they can. And in many ways, I found it to be very cynical. We met a lot of photographers and shooters who were really there, and all they wanted to do was find the next disaster, get there on time, get the right footage, get back to the Palestine hotel and start drinking beer. I mean, really, it's, in Iraq, it's the truism. It's never been more absolute that if it bleeds, it leads. The only thing they want to get out of Iraq are bloody civilians, or in the best case scenario, military officials or military or soldiers who've been hit by bombs. That's the images they want to get, which is ironic because for the administration, those are the worst types of images.
And then Saddam Hussein was captured. Time magazine took Jesus off of its cover and put Saddam on. Every network played it big, as if it was the second coming.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
The footage was supplied by the Pentagon. It was a major propaganda coup for Washington, even though it was later reported in the region that it was the Kurds, not the U.S. military, who first found the Iraqi leader in that hole.
Inside a small walled compound.
This is a picture of an Iraqi prisoner of war. And
the pornography of violence took an unexpected turn when these prison photos surfaced showing abuses by U.S. soldiers of detainees in a notorious Iraqi gulag.
In many of the pictures, Americans, both men and
CBS broke the story in late April 2004, but also admitted holding it up at the Pentagon's request for 2 weeks.
Are being court-martialed.
Their report permitted a U.S. general to shift blame onto a few individuals without exploring the systemic abuse documented in a military investigation.
We're appalled as well. These are our fellow soldiers. These are the people we work with every day. They represent us. They wear the same uniform as us, and they let their fellow soldiers down.
CBS's report aired in the end of April. By early July, the Pentagon had still not released its full investigation or its torture videos, and the press was no longer pressing them to do so. Why did it take so long for this story to surface? I later found this video of the same prison shot by Amnesty International in July 2003. They were alleging torture then.
We've documented or heard allegations of mistreatment or torture of prisoners.
While most of the world was shocked by the pictures, administration supporters were minimizing the well-documented torture.
It was like a college fraternity prank to stack up naked men.
Exactly! Exactly my point!
The war is still going on. Its outcome is still undetermined. The United States has not won this war.
The war you saw depended on where you lived. The Arab world saw a different war than the one we did. Ironically, many U.S. networks relied on Arab outlets, Al Jazeera, Abu Dhabi TV, and other networks for footage of the bombings. They showed their coverage stripped of their narrative. Al Jazeera financed its coverage with fees paid by U.S. networks.
They were surprised by bombardment before sunrise.
The addition of Al Jazeera this time round was as powerful and important as the addition of CNN to the rest of the world in 1991.
إن الجزيرة على وجه التحديد قوية في إعلان انتصارات.
Al Jazeera was formed by former BBC journalists as a commercial satellite channel. It promotes itself dramatically and was fiercely committed to offering diverse perspectives, although in the U.S. and Britain, it was falsely denounced as a one-sided propaganda organ. Its correspondents were often brave and took risks. They saw themselves as independent and balanced, although their style was much hotter and more audacious than their Western counterparts.
Before 9/11, many government-controlled networks or newspapers used to call Al Jazeera the Israeli CIA-backed network because we put Israeli officials on the air, we invite Americans, we put Bush more than any other leader in the Arab world. So we were suspected to be the Israeli people are trying to divide the Arab world, opposition against government. And the media was so positive about us before 9/11 here. But immediately after we put the bad guys for America as for the balance, they behaved the same way that the other government-controlled media in the Arab world were doing to us.
The Arab media also was debating the coverage. For a deeper understanding of their perspectives, I went to Dubai in the Gulf region. Welcome to the Arab Media Summit. Hundreds of journalists from around the region debated coverage issues, often disagreeing with each other and their Western colleagues. It was there I met TV anchor Nima Abu Warda. She rose to challenge CNN correspondent Nick Robertson.
Now, my second comment is to you, in fact, or CNN, regarding Amanpour's comment. Amanpour said that CNN was muzzled. She talks of an atmosphere of fear of reporting of what's going on. Of collusion, perhaps, is what she's insinuating between the Bush government and
That's
CNN.
absolutely not what she said. Those were private comments she made outside of CNN.
These were comments made on a TV program, I understand.
Outside of CNN.
But it's not private when it's on television, live television.
Thank you very much. Khalid, let me answer bring up your first point.
You think he was uncomfortable talking about it?
Extremely uncomfortable. He turned away. I was going to say, are you gagging me? Because that's exactly what he did. He dismissed me. I was dismissed. Just swatted like a fly on the wall.
Nima told me about the TV coverage of the war she watched.
I would flick English, Arabic, English, and you'd be comparing and contrasting stories and just seeing the angles and what was being said. Because ultimately, you get different stories from the different perspectives. On the Arabic TV stations, I would see what war is really like, the blood and gore, the mess that really happens when a bomb hits a building.
10% are so-called dumb bombs.
On CNN, you would see more of the strategic stuff.
The viewer in this part of the world thought that only one side or a lopsided version of the war was being given.
We are refugees going from one place to the other, and we can't reach our homes. We came from Al-Qasr, and God knows what happened in Al-Qasr. Look what is happening to us. Look at my children.
One of the things that's missing is indigenous voices to freely and openly be shown, be allowed to appear. But you don't get people from the area really given proper hearing.
People have to take responsibility. There is a moral responsibility. I think journalists have to take more of that burden, more of that responsibility. It is your profession, your chosen profession after all.
Journalists and media workers reporters were targeted in Iraq? Was it deliberate? To keep the story on message by intimidating non-embedded journalists? How did the media industry challenge these killings? Some were killed by so-called friendly fire. Others victims of calculated attacks, missiles, tank shells, and bombs dropped on or near journalists. Some media critics concluded it was intentional, although the Pentagon denied it. Before the war, the BBC's Kate Adie reported she was told by the Pentagon that independent journalists could be targeted. The Arab Media Center in Baghdad, whose coordinates had been given to the Pentagon, was bombed. Al Jazeera's Tariq Ayoub, seen here sitting on a roof, watched the plane that would soon kill him come closer and closer.
Welcome. A U.S. tank shelled the Palestine Hotel, which is crowded with journalists, killing 2 cameramen. One of them works for a Spanish network, and the other one works for Reuters.
Now another incident. Look at this. An American tank on the bridge across from the Palestine Hotel in Baghdad. A soldier would later claim his tank was fired on. Listen carefully. There are no sounds.
We moved to the Palestine Hotel because the Pentagon asked our organizations to let us leave Rashid Hotel because it was a target. And when we moved to the Palestine Hotel, our organization told the Pentagon that we were at the Palestine Hotel. So did every news organization.
Again, minutes later, no sounds were heard, no one firing at U.S. soldiers. Suddenly, without provocation,
suddenly we saw an orange glow, and this is basically the tank shell that hit our office. And you can imagine panic. We were wounded. It was me and another photographer. I can't imagine that they would target journalists. I couldn't believe, why would they targeted us? What have we done to them?
After the war, press freedom groups were still demanding a real investigation. The Pentagon's Victoria Clark told me there was a report that showed that the soldiers were acting in self-defense.
Is there any attempt to find out the facts independently or a thorough investigation?
No, the Pentagon never interviewed me personally, or I don't think any of our colleagues were interviewed by the Pentagon.
Samia's company, Reuters, demanded an independent investigation, but most media companies did not even press on this issue. No one was held accountable. It was all passed off as an accident, the fog of war, and all that.
So what about damage to you personally?
I was hit in the brain. I had a brain operation, and it took me a long time to recover. But I was blessed. I survived. But it was, emotional damage and physical damage. But the emotional also, because I lost a colleague. We covered a war together, and suddenly he was next to me and he died.
The debate about the killing of journalists continues. The respected media historian Philip Knightley concluded, "I believe that the occasional shots fired at media sites are not accidental, and that war correspondents may now be targets." The media war had drawn blood. reported the way it was, you have to know something about our American media system. It's a system dominated by just a handful of companies, and they're all around me here in the chaos of Times Square. All the big brands, MTV, Viacom, Bertelsmann, ABC, NBC, Reuters. They surround me physically. What they represent is the power of media power to promote economic and political agendas. What they represent today is a merger of newsbiz and showbiz. What they represent is a consumer culture. To them, the war was a product. They sold it, and we bought
Nice to meet you guys. What's going on?
Most networks remain uncritical of their coverage. NBC won the U.S. media wars, the highest-rated network.
NBC's coverage on broadcast, on cable, was simply for the
The network celebrated its victory in Iraq with a party in the posh Rainbow Room in a building named after a general, General Electric, their parent company. They released a book and DVD on the war for Iraqi freedom. Anchor Tom Brokaw paid tribute to a popular correspondent, David Bloom, who died in Iraq.
I'm so proud of the men and women of NBC News who had the common bond of courage and determination to go into the heart of darkness.
I caught up with Tom Brokaw at the Museum of Radio and Television. I asked a question from the floor.
I want to go to the audience now, if we can. Danny Schechter, I know, has a question right down here in front. We might as well get it out of the way.
How could the media, your institution particularly, have done a better job of being a little bit more skeptical and a little bit more critical?
Well, I think your suggestion is that we... I think your suggestion is that we took the pipe, and if you go back and review the coverage on network television, Mr. Rick's newspaper, Wall Street Journal, the New York Times certainly, and any other publication in this country, during that very vigorous time of the UN debate, for example, there were lots of other voices that were heard, great skeptical voices, but many times people hear what they're inclined to hear.
And the idea that somehow it's packaged and spun back in the corporate headquarters to fit some sort of greater agenda, I personally find outrageous and ridiculous.
Listen, I'm not being conspiratorial because I worked at ABC News for 8 years.
Right.
So I've been in the control rooms. I've been involved. I worked at CNN before that. I'm not making this up. I'm not inventing it. There was clearly an approach. There was an identification by much of the American media with the American military. I think that's sort of undeniable. How can you even deny that? I mean, if you look at the critics and how many critics there were.
All I can say is I can't speak for...
More Americans get their news from ABC News.
It's very, they criticize us on the left, they criticize us on the right, so therefore we must be doing it the right way. In other words, it's a kind of conventional knee-jerk response.
I use that line myself. I can't tell you how many times.
But what's missing from it? Is it true?
Well, dead bodies are missing from it.
ABC News, unique, brave,
Remember, Disney does not want ABC to be in the news business. It's so much pressure on these news organizations to be something, not rock the boat, not be a problem.
Pentagon is following the planning and has the latest on a possible timeline. David, outside of Basra, the effort to keep the supply lines running north toward Baghdad.
One of the reasons I think that media fell so easily into this pattern of selling the war is that really is what the American media is designed to do, is to sell things. It's a commercial media, it's a propaganda system, and everyone knows it.
Our system of broadcast media is regulated by the FCC, a government agency originally set up to protect the public interest. Today, that regulatory body promotes deregulation, more power to media moguls. The head of the FCC justifies media concentration on the grounds that only big companies can cover a war like the one in Iraq. Just before the war in Iraq began, American media companies began lobbying the FCC for rule changes that would benefit their bottom lines. There was a question raised. Did the FCC agree to waive the rules if the media companies agreed to waive the flag?
You don't go in and report critically on an administration that you hope will give you billions and billions of dollars in new policies.
We've been in this business long enough to be very careful, but I'm sure they were working for a deal, and we're hoping that being supportive of the war would get them the deal. Remember what Rupert Murdoch did when he was in China. He was the only one defending China, despite all the abuses of human rights, because he was working on a TV deal which he eventually got in China.
The reason the coverage, in part, was so tepid, was so timid, was because these same media companies like News Corp, Fox, GE, NBC, Viacom, CBS were trying to curry favor to win the support of the Bush administration for this huge giveaway on media ownership.
This is not something that happened yesterday. It didn't happen overnight. It's been going on here in the United States for about 2 decades at least. And it's been a process. It's been an organized, concerted, thought out, well-planned, and well-executed process.
I, Ronald Reagan, do solemnly swear.
Going back to the Reagan administration, flowing through the first Bush administration, and now being picked up successfully so far by the second Bush administration.
Power generally, not just media power. Power tends to go with power. Primarily, they want to support whoever's in the White House. They want to support government. They want to support other large corporate interests. They don't want to rock the boat, generally.
This is a plan. It's a plan. It's not serendipitous. It doesn't happen accidentally. It's what they want. They want to be able to control the political discussion.
Who was the FCC commissioner with whom they were trying to curry favor, who was acting on their behalf during this period? It was Michael Powell, the son of Colin Powell.
The evils of media consolidation will never get past our fortifications.
I think it was very clear that the major media companies in this country had business before the government. Boom. It's a conflict of interest.
In my day, there was really a wall between news and the rest of the organization.
It becomes sort of a you scratch my back, I scratch your back.
Did you see any coverage on television about the whole controversy, about the FCC and the new rules? I mean, there was hardly any to speak of. There must have been some somewhere that I missed, but it was so minor and so ineffectual in terms of informing the public what's going on.
Well, people need to try to take back the airwaves. They need to try to restore democracy to the airwaves.
Iraq quickly became the apocalypse I feared, as ghosts of the crimes of Vietnam seemed to be coming back to haunt us. All over the world, people came to see the United States not as heroic liberators, but brutal occupiers. I found these graphics stenciled on the walls of Barcelona. I saw how media outlets suppressed scrutiny of policies, preferring to show images rather than expose interests. Major media covers the world through the eyes of those in power, downplaying the brutal impact of war and its own role in promoting it. In July 2004, a Senate committee blasted the CIA for misreporting on WMDs in Iraq. It criticized what it called groupthink. Couldn't the same phrase be applied to other WMDs, media weapons of mass deception?
The lesson is, don't trust the mainstream media. If you want to really find out what's happening, you can't be a news consumer. You have to be a critical thinker.
TV is not the same. It's not the same medium it was 10 years ago or 20 years ago. You don't really have the luxury of providing detailed analytical coverage of a war. You basically get an eyeball shot and that's it.
It's one thing to talk about this war, but as you look to the future, if you didn't like this, you're really not going to like what's going to come down the road the next time.
Just as there's a investigation now into the failure of the intelligence community, we need an investigation into the failure of our journalistic community.
Media hasn't really been taken to task at all. There is no global watchdog that's saying you didn't do your job well. Media people seem to be more comfortable repeating the words of politicians, repeating statements that come out in press, etc., than actually probing and trying to find out what it really means. Is it true Is it true?
Can we fight back against deceptive news and massive media concentration? Can we fight back against jingoism posing as journalism? Can we afford not to fight back?
Should they, use Moab, the mother of all bombs?
I joined the media to spotlight the problems of the world, came to see that the media is one of those problems. I believe in freedom of the press, but not just freedom for those who own the press. What can we do to hold the media more accountable? Think about it. Now I've had my say. It's your turn.
They already started indoctrinating the schools down here in South Texas. Just had a discussion, or not? A good convo with my little nephew on saying that we should not have any guns. Like, what the fuck? You ain't no nephew of mine.
President Bush declared the major combat had come to an end.
My fellow Americans, major combat operations in Iraq have ended. In the Battle of Iraq, the United States and our allies have prevailed.
Blame the school systems for feeding that. Oh la la, oh la la. Where's D-Wave? D-Wave.
Yo.
Yeah, yo.
What's happening?
Nothing. Over here rethinking school systems down here. I don't know what the fuck they're teaching these damn here. The great mind change already started down here.
That's it. What it's called?
They're like I was having a convo right now with my little nephew, and he was talking about how we shouldn't have guns, and I was telling him when the people when they had people outside their house trying to steal their house, it's like, why did they call me looking for guns? So that kind of shut him up right away. He's like, well, it's okay to have one gun. You don't need assault rifles or anything. I was like, no. It's like, you were scared of shit and you needed a gun, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, well, yeah. So there you go. That's why you need guns.
He double thought that one through, huh?
Oh yeah. Quickly shut his ass up, dude. I mean, I appreciate, he's having his own mind and stuff, but I'm starting to feel like their feet.
No, she already got a fucking passport nose, man. No, I was talking to my daughter.
Oh, we got into the whole COVID thing and everything, man. And sounded very, very fucking CNN-like.
He wasn't ready for the debate. Yeah, he wasn't ready for that shit.
I wasn't even gonna fucking blow his mind out, dude, with me saying typical sources. That was
Don't hit him too hard.
I gotta ease him in a little bit. Then he started going with the Brittany Grinder way, saying that America's not all that great, and I told him, I was all right. Well, then name me a country that is better than America. He's Okay, well, Canada is better than America. I was like, well, did you know in Canada a couple of months ago they were stopping people's bank account? I was like, how would you like it if out of nowhere the government stopped your mom and your dad's bank account and you ain't got no access to your money, you can't get food, you can't pay your electricity,
I don't even know if they allowed outside right now. Ain't they on curfew again or something? Ain't they on curfew again? Or locked up over there again?
No, not down here.
Nah, Canada. There's something going on over there in Canada.
Oh, yeah, and I was telling them that too. I was like, how would you like it if the government had to say on everything that you do? So, you know, I kind of, made him think just a little bit maybe on the other side. But, he's so, you can tell they're feeding some stuff in school, man. I'm not.
Now you don't know exactly what it is, huh?
Yeah.
I
pulled up the article of the truckers, how they stopped their bank account just because they were trying to protest. I was like, you tell me, how is this a better country than the United States? I was like, at least here you can protest, and that is not going to happen to you. I was like, please explain to me how you keep thinking that Canada is a better country than the USA.
Yeah, they secondary. Yeah, Canada's secondary, man.
No, he even brought up the whole system of the medicine and shit, dude. And I was telling him, I was like, you do know that if you're sick in Canada, you have to wait like 3 months just to see a doctor because it's free. I was like, here, at least you're able to go in. You got to wait a little time, but you'll see a doctor within that day.
Yeah, fact. And it's free, cause I don't know too many people paying them motherfucking dumbass bills. Anyway, hey, you gonna give me a heart? Yeah, I owe you for it. Let me get my heart today, though. I'd rather get my heart today. Fuck that.
But I found it a little scary though, man. That he sounded like it was scripted. You know, like they're eating this stuff in school.
He had all these reasons, but no proof to back it up.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Oh, that would have been fun.
That's some scary shit, man, right there. That is some fucking scary shit. You know what they're doing in these schools nowadays.
Think how many people they doing that to that don't get the chance to get it corrected like that.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm pretty sure he never really had anybody go against, what he's talking about. So he got a little taste of what it is on when the other side decides that they want to speak up and say, well, wait a minute, look at it this way.
Yeah, they call that a dose of reality, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, they're just giving up false information, man. I mean, especially that what he's about Canada, and I was like, wait a minute, it's not that great, but you don't think it's that great.
He think Drake over there for real. Drake over here in America somewhere, boy. Over here.
Shit, I don't see Justin Bieber over there.
Hell no.
Whoopi Goldberg never left the United States.
Anybody like that can go there and come back the same day. Us, not so much.
And then when we were on the subject of the whole gun laws and stuff, I was telling him like when England was taking over all these other countries, I was like, it was your everyday fucking man and woman and kids, farmers that had fucking, whatever gun that they had, they're the ones that stopped in. It's like, all these other countries that didn't have that many guns, they got taken over. We got our shit because the people here decided that they had enough of that shit and they wanted to make a change. I was like, if you take away guns from the people, I was like, we would have been falling into the same shit as the other countries.
Yeah, we taking guns right now. We fuck third world. We going like a fifth world country.
Oh yeah, shit. We'll be able to be taken advantage so fast.
They already ain't hiding the shit they doing right now. You take our guns and not theirs, man.
are they gonna go ahead and try to pass laws about fucking assault rifles? Oh, but then again, they're surrounded by security with fucking like some crazy ass weapons. I mean, it doesn't. I don't understand. Like what the fuck?
And yeah, they full of shit, bro. That's as far as it goes, man. Oh, we can do this all day. Keep piling extra shit on that they lying about. They really ain't teaching them that in class, man. Wow.
That's scary shit, man.
They need like current events or something. Remember we used to have to do reports on that shit?
Yeah, well, I mean, now it's like they're trying to get these kids to do reports what benefits their narrative. They're not really saying, all right, this is what I believe. I want you to, write an essay on how other people would view what we're viewing is wrong, just to try to get that second opinion or that second outlook on why the other side thinks the way they think, and not just like, give me an essay on why we're right and they're wrong. It's like, no, how about you just turn it around for a bit, do the research on why that other side thinks the way they think.
Right. They ain't even letting them know everything ain't good for us, ain't good for nobody else either, huh?
The freedom that you have here, I was like, you don't have it in other countries. I was like, how come you don't go to Mexico? He's like, well, because I live here. I was like, yeah, but if it's so bad, why don't you go to Mexico?
I bet he don't. I bet he don't. I bet he don't take his ass over there. I bet he don't. Hell, he can even skip Mexico and go to Central America or South America. Instead of going down into South America, down into Brazil or something, he'll see some shit for real.
I even brought up Brittany Grinder, as far as to say, what she had thought about the system and all.
And now she got 9 years in Russia. The bitch ready to come home, man.
Yeah, she ready to come home.
She ready to go right now.
The USA, and then all of a sudden it's like, well, can somebody help me and get me out?
Oh no! Don't call us now, motherfucker. You know how I feel. They say she a man anyway. The Siberian prison guard says she a man. That's the report. You gotta look it up. You can find it on Google. It's so crazy.
I'm gonna have a little bit more talks. At least a good, dialogue with them, and sit down and just for him to understand that it's okay to have a difference of opinion, but you'll be a smarter person if you understand both sides of the story instead of just your side of the story.
I wonder what they teaching about Hitler in there.
So they're probably saying we're the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well. Gonna smoke the ciggy real quick. Gonna get on some Call of Duty if anybody wants to join.
Oh Lord.
Get it popping. I already cleaned the damn house. I mopped. I swept. I swept and then I mopped. Cleaned the dishes. I'm gonna sit down and relax.
Yeah. It's so hot, man. It's 88 degrees out there all day already.
Yeah. Earlier it got 106 down here, man, but it's already getting fresh. We got some more clouds coming in. Like it wants to rain, but then it just like misses. But definitely a big change in temperature from 106. I think let me see. We are sitting right now. Just 2 hours ago we were at 106. Right now we're sitting at 94.
94. Okay. Hey Google, what's today's weather?
I'll stay here.
Today in Warren, it'll be mostly cloudy with a forecasted high of 91 and a low of 72. Right now it's 91 degrees and mostly cloudy.
I'll take the 3. No, fuck that. Plus we got trees. Y'all ain't got shit out there, but the damn dust balls will be flying around and shit.
I got some trees here.
Yeah, that shit to be on the TV like wow, 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 and a little dust ball fly through the motherfucker. That's all y'all get. I can't hide behind that to get no shade. I know how that to do. That's too hot. Fuck no.
It gets crazy down here, man. Shit. It gets a little too hot sometimes.
They be like, yeah, meet me at high noon. It's a sundown. And then motherfucker little dust ball fly through the damn field. That's all y'all got for a tree. I can't be out there with that, Nova. I've been died. I wonder what the hell that. What is that called? A brush ball? What you cooking in there? Hey, that's this shit. I'm hungry to hustle. I don't.
I'm back.
All right.
Is that upgrade in the building? Come on, upgrade. Get your Xbox on. Let's go. Oh,
I just shut mine off.
oh shit. Let's go, boys.
Uh, I did change my sensitivity. I didn't get any kills during the game. I did get 10th place in Resurgence.
Oh shit.
But so I moved my sensitivity to 6, like and in the pregame practice, I fucking sniped off and killed like 5 people, bro.
You're that ballsy that you're using snipers now? Holy shit!
No, I was using the my favorite gun to use currently that I've kind of got, the only gun that I have like shit unlocked for, because it's kind of hard for me to get guns and then like actually have the equipment to make them good, like to steady them and get the sights and all that shit, because I don't have all that shit unlocked yet. But it's starting to like I'm getting more and more unlocked every time I play. But anyways, the Armagera is what I've been using. I think that's what it's called. But I was fucking popping off like 4 or 5 people in the fucking pregame. I know pregame some people don't try, but these people were actually fucking running around trying. I was ripping their ass.
Yeah, you definitely gotta find the gun that you're comfortable with, and then just start using that gun so you can start building up your
Yeah, that's why I'm stuck with that one because it's kind of it's a good gun.
And the little cousin's got one more match to go in a tournament, so I'm gonna let him play that match, and I'll jump on.
Oh snap! How's the little cousin? Is he pretty good, or is she pretty good?
Yeah, he's better than me.
Oh
He's like,
shit!
he's like fucking 10.
Well, we don't like
Ten.
overachievers in our team, so.
Yeah, I watched the 14-year-old get a fucking 50-man kill yesterday.
What? That's ridiculous, dude.
But
Well,
they're
they
running
grow
on.
up with it, you know.
Yeah. Well, he's also running on. He's got like what they call like ping privilege or whatever because he's running such a high ping. Like the shots that he shoots don't even register for like 5 seconds. Like when he shoots you and like they don't even register on his screen. So like you can shoot him, but he's shooting you and you die before he kills you before the game can register that you've actually shot him enough to die. Like he's already killed you, so they give him the win. So like his ping is at like fucking 120, which causes a lot of delay, but on his side, but it gives him an advantage of being able to fucking like actually kill people, but actually lose the fight in a sense sometimes too. But his movement, like holy shit, dude, this kid was fucking running circles around people, and because of that, like because of their lag, like he's literally running circles around them, like while they're shooting, like he can just fucking walk behind them and fucking just, oh man, it's totally insane. 14 years old.
I feel like I've been his victim before.
Yeah, probably. He's 14 years old, bro, and he is fucking ripping ass.
That's the first one though. Ping privilege.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
And the guy that was like like kind of like reacting to the video or whatever, he said the only time he was actually like a pro gamer or whatever, he said the only time he's ever had like a ping that high was in New Zealand. So if you got a VPN, pick up some matches through New Zealand, maybe you'll get the same ping. I don't know.
My ping is usually around like 40 to 50.
Mine says fucking, when it says searching for a match, it says 20, sometimes 30.
Oh shit.
I had some bad lag when I was on there a minute ago. Like I was climbing up a ladder, bro, and I know I was climbing up the ladder, but it showed me on the ground. And then all of a sudden I'm on the roof. I'm like, what the fuck, bro? I was just on the ground staring at the ladder and it wasn't letting me do anything. And then all of a sudden I'm on the roof. I'm like, oh fuck.
I wonder if, like, let's say I'm the lobby leader. If I get like a 50 ping, will that go to you guys as well?
See, I think it
like-
goes off of like each individual's like internet
network
speed.
or shit.
Yeah, internet speed or network. But like I guess if you have like the VPN, you know what I'm saying? You can put yourself anywhere in the world and run off of their servers. So when you're on the VPN, like you can put yourself on the good servers.
Yeah. I would like to play at least one time to see it for myself and to feel it for myself, like on a good fucking ping. Yeah, because I see those YouTube videos, dude. There's some cats that are like Like, how do you move so fast, dude? Like, you just enter the building, you're already in the back.
It's the well, once you level up to like you get like changing your perks to certain things and then using certain weapons because certain weapons slow you down as well. Like just carrying like doing the overkill is obviously going to slow you down.
Yeah.
But also holding two large fucking machine guns will also slow you down. So like you can pick like the assault rifles, like you can run faster with those because they're lighter and everything else, and they're easier to carry. So like lighten your load a little bit, you can go faster, but also like as you rank up, like you're given speed privileges as well. But then your frames per second, and then your ping level is huge. Like yeah, like anybody that's running a good console, is gonna beat. I mean, a good computer is gonna beat a damn console every time.
Yeah.
And they just get, like I said, the privilege of the ping rate or the frames per second. But if they don't know how to use it, like then they're gonna get beat. You know what I mean? Like if they don't know how to aim, then they're gonna get beat. But if they're good at aiming and good at their fucking footwork, shit, it's kind of hard. Some of them use two screens where the mini map's on a whole fucking other screen too. Like they got a large mini map sitting right beside them. So like their main play is on the big screen in front of them, but then the screen next to them, they got their mini map, so they just glance over and it's big.
Yeah, I gotta try the PC one day, man, just to see how it feels. I'm just so used to this fucking controller, man. Like the joysticks and shit, like just right there.
I'm pretty fucking sniperish with my mouse, bro. I think I could. I just don't know about doing anything else. But I can click some shit pretty fast, bro.
Well, it does give me the option on the Xbox to connect the mouse. Maybe if I don't know if that will make a difference or not. I gotta try that shit, dude. The whole thing of using the keyboard, the arrows, it's crazy because you got to use both hands. This one, yeah, you still got to use both hands, but they're in the center of you, where your controller's at. Man, I'm already getting fucking shot, dude. Fucking assholes.
Yeah, that shit sucks, bro. I'd definitely be able to get 3 or 4 kills in fucking the plunder, but the resurgence isn't that bad. You get to redeploy 3 times. Rebirth resurgence. They let you get a revive and you get to redeploy 3 times. So like if you stay alive for a while on your first 2 times and then start pushing the map, like once it starts getting down to like 15 people, like there ain't no way you can't get fucking 10th or better. So just kind of get your guns, chill out, don't rush the loadout because everybody's gonna rush the loadout, and then kind of sit back and then go around the map, then go finally get your loadout, and then by then, you got by then you should at least have 2 redeploys left, and yeah, like just be a slow player, kind of hold back for a minute, let everybody kill themselves, and fucking don't rush the loadout like everybody else does.
Yeah. Another strategy you can use, Fatty, is when we're playing the game, dude. Oh shit, I'm already getting shot. Jesus fucking Christ.
But the sensitivity when I changed it, I upped it to 6. That I think that really helped me. Like I've only played 3 games with it on, but I've hit more shots in those 3 games than I was hitting before, and able to like whip around faster, even when you're hard scoping. Like if you're holding scope, that the scope moves a lot faster. So
Oh, like on the gameplay, if you wait to the very end to drop, drop whenever the plane fucking gets you down. Usually there's like a couple of people that are not really on either they went to go get a drink or something. You could get an easy 2 to 3 kills because they're just players that are just standing there, dude.
yeah, that makes sense.
It'll help you level up real quick too, because you just fall there, just fucking shoot them real quick, man, and at least you know you got 2 kills in the bag every game, more or less.
Oh yeah, I was gonna give you a strategy. Pick up a landmine, and the next time you kill someone or their teammate, like don't go rob their guns or anything, but leave the landmine with their shit. Like go take their shields or your plates, obviously, but leave a landmine with their guns, and then they'll come back to get their guns where they died at, and they'll fucking
Yeah,
die again. So
yeah,
test
that's a
your
good one
landmine.
right there. 'Cause especially when we were doing the whole cash thing, a lot of them will go back to the cash to get their cash.
Yeah, that too, that too. But yeah, I don't know how to use all the landmines, but I've seen people do it, and that shit's fucking. I've learned a lot of stupid tricks just by watching fucking gameplay, and because I watched one, like a million gamers showed up on my fucking feed, so I've been flooded with it lately. And if you get downed like right beside somebody, and y'all are like timed near each other, like dying beside each other, and both of y'all revive yourself, you're throwing knives faster than your guns. So
Wow.
remember that if you're like first, like if you're like gonna hop up and do like a draw between an enemy, the throwing knife's faster than the gun.
I don't even have a throwing knife.
I don't think I do either.
Yeah, you would have to switch out your secondary for a knife.
Or melee? Is it melee?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, you'd have to switch like a grenade or whatever for a knife.
Oh, it's the grenade. Oh, okay. I thought it was your secondary for some odd reason. But it makes sense trading your grenade for a knife.
I can't wait to level up to that fucking automatic pistol. I'd probably be out of bullets in no time and die anyways, but that way I don't have to carry 2 large guns, and I actually got like a fucking like they got a full automatic pistol.
Well, they do have the Vanguard, the first one. That's an automatic pistol. You should be able to have that one.
Really? I
Yeah,
don't think I've ever noticed it, but maybe I do.
yeah, it's the very first one when you go to your loadouts to do your
Well,
secondary.
maybe I played with it and I didn't turn the switch to full auto. That could make sense if it
It
has a
should.
switch. So I know some of the guns have the switch. Like you gotta hold left or something on your D-pad.
How much longer you got, Doc?
Oh, I'm ready. I can leave right now too. Or are you gonna go smoke a cigarette or something?
No. I mean, we could if you want.
Oh,
Okay.
no, let me go ahead and just exit out. This dude was taking forever to pick me up, anyways.
Yeah, we'll have to go into a. I'm not ready to play like at the moment because I just got done, but um, we'll have to do the fucking private match one night and see how that works out.
Yeah, later on, shit. If you ain't doing shit, I don't have anything planned for the rest of the day. I'm done. I just finished going out to dinner with my parents right now. I just got back, so
I got my hair cut today. I gotta go get some gas for my mower. Try to get it done. I gotta go by the post office tomorrow, so I might do the. It's been looking like it's gonna rain all afternoon, and my grass looks half-ass wet still. So, at least the fucking thick parts are definitely still wet. So, hopefully it don't rain today, and I'll go get some gas tomorrow while I go to the fucking post office and shit. And I'll just mow my yard tomorrow. But I got my hair cut today, so got one thing off the list.
There you go. Fresh and so clean. I'm waiting for you upgrade. Are you on your girl's account or what?
No, I
Oh,
just joined your lobby.
yeah, but you're in your girl's account. You're a sandwich maker.
Ah, shit. Hold on.
Sandwich maker. Oh man. Ooh, la, la. Oh man. Glad I already got a lot of shit done this morning, man. So I'm able to fucking relax. I had the house fucking dirty as hell. Tile was dirty. Oh man. Took care of all that shit during the day. Ooh la la, ooh la la, ooh la la, la. Go ahead. Yeah, I was playing with my brother and a buddy of ours yesterday on some Fortnite, and yeah, it's fucking weird playing Fortnite. Like when you're so used to playing Call of Duty.
Yeah, that shit's weird as fuck.
I think it's the third person point of view that makes it even weirder.
What, the view from behind you? I think Call of Duty should have that, or as an option.
Yeah, at first I was thinking like that too. I was like, well, shit, they should do that. You know, I think it would be a lot easier, but it kind of fucks everything up because you have more of a wider view of your enemy.
Yeah.
You know, in reality, yes, it could be better, but like the first person point of view, like you got to look to your left, to your right. You know, you don't have that visibility like you do on the third person.
Yeah, I just feel like it should be an option, but like when you hit scope, like it should go to scope. You know what I'm saying? The same scope it does now. But like when you're running, should be an option, I think, to go behind you. Cause like I feel like sometimes it's so close, like I can't even tell where I'm going, especially going up a fucking mountain or a hill or some stairs or something. Like it always fucks me up because I'm getting used to it, but like I lose track of my sight, and then like I'm looking like dead ass down sometimes, and like end up exposing myself looking at the ground coming around a corner or something. You know what I mean? Like that's what I struggle with, uh, mostly. And I feel like if it was a back view, I wouldn't be staring at the ground like that, or looking at the sky, when I'm going upstairs or a hill or down, whatever. But man, I've been working on my slides and shit. You got to work on your fucking groove and jumps and taking cover.
Backpack on, dude, is gonna help you when you're running and shit. Like with these people fucking shooting at you.
Yeah, like getting. I'm still not good at finding the fucking enemy that's shooting at me. Like they can get 2 or 3 shots off before I can find the fucking spot. But
I'm the same way, dude.
getting better. But yeah, if I get snuck up on from behind and there's like 10 options, like there's an up, there's a down, there's a fucking left, there's a right, there's a side, you know what I mean? Like there's so many places to look, you don't know where the fuck they are, and you don't know where to take cover. So but if I can evaluate the situation before I get into it, I'm more able to get out of it. But like some parts of the map I'm not familiar with, and I end up going through the same part twice, and I don't know.
I usually find out towards the very end, like you know how they shoot you, they down you. Like I'm looking around, dude. Like where the fuck that shot come from, dude? And then as soon as I get fucking hit with the last bullet that kills me, it's like, oh, okay, I see you now, motherfucker. But that's already fucking too late, you know?
Here lately, they've been fucking letting you revive yourself and then fucking killing you again so they can get the extra damage points.
Oh, those fucking bastards.
Yeah. So like if they'll fucking kill you till you're down, let you revive, and then fucking as soon as you stand up, bah, 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 from the back. So they get the extra fucking damage points on their score. Fucking queers.
I've got 2 bogeys so far. I gotta start using more of the top numbers and the little diamond that pops out too, man. I'm bad at not fucking viewing that, just to give me a better general idea of where the enemy's at.
Yeah, when they're firing. Yeah, I'm not quick with either that or the mini map. But I do understand it. I'm just not quick with it.
No.
But yeah, the better you get with it, the better you're gonna be. Especially like right when you kill somebody, being able to line up on those red dots without even thinking about it. Like you kill this guy and then just be able to turn around or look up, look down to be able to find his teammate just off that red dot. Like that shit's fucking. Those people are badass that can do that.
I'm gonna go ahead and let these. So what I've been doing as of lately is just like what you're talking about, letting them kill themselves. So I'll float in the air for a good while, dude. And I'll just let these guys fucking go at it, kill each other. By the time I touch ground, that's less people I got to fucking worry about.
I go for the tents and the small buildings on the outskirts of the circle because everybody else is going to go for the others. But that does expose you because you're obviously not going to be high ground. But you're going to get some boxes and you're going to get some guns when you first land. And it's going to give you something to fight with until you can get to when the loadouts come in. Just kind of hold some ground in a few houses or a few little shacks or whatever, and just kind of stay out the way. And then watch that number go down, and then start pressing. But collect plates and shit and whatever, and then wait for that loadout or buy or whatever. I don't know how to use the buy station, so I wait for the loadouts to drop.
Yeah, actually, right now when I was playing a game right before Upgrade got on, I noticed when I landed on Peak, there was these 2 dudes that went on the bottom of the peak to this one house, and they were just shooting people up on the peak. So now I'm actually landing on this fucking house that they were in, and try that strategy. See how?
Yeah, kind of reverse it from down. Yeah.
Yeah. See how it works. Let me see. See if I got a good. Oh yeah, you do have somewhat of a good view, but
Man, some people are just fucking nasty with the fucking quickness of that they can pull that fucking trigger and hit. Like it's insane. I double guess myself, so like as soon as I fucking land on somebody's head with the crosshairs, I think about it and then I shoot, and they're already moved. And like for some reason that hesitation's there. Like instead of just like lining up and being able to shoot at the same exact moment, that there's a big difference there. And being able to snipe, some of these motherfuckers can snipe people out of the fucking air, headshot them with the fucking just shooting from the fucking ground, just headshot motherfuckers out of a parachute. Dirty bitch. That's a fucking skill right there, because you got to track that motherfucker or lead it like a little inch or so.
yeah, as you're falling, dude.
Yeah. It's like shooting a bird. You got to lead it a little bit. Let it fly into the bullet.
I'm gonna put this fucker right here. We'll put this balloon here. Oh wow! Oh no, I'm not being tracked. It's my teammate is being tracked. All right, back up. Oh no, it's me. I'm the one that's fucking being tracked. What the fuck? Got you, motherfucker. I know this motherfucker's gonna come right back. Where are you, you son of a bitch? Survived that one. So, oh shit. That guy came out of fucking nowhere.
Can you hear me, Doc?
Yes, sir. I can't believe that guy didn't kill me too, dude. The one that got you.
I was trying to yell at you. Oh, we got bogeys down.
Bingo. Oh. Oh, they're coming up. They're coming up. Watch it. They might be coming up.
I see him. He's right here. He's running from the gas.
You got a bogey underneath you. He went in the building. Let's see if he comes out this way. He's down.
Gas is here.
Got him. Yeah, we gotta get the fuck out.
Oh, we got a bogey right next to me. I died.
Oh man, I died too,
Damn.
motherfucker. It took too long. Oh shit! I gotta redeploy. Oh fuck. All right, all right. We got second chance here. Let me see where I could go get some money and bring you guys back. Oh, where's the buy station at?
Yeah. Okay, buddy, we hear you.
Let's see if I could try to.
Yeah.
Oh man, they got me, motherfucker. So it's AK to bring. You already down? Oh no, there you go. Oh, you need $600 more to bring back one of us. I don't even think there's a buy station near you. Oh, good shit, good shit. Agree, good shit right there. Yeah, boy. Oh, right there. Yep, right there. Oh, this fool.
Where'd he go?
This
Damn it.
fool. Oh my god. Why would you bring out your sniper rifle such close range?
Because he's gonna see me out of him.
Oh hell no. All right, let's go at it again. Yeah, they need to bring the other fucking games, dude. These games suck balls, man.
50 on 50 and all the aircraft.
Yeah. They suck at the balls. Mm-mm. Trying to see. We are currently on the daily on a upside wedge here, uprise wedge, or whatever the fuck you want to call it. We haven't dropped out of it. Let's see, could this be? You haven't checked out any of the links that I sent you, Grade, for the YouTube people?
For the what?
For those kids, the YouTube guys that I told you to check out, Goon Squad and D-Max Rhino.
Oh. I looked at one. Which one?
Yeah,
Got
like
some
watching.
crazy thunder and lightning going on here.
What was that, Gods?
I was saying we got some crazy lightning and thunder going on.
No shit.
I was just resting. I woke up by the boom.
Oh man, yeah. When that rain starts coming around the country, dude, it's good to have a fucking blunt in the hand.
Yeah, I wish.
Sit out on the front porch or on the back porch, just fucking listening to the rainfall.
Yeah, I just checked the radar. It looks like it's raining all the way down toward Fatty even.
But yeah, well, Fatty was saying that he probably was gonna get some rain or something.
I went to church today. It was, hot and sunny, so now it's dark and lightning. So pretty cool light show.
Four.
Shit, I was trying to shoot this one dude, but he shot me. Playtime is over. Lower that. Okay, I'm gonna use. Yeah.
So if
All
you
right,
see
check
me,
it out.
if you see me disappear, it's probably a power outage.
Oh shit! Yeah, you guys might get hit with that right there as well. Same power outages. I hear this place is good. Yeah, agreed. Let's go to that mark right there. There's a house there. We land there. We could shoot the people falling into the peak. Straight to it.
Nah, he's good.
Ah,
He's not.
yeah. See, they're all landing over there, and you can just fucking shoot from here. What the fuck? Who shot me? Oh man, somebody shot me already. We got hostiles.
Oh. On that water tower. Over here. Oh.
Oh, so who in the fuck? Oh, they're inside. Upgrade. They're inside the house, dude. Got shot
Damn.
from the back.
And the wrong loadout. Fucking bastard got me again.
Fucking A, I got caught again. Jesus Christ.
45th.
Oh shit. Leave but let's go again. Fucking A, we got our ass fucking clapped. Who's this girl? Demon girl won't let her boyfriend cheat. What the